I know many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd love it if you could leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from around the world. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying this video. Story 1. I woke up, disoriented, the light of the early morning creeping through the gap in the curtains. I stretched, feeling a sense of something being off, though I couldn't immediately put my finger on it. It wasn't until I turned my head toward the window that my heart skipped a beat. The window, which I always made sure to close every night, was wide open. The cool breeze coming in sent a shiver down my spine, and I quickly sat up, my mind racing. I couldn't remember opening it the night before. In fact, I was sure I hadn't. The idea that someone had been in my room while I slept felt almost impossible, yet the open window was undeniable. I rushed to the window, my fingers trembling as I reached for the lock. The window was intact, no signs of forced entry, no scratches or marks that would suggest someone had broken in. But the feeling of being watched lingered in the air. I glanced around the room, trying to make sense of what had happened. My bed was exactly as I had left it, no disturbances. I walked cautiously over to the door and checked the locks, double-checking everything. I hadn't heard anything during the night. I hadn't even noticed the window was open when I fell asleep. But now, with the sunlight streaming in, the room felt colder, almost as if the space itself was aware of my unease. I made a quick breakfast, trying to shake off the feeling of dread that had settled in my chest. The window was still on my mind, but I convinced myself it was simply a mistake on my part. Maybe I had forgotten to close it properly, though that seemed unlikely. I made a mental note to be more careful, but deep down I knew something wasn't right. I couldn't get rid of the nagging feeling that someone had been inside. That night I double-checked the window before going to bed. I locked it securely, making sure it was closed all the way. I even put a chair in front of it, just in case, hoping it would give me some peace of mind. But despite my precautions, I didn't sleep well. Every noise in the night seemed amplified, every creak of the house unsettling. I kept my eyes on the window, as though expecting something or someone to appear. When I woke up the next morning, I nearly fell out of bed. The window was open again. My heart raced as I scrambled to check the rest of the room. The door was still locked, the curtains undisturbed, but the window was wide open as if it had been left that way intentionally. Panic surged through me. There was no way I had opened it, and yet it was open. I called a friend, hoping to calm my nerves, but as I spoke to them, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I ended the conversation quickly, my mind still focused on the window. I decided to check the outside of the house to see if there were any signs that someone had been near it. When I stepped outside, I checked the ground around the window, looking for any footprints or disturbances in the dirt. Nothing. It was as if the world was still, as if no one had been there. I returned inside, locking the window again, though it felt pointless. The thought of leaving the house crossed my mind, but where would I go? I couldn't shake the suspicion that the person who had been opening my window was still close by, watching, waiting. I had to stay, to figure out what was happening. The next few days were a blur of sleepless nights and growing anxiety. Every time I woke up, the window was open. I couldn't explain it. I tried to lock it tighter, to make sure it was secure before I went to sleep, but it never mattered. Each morning the same thing. The window was open. I started leaving notes for myself, trying to prove I was closing it. One night I wrote, "Closed window, locked tight. I do not open again." The next morning the note was gone. The window, of course, was open. The panic inside me deepened. Someone was in my house. They were watching me. I began to hear noises at night, subtle sounds that seemed to come from just outside the door. Scratching, faint tapping, like fingernails running along the walls. Every time I would get up to check, there was nothing. Nothing but silence. Yet the feeling of being followed never left. One night, I stayed up, sitting in the dark, waiting. My nerves were on edge, every muscle tense, every fiber of my being alert. I listened to the house, the quietness of it, the occasional creaks and groans that came with age. And then I heard it. A faint sound from the window. I turned toward it, barely daring to breathe. There was someone standing outside, their face obscured by the shadow, but their eyes fixed on me. I froze, unsure if I was seeing things or if it was really happening. But then they moved, slowly, deliberately, as if they knew I was watching. I jumped up, heart racing, and ran to the door. But when I looked back, the window was closed. The person was gone. The next day, I installed heavy-duty locks on the window, trying to take control of the situation. But the dread never left. I continued to see strange things, hear things I couldn't explain. It was as though my mind was playing tricks on me, or maybe someone was really out there. But who and why? Then, one evening, as I was sitting in the living room, I heard a loud crash from the bedroom. My breath caught in my throat as I rushed down the hallway. The window was shattered. Pieces of glass lay scattered on the floor. The chair I had put in front of it was knocked aside. But what stopped me dead in my tracks was the note lying on the bed. I'm still watching. I couldn't stay there anymore. I packed up my things and moved out, leaving the house behind. It didn't matter how secure the windows were, how much I locked the doors. I couldn't escape the feeling that someone had been in my space, that they were still watching, were the perfect moment to return. Even now, as I try to move on, I still check the windows. I still wonder if someone is out there, waiting for me to make a mistake. Story 2. I had just returned home from a long day at work when I noticed something unusual by the door. A crumpled piece of paper was tucked under the doormat. I paused for a moment, unsure of what to make of it. There was no reason for anyone to leave something there, and I couldn't recall any deliveries or people stopping by. My first instinct was to ignore it, to step inside and not think twice about it. But something about the way it had been placed, so intentionally hidden, made me pause. I bent down and picked it up, the paper feeling oddly thick in my hands. It was wrinkled and torn at the edges, as if it had been shoved into the space in a hurry. My heart started to beat a little faster as I turned it over and saw that it was covered with handwritten notes. I couldn't make out much of the text at first. It was scribbled hastily, the words seemingly bleeding into one another. I flattened it out against the doorframe, trying to read more clearly, my breath catching when I deciphered the first few words. It wasn't a note of any kind that I could make sense of. The words seemed almost random at first, but the more I looked at them, the more they felt like a message meant specifically for me. "You've been watched," the paper read. "I know everything." I blinked, my fingers trembling as I read the message again, hoping I had misread it. But no, the words were still there, written in a way that sent a chill down my spine. I stood frozen, the paper now feeling heavier in my hand. I looked around, half expecting someone to be lurking in the shadows. The street was quiet, the neighborhood peaceful, just as it always had been. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was very much nearby, watching me. The thought made me feel exposed, vulnerable. I quickly shoved the paper into my pocket and stepped inside, locking the door behind me. I tried to push the unsettling feeling out of my mind, telling myself it was just a prank, a neighbor messing with me, maybe. But as the evening wore on, the anxiety only grew. I couldn't stop thinking about the note, or about how someone knew things about me that I hadn't told anyone. How could they know? My mind raced as I tried to come up with any explanation, but nothing seemed to make sense. The next morning I checked under the doormat again, hoping to find nothing. But the crumpled paper was still there. This time it was worse. The message had changed. "I'm closer than you think." My blood ran cold as I stared at the words. My hand instinctively reached for my phone, but I stopped myself. What could I even do? Call the police? It felt so strange. I didn't know how to explain it, how to make them understand that I wasn't imagining things. The next few days were a blur of heightened anxiety. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. It was as if every glance I cast around my apartment, every step I took down the street, was being observed. I started to check the door constantly, paranoid that something else might be left for me, something that would push me further into madness. But nothing came. The silence was almost worse than the note itself. The waiting, the wondering. Then one night, after I had gone to bed, I was jolted awake by a noise. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but there was no mistaking that someone was outside my window. I froze, listening intently, my heart pounding in my chest. There was a soft scrape of something against the side of my house, like fingers running along the exterior. I slipped out of bed and moved cautiously toward the window. My hands were clammy, and I felt my stomach twist in knots. I peered through the curtains but saw nothing, just a dark, empty street. I could hear the distant hum of traffic, but that was it. No footsteps, no rustling, no sign that anyone had been there. I didn't know what I expected to find, but the lack of anything made the situation even more unsettling. I closed the blinds slowly, trying to steady my breathing, but the sense of dread never left. The following day, I noticed something else strange. A shadow appeared in the corner of my yard, lingering for a brief moment before disappearing. I couldn't be sure, but it looked like a person standing just out of view. I rushed outside, hoping to catch a glimpse of anyone nearby, but there was no one. The space was empty. I scanned the area, feeling my chest tighten with each passing second. That afternoon, I couldn't ignore the need to do something. I couldn't keep living like this, with this creeping sense of fear constantly hanging over me. I decided to get a camera, something simple that would let me know if anyone was near my home at night. Maybe that would make me feel better, give me some sense of control over the situation. The camera was set up at the front of my house, pointing directly at the door and the doormat. I spent the rest of the evening watching the footage from the comfort of my couch, trying to relax. But when I played the video back, something made my stomach churn. There, just before I had arrived home, I could see a figure standing near my doormat. It was a blur, a shadow moving quickly, but the outline of a person was unmistakable. I watched it again, this time in slow motion. The figure was tall and thin, cloaked in darkness, barely visible in the dim streetlight. It moved with a quiet, deliberate pace, placing something under my doormat before disappearing into the night. My hand was shaking as I paused the video. The figure was no longer there, but the terror that followed lingered long after. I immediately went outside to check, but the note was gone. There was nothing under the doormat now, nothing to suggest anyone had been there recently. I felt a cold sweat break out across my back. How could it disappear like that? The message, the person, the chilling feeling. Everything felt so unreal. I couldn't take it anymore. I called the police, my voice shaky as I explained everything, the notes, the strange figure, the fear that had been growing inside me. The officer who answered was kind, but there was skepticism in his tone. I knew they couldn't do much. I wasn't sure what I expected them to find. There was no proof, no clear evidence that anyone had been harassing me. But I needed to hear it, needed to feel like I wasn't losing my mind. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I kept the lights on, sat in front of the camera, and watched the footage again and again. Each time, the same thing happened. The shadow appeared at my door, placed a note, and disappeared. No one had come inside, no other disturbances. I was alone, or so I thought. The figure seemed to be toying with me, just out of reach, just enough to keep me awake and anxious. The next morning there was a knock at the door. I almost didn't answer it, but something compelled me to. When I opened the door, I was met with an empty porch, save for a small package. I hesitated for a moment before picking it up. Inside was a single sheet of paper, crumpled and torn, but this time there were no words written on it. Only a drawing, a simple, yet chilling, image of an eye staring back at me. Story 3. I had been working for hours, absorbed in my laptop screen. The light from the screen was the only source of illumination in the room as the night stretched on. My hands were starting to cramp from typing so much, but I didn't mind. It was normal for me to lose track of time when I was busy with work. I leaned back in my chair, stretching my back and letting out a quiet sigh. As I shifted my position, something caught my eye. A small, bright yellow sticky note was stuck to the corner of my laptop, just beneath the screen. At first, I thought I must have absent-mindedly placed it there, maybe as a reminder for something important. But as I leaned closer to read it, a cold wave of unease washed over me. The note wasn't something I had written. The handwriting was neat, but there was something off about it. It wasn't the familiar scrawl of my own hand. I felt my heart skip a beat as I read the words, "I'm watching you." The simple message sent a chill down my spine. Who could have put this note there? I lived alone, so the idea of someone sneaking into my apartment while I was working seemed impossible. I shook my head, trying to rationalize it. Maybe I had forgotten about writing it myself, or had misplaced it earlier in the day. But the more I thought about it, the less sense it made. I'd been focused on my screen the entire time, and there was no way I could have written something so unsettling without remembering. I glanced around my room, half expecting someone to be lurking in the shadows. The silence in the room was almost too still, the kind of silence that felt too heavy. I got up from my chair and walked around the apartment, checking every corner. It wasn't like there was much to check, just my small living room, kitchen, and bathroom. But I had to make sure. I returned to my desk, still uneasy, and stared at the note. It seemed to mock me, as though the message was taunting me with its simplicity. My mind raced with thoughts. Had someone gotten into my apartment without me knowing? But the door was locked, and I was certain I hadn't heard anyone come in. I grabbed my phone, my hands trembling, and snapped a picture of the note. I didn't know why I did it, but I felt like I needed proof, just in case. As I stared at the photo on my screen, the words on the sticky note seemed to blur slightly, like they were shifting in and out of focus. My heart started to beat faster. It was just my imagination, I told myself, but the feeling of being watched was too real. I decided to take the note off the laptop and crumple it up. I didn't want it there anymore, staring at me, making me feel like I wasn't alone. I tossed the note into the trash can beside my desk and sat back down. For a moment, everything felt normal again, but the feeling in my chest didn't go away. I could still feel someone's presence, as if someone was watching me from the corner of the room. I turned back to my laptop, trying to distract myself with work. But the words from the note echoed in my mind. "I'm watching you." I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, that I was no longer in control of the situation. I checked the time past midnight. I had been working longer than I realized, and my tiredness was starting to set in. I wanted to just forget about it and get some rest, but I couldn't. I checked the locked door again, making sure it was still secure. The apartment was silent, but the oppressive feeling of being watched still lingered. I opened my email, trying to focus on something else, but the strange feeling wouldn't leave. The glow from the screen was too bright in the darkness, and I had to squint as I read the messages. I glanced at the sticky notes photo again, my mind running wild with possibilities. Then I heard it. The faint sound of footsteps, soft and slow, coming from somewhere in my apartment. My heart leaped into my throat. I immediately stood up, my legs shaking beneath me. I listened carefully, trying to determine where the sound was coming from. There was no mistake, it was real. I tiptoed to the door of my bedroom, the silence in the apartment making every small noise seem louder. My breath caught in my throat as I peered through the crack in the door. The hallway was dark, the only light coming from the faint glow of my laptop screen. There was nothing there. The hallway was empty. Still on edge, I stepped back into the living room, my eyes scanning every corner of the room. The tension was unbearable. Every shadow seemed to stretch longer than it should have, and every creak of the floorboard sounded like an intrusion. My mind raced with possibilities. Was someone in here? Was I just imagining things? Or was I truly being watched? I shook my head, trying to clear the thoughts that were spiraling out of control. I decided to go to bed and sleep it off. I needed to calm down. The sticky note could have been a prank, or maybe I had just forgotten about it earlier. I turned off the lights and crawled under the covers, still unable to shake the unease. I closed my eyes, trying to ignore the fact that something just didn't feel right. But as I lay there, unable to sleep, I heard it again. A soft rustling, coming from the direction of my desk. I held my breath, straining to hear. The sound was unmistakable. Someone was moving the sticky note. My eyes snapped open, my pulse racing as I bolted upright in bed. The room was dark, and I couldn't see anything. I slowly reached for my phone on the nightstand, using its light to scan the room. The note had been removed from the trash can. It was now back on my laptop, resting in the same spot it had been before. But this time the message was different. The handwriting was still neat, but now it read, "I'm much closer than you think." My blood ran cold. How had it gotten there? There was no way anyone could have entered without me hearing them, and the door was still locked. The feeling of being watched intensified, and I couldn't shake the thought that someone was in the apartment, hidden just out of sight. The room felt smaller, as though the walls were closing in on me. I couldn't move, my body frozen with fear. My phone in my hand seemed to burn with its cold glow, the only source of light in the room. I knew I had to do something. I couldn't just sit there and wait. I rushed to my front door, double-checking the locks once again. Every inch of my apartment felt like it was closing in on me. I moved to the window, pulling back the curtain just enough to peer outside. The street was empty, bathed in the quiet glow of streetlights. But the strange feeling remained, as if someone was waiting for me to make a move. I knew then that I couldn't stay here alone. Whoever had left that sticky note, whoever had been watching me, was not going to leave me in peace. I dialed the number I should have called hours ago. I dialed 911. The operator answered quickly, and I told them what had been happening. I told them about the note, about the footsteps, and the feeling that someone was in my apartment. They assured me help was on the way. I paced back and forth, my heart still pounding, as I waited for the police to arrive. When they finally came, they searched my apartment thoroughly, checking every corner. They found nothing. There was no sign of forced entry, no one hiding inside. But I knew what I had heard, what I had felt. They promised they would keep an eye on the building, but they didn't seem to understand the gravity of the situation. As they left, I sat in the corner of my living room, my phone still clutched in my hand. The sticky note remained on my laptop, its presence taunting me. I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever had been watching me was still out there, waiting for the right moment to strike, and I had no idea when that moment would come. Story 4. The night had settled into its usual quiet, with nothing more than the soft hum of the air conditioning filling the silence. I had just finished my evening routine and was about to head to bed when I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps. At first, I thought it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. It was late, and I was tired, but then the sound came again, louder this time, as if someone were walking across my roof. I froze, my heart racing. There was no way anyone should be up there. The roof was high, and the only way up was a narrow, steep ladder at the back of the house. I had never heard anything like it before. My mind immediately jumped to the worst possible scenario. Someone had broken into my yard and was now on the roof, moving around like they had a purpose. I stood motionless, listening intently. The footsteps came again, slow and deliberate, almost like they were testing each step. They were unmistakable, the weight of them pressing into the roof, reverberating through the walls of the house. I tried to calm myself down, telling myself it was probably just an animal, maybe a raccoon or a stray cat. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. The more I listened, the more I became convinced that it was a person. There was a rhythm to the steps, like they were pacing back and forth as if they were waiting for something. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand, my fingers trembling as I unlocked it. I considered calling 911, but I hesitated. What would I say? Someone was walking on my roof, and I didn't know who they were or why they were there. The thought seemed absurd, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The footsteps continued, and I could hear the soft scraping of something against the roof, like something was being dragged. My mind raced. Was it a tool? A weapon? Whoever it was, they were not being careful. They were moving with purpose. I tried to peer out the window, but the darkness outside swallowed everything. I couldn't see anything. I crept to the door of my room, my breath shallow. I needed to check the back of the house. Slowly, I tiptoed down the hallway, trying to make as little noise as possible. The footsteps were still there, louder now, as if they were directly above my room. My heart was pounding in my chest. What if they saw me? What if they knew I was inside? I reached the back door and slowly, cautiously opened it. The night air was cool against my skin, and I stepped outside, glancing upward at the roof. There was nothing visible, just the outline of the house against the starlit sky. I held my breath and strained my ears. The footsteps had stopped. It was unnerving, the sudden silence. For a moment I wondered if I had imagined the whole thing. Then, just as I was about to turn back inside, the footsteps resumed. But now they were louder. It was as if someone was running across the roof, moving with urgency, each step louder and faster than the last. My stomach dropped. I had to do something. I couldn't just stand there. I rushed back inside, locking the door behind me. My mind raced with possibilities. Who could it be? Was it someone trying to break in? I considered waking up my neighbors, but then I realized I didn't want to draw attention to myself. I didn't know if this person, if it even was a person, was armed or dangerous. I grabbed the nearest heavy object, just in case. My hands shook as I tried to come up with a plan. Should I call the police now? Would they even believe me or think I was overreacting? But if I didn't do something, what could happen? I was alone. No one could hear me. The footsteps stopped again, and for a brief moment, I thought maybe they had gone. But the eerie silence only lasted a few seconds before the scraping sound returned. It was louder this time, like something was being dragged across the shingles. My mind was racing with images of a person crawling along the roof, their hands scraping against the tiles. I didn't know if I was being paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I grabbed my phone again, trying to steady my breathing as I dialed 911. The operator answered quickly, and I hurriedly explained the situation. They asked for my address, and I rattled it off, trying to keep my voice steady. I could hear the operator's calm voice on the other end, but it did little to ease the fear building inside me. I didn't know what was happening, but I needed help. The operator assured me that help was on the way and asked if I could safely leave the house. I looked around, considering my options. Leaving wasn't really an option. I had no idea who or what was up there. If I ran out, I might put myself in more danger. I stayed put, hoping the police would get there soon. The footsteps came again, but this time they were slower. It was almost as if whoever it was aware that I had called for help. I heard the dragging sound again, followed by a pause. My eyes darted around the room looking for anything that could help. I wondered if I could use the phone to track the person's location, but it felt pointless. I had no way of knowing if they were still up there or if they had left. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. I could hear sirens in the distance, and relief washed over me. The police were coming. I could finally breathe a little easier. The footsteps above me stopped, and I held my breath, straining to hear any movement. It was completely still. Just as I was about to move, I heard the faintest sound of shift in weight, a rustling from the direction of the roof. My heart skipped a beat. Was it the police or someone else? The sirens grew louder, and I rushed to the front window, pulling the curtain aside. I saw the flashing lights of the police car as it turned onto my street. Relief flooded through me, and I hurried to the door, unlocking it and stepping outside to meet them. The officers approached cautiously, asking if everything was okay. I told them about the footsteps, the dragging sound, and how I had called them in fear. They nodded, moving quickly toward the back of the house to investigate. My legs were weak, and I stood in place, watching the officers search the area. They climbed up to the roof with ease, checking for any signs of entry or disturbance. After a few tense minutes, one of the officers called down to me. There was nothing on the roof. No signs of anyone having been there. I felt a wave of confusion wash over me. Had I imagined it all? I asked the officer, and he told me that sometimes sounds could play tricks on people in the stillness of the night. But I knew what I had heard. I wasn't imagining it. The police stayed around for a while, but there were no more footsteps. Eventually they left, assuring me that I was safe. As I closed the door behind them, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. My eyes kept darting toward the roof, expecting to hear the footsteps again. But all I could hear now was the soft wind rustling the trees. The house was silent once more. Story 5. I had just come home from a long day of work, my body tired and in desperate need of rest. The house was quiet as I dropped my keys into the bowl by the door and made my way to the bathroom. The thought of a hot shower was the only thing on my mind, but as I reached for the bathroom light switch, something caught my eye. The light above me flickered, briefly plunging the room into darkness before flickering back on, almost as if it were struggling to stay alive. I paused, staring at it for a moment, but dismissed it as nothing more than a glitch. Stepping into the bathroom, I switched on the light and sighed in relief as the warmth from the shower started to sound more inviting. But the flickering continued, sporadically flashing every few seconds as though it couldn't decide whether to stay on or off. I frowned, looking up at the light, feeling a subtle sense of unease that I couldn't shake. It was just a faulty bulb, right? Something to fix later. But as the light flickered again, I felt a tightness in my chest and unfamiliar anxiety that I couldn't explain. I walked over to the sink and stared into the mirror, hoping the calm of my reflection would help ease my nerves. But as I stood there, staring at myself, I began to notice something strange. The reflection in the mirror was slightly delayed, like it was lagging behind me. I shook my head, thinking it was just the dim, flickering light playing tricks on my tired eyes. But no matter how still I stood, the reflection wasn't quite in sync with my movements. The light above me flickered again, more violently this time, and I winced as I looked up. It buzzed, crackling for a moment before it went completely dark. I was left standing in the darkness, my heart pounding, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck rise. My breath quickened, and I could feel the tension in the air pressing in on me. I reached out instinctively to flick the switch again, but the moment my fingers touched the light switch, the bathroom door slammed shut with a deafening thud. I froze, my pulse racing, the sound of my own breath filling the silence. There was no draft, no reason for the door to have closed so suddenly. I tried the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. My mind raced as I yanked on the handle, panic setting in as the door refused to open. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong, and I couldn't explain it. The dark silence around me only heightened my sense of dread, like something was waiting just beyond the door. As I backed away from the door, the bathroom light flickered back to life, but it was dimmer than before, casting long, eerie shadows across the walls. I could see the reflection of the shower curtain in the mirror, its fabric rustling slightly, as if it were being moved by a gentle breeze. I hadn't touched it. The fear that had been building up in my chest began to explode into full-blown panic. The flickering light above me began to pulse, its erratic flashes filling the room with a harsh, stuttering light. I backed further into the room, trying to keep my focus on the flickering light, the reflection in the mirror, the door that was still closed tight. My mind screamed for me to calm down, to think rationally, but every part of me was telling me that something was wrong, terribly wrong. I turned toward the shower curtain, as if it held the answer to all my questions. The room was too still, too quiet, and my footsteps echoed like a drumbeat in the otherwise empty house. I slowly reached out and grabbed the shower curtain, my fingers trembling as I pulled it back. What I saw made my stomach lurch. The tub was empty, but there was something in the corner of the shower. It was dark, out of the reach of the weak bathroom light, but I could just make out a shape, a figure. A chill ran down my spine and I felt my heart rate quicken. There was no way I could have missed it. It hadn't been there when I entered the bathroom. Before I could react, the light above me flickered again, this time with such intensity that I had to shield my eyes from the harsh, strobing light. In that brief moment of flashing light, I saw something in the reflection of the mirror, something that made my blood run cold. There, standing behind me, was a shadowy figure. Its outline was blurry, distorted by the flickering light, but I could see its shape clearly. It was tall, its form stretched and warped like it didn't belong in the room. The reflection was of something that wasn't real. I whipped around, my heart hammering in my chest, but the bathroom was empty. I scanned every corner, every inch of space, but there was no one there. I turned back to the mirror, and the figure was gone. I wasn't sure if what I had seen had been real, or just my mind playing tricks on me in the flickering light, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The air around me felt heavier now, as if something was closing in. I started to feel the walls closing in on me, my panic escalating with every passing second. I had to get out of the bathroom. I had to get out now. I ran to the door again, pulling desperately on the handle, my mind screaming at me to leave, to escape. But the door wouldn't open, as if it had been sealed shut by some invisible force. My breath was coming in ragged gasps now, my chest tight as I pressed my shoulder against the door and tried with all my strength to break free. Then, just as I thought I couldn't take it any longer, the door swung open on its own. I stumbled out of the bathroom and into the hallway, my heart still racing, my mind still struggling to comprehend what had just happened. I looked back toward the bathroom, half expecting to see something standing in the doorway. But it was empty, the light above flickering once more before going out completely, plunging the house into darkness. I didn't know what had just happened, and I didn't want to find out. I ran out of the house, not stopping until I was out in the street, my breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. The fear that had gripped me in that bathroom refused to let go. I stood there, shaking, wondering if I had just imagined it all, but the feeling of being watched, the shadowy figure, the strange flickering light, it all felt too real. I couldn't go back inside, not yet. Something was wrong and I had no intention of finding out what. Story 6. I walked into the bathroom after coming home from work, exhausted and ready to unwind. The lights flickered on as I stepped inside, but I froze in place when I noticed something unusual. A small silver hairpin lay on the bathroom sink. It wasn't mine. I had never seen it before. My heart skipped a beat as I stared at it, my mind racing. There was no way I had left it there. I was the only one in the house, and I had locked the door behind me when I came inside. I quickly scanned the room, checking for any signs that someone had been there. The bathroom was otherwise untouched. The towels were neatly hung, the soap still in its usual spot, and nothing else seemed out of place. But that hairpin, it didn't belong. I bent down to pick it up, my fingers brushing the cool metal. It felt strange in my hand, like it had a story to tell that I wasn't ready to hear. I turned it over, but there were no markings or distinguishing features. Nothing to suggest where it had come from or why it was there. My first thought was that maybe I had left it there at some point, but I quickly dismissed that. I never wore hairpins, and I couldn't remember the last time anyone else had been in the bathroom. The door had been locked, and I had been alone in the house for days. I felt a chill creep up my spine, but I tried to push it away. I put the hairpin down on the sink and washed my hands, convincing myself that I was just being paranoid. But the nagging feeling wouldn't go away. The hairpin seemed to be calling me, like it was trying to tell me something. The next day, I decided to put it out of my mind. I figured it was just some random thing that had ended up in my bathroom. Maybe it had fallen out of my bag or been left by a visitor long ago. But as I got ready for work, I couldn't stop thinking about it. The more I tried to ignore it, the more it lingered in my thoughts. I went back into the bathroom, hoping to see that it had somehow disappeared, but there it was, sitting right where I had left it. I stared at it, my stomach sinking. That evening after work, I came home, fully expecting the hairpin to still be there. But when I walked into the bathroom, it was gone. I checked the sink, the counter, the floor, nothing. I was sure I hadn't moved it. Had someone else come in and taken it? No one else had a key to my place, and I hadn't heard anything suspicious. I felt uneasy, my heart racing. Had I imagined seeing it there in the first place? I tried to shake it off, but as I was about to leave for a quick errand, I heard a noise behind me. It was a faint sound, almost like a soft click. My blood ran cold. I turned, expecting to see someone standing there, but the bathroom was empty. I checked the hallway and the rest of the house, but there was no one. I was alone. I couldn't make sense of it, but I knew something was wrong. My nerves were on edge, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. That night, I decided to take extra precautions. I locked every door and window, double-checked the bathroom door, and even made sure the hairpin hadn't mysteriously reappeared. When I woke up in the morning, I was relieved to see that everything was still in place. No hairpin, no strange noises. But as I stepped into the bathroom to start my day, I noticed something even worse. The air felt colder. The lights seemed dimmer, and the shadows in the corners of the room seemed deeper. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. The hairpin was back. It lay in the exact same spot on the sink, as if it had never left. My heart pounded in my chest, and my hands began to shake. I reached for it again, only to find that it was no longer cold but warm, as if it had been used recently. The strange feeling intensified, and I stumbled backward. I couldn't understand what was happening. The hairpin was impossible, a simple object that had no explanation, no reason for being in my life. I picked it up again, this time carefully inspecting it for anything new. The same smooth metal, the same unmarked surface. There was no way to know where it came from, or why it kept appearing. It was as if it had a mind of its own, and it was determined to stay with me. My breath quickened, and I felt my pulse race. I could not stand the thought of it being there any longer. I grabbed it and tossed it into the trash, trying to convince myself that I had finally gotten rid of it for good. But the relief didn't last. That night, after I had turned off the lights and crawled into bed, I heard a sound from the bathroom. A faint clicking noise like a small object being dropped onto the floor. My heart jumped into my throat, and I slowly got out of bed, making my way toward the bathroom. My footsteps were slow and deliberate, as if I was afraid of what I might find. I reached the door and hesitated, feeling a sense of dread wash over me. I opened the door and flicked on the light. My breath caught in my throat. There, on the sink, was the hairpin. It had reappeared, exactly as it had been before. It was as if it had never been thrown away. The same cold, unsettling presence filled the room, and I felt the walls closing in around me. I backed away, my mind reeling. How was this possible? Why was it happening? I reached for my phone, dialing 911 without even thinking. I needed help. I needed someone to explain this madness. The operator answered almost immediately, her voice calm but concerned. I could barely get the words out as I explained the situation, but I could tell she didn't believe me. She assured me that there was nothing wrong and suggested I seek professional help. But I wasn't sure that was going to help. This wasn't just in my head. Something was wrong. Something was here. The days blurred together as I tried to make sense of what was happening. The hairpin continued to appear, always in the same spot. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, couldn't think straight. I began to avoid the bathroom altogether, staying out of that room as much as possible. But no matter what I did, it came back. The hairpin was relentless. It was there every time I looked. I was trapped, caught in a loop with no way out. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I packed a bag and left, finding a place to stay with a friend. I didn't care how far I had to go, I just needed to escape. I left the house behind, never looking back. I could never explain what happened, and I'm not sure anyone would believe me if I tried. But I know one thing for certain: whatever had been in that bathroom with me, whatever had left the hairpin, it wasn't done with me yet. Story 7. And I noticed it early one morning as I stepped out onto my front porch. Fresh dirt had been scattered across the floor, its dark, damp texture standing out against the pale wood. It wasn't just a little bit, it was as though someone had intentionally spread it out, covering the entire area. I bent down to inspect it, wondering if it had been blown there by the wind, but the way the dirt was so carefully arranged made me feel uneasy. I checked the garden for any signs of recent activity, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. No one had been digging in the flower beds or the vegetable garden. The dirt was odd, out of place. I looked around the porch again, my eyes searching for any other signs of intrusion. Nothing. No footprints, no tire marks, no indication that someone had walked by recently. I decided to sweep it away, trying to push aside the creeping feeling of discomfort that was gnawing at me. As I went to grab the broom, I noticed something in the dirt, a faint imprint. It looked like the outline of something, or someone pressed into the soil. I leaned closer, my breath catching in my throat. The shape was too distinct to be a random mark, and it made me feel as though I was not alone. The strange sensation of being watched washed over me once again, and I stood up quickly, the broom falling from my hands. I hesitated, then picked up the broom and started sweeping the dirt off the porch. But the more I swept, the more I noticed things were out of place. There were small, delicate markings scattered across the dirt, like something had scratched at it. I felt my stomach churn as I realized the markings were too precise to be natural. It was as though someone had drawn something, deliberately and with great care, but I couldn't make out the pattern. I went inside to grab my phone, intent on taking a picture. When I returned, the dirt was still there, but something had changed. The markings had shifted. I blinked, unsure if I had seen them move, but it was unmistakable. The scratches had rearranged themselves into a new formation, a pattern I couldn't quite comprehend. I froze, the cold air prickling my skin. My breath came out in sharp bursts, and I suddenly felt a strong urge to leave, to get as far away from that porch as possible. But instead of running, I stayed. I had to know what was going on. I stepped closer to the dirt again, trying to get a clearer look. That's when I saw it. Something in the dirt moved. It wasn't just a gust of wind. No, the dirt shifted on its own, and I could hear something faint, like a scrape or a rustling sound. My heart raced as I backed away slowly. I turned around to go inside, but something caught my eye, a figure standing just beyond the porch, partially hidden by the shadows. It was tall and thin, barely visible against the darkened trees in the distance. I could make out no details, just the outline of something that didn't belong. My hands trembled as I reached for the door, but before I could open it, I heard a voice. It was soft, almost a whisper, but clear enough to send a chill down my spine. "Don't go inside." The voice was familiar, but I couldn't place it. It sounded like someone I knew, someone from my past. My mind raced as I tried to recall who it could be, but nothing came to me. I stood frozen, unable to move. The figure did not step forward, but I could feel its presence, standing still as if waiting for me to make the next move. Then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the figure disappeared. I blinked, my heart still pounding, and in that moment, I heard a sharp, dry sound. The dirt on the porch, which had once been scattered and disorganized, was now neatly compacted into a single pile. But it was different. It wasn't just dirt anymore. There were small, faint objects mixed in bits of something that looked like bones. I stepped back, a wave of nausea crashing over me. I didn't want to touch it, didn't want to be near it, but I had to know what was happening. I turned to grab a shovel, but as my hand reached for the handle, I heard a scraping sound from the porch again. I whipped around to see the dirt shifting once more, and from beneath it, something began to rise. It was slow at first, like the ground itself was reluctant to give up its secret. But as it emerged, I could see what it was: something large, something heavy, and I had a horrible, gut-wrenching feeling that I didn't want to see it fully exposed. The dirt continued to move, and as it piled up around the object, I realized it was too late. Whatever it was no longer hidden. I felt the sudden urge to scream, but no sound came. I backed away, but my legs refused to move, as if the ground beneath me had a grip on my very soul. The object rose higher, and then, in the dim light of the early morning, I saw it a hand. Long, skeletal fingers emerging from the dirt, their shape contorted in ways that were unnatural. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. My mind raced as I fought to break free from the fear that had paralyzed me. I forced my legs to move, my feet stumbling as I made my way to the door. I fumbled for the handle, my breath coming in ragged gasps. My heart pounded in my chest as I heard the scraping noise again, louder now, closer. I slammed the door shut behind me, locking it with trembling hands. I stood there in the darkness of the hallway, my mind spinning, my pulse still racing. I could hear the sound of scraping coming from outside, closer now, as if whatever was buried on that porch was trying to break free. The whisper returned, just a soft murmur this time, but chilling enough to make my blood run cold. "Let me in." I sank to the floor, my back pressed against the door. I didn't know who or what was outside, but I knew one thing for sure. The dirt on my porch was no longer just dirt. It was a warning, and I had no idea how to escape what was coming next. Story 8. Yeah. The moment I entered the kitchen, I noticed something odd. My kitchen chair was turned away from the table, angled as if someone had just stood up and walked off in a hurry. It was the only chair like that, the others neatly tucked in their usual places. I stood there for a moment, trying to reason it out. Maybe I had left it that way, I thought. Or perhaps one of the kids had moved it without realizing. But something about it felt off, like a small detail that didn't quite belong. I shook my head and straightened the chair, pushing it back into place as if nothing had happened. But even after sitting down, the feeling of unease lingered in the room. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. The kitchen had always been a place of comfort for me, the heart of the house. But now, with the chair facing the wrong way, the room felt different, almost foreign. The next few days were uneventful, but I couldn't stop noticing how that chair seemed to stand out in my mind. Each time I walked into the kitchen, I found myself glancing at it, expecting it to be in the same spot as before. It was always where it belonged, tucked neatly under the table. Yet the unease never quite left me, lingering in the back of my mind. Then, one evening, I was cooking dinner when I heard the distinct sound of the chair scraping across the floor. I froze, my hand still on the stove. The sound was unmistakable, the legs of the chair dragging along the tile. Slowly, I turned my head toward the kitchen table. There it was again, the chair was facing away from the table, just like before. My heart skipped a beat. There was no one else in the house. The kids were in their rooms, and my partner was working late. I slowly walked toward the chair, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. As I reached for it, I felt a chill in the air, a coldness that seemed to seep into the room. The chair didn't feel right. It was as if it had been waiting for me to approach. I quickly turned it around and sat back down at the table, trying to calm my racing heart. Maybe I was imagining things. Perhaps it was just my mind playing tricks on me, stress from work or the kids acting up. But deep down, I knew it wasn't just my imagination. There was something wrong, something I couldn't explain. The next few nights were the same. The chair would be turned away from the table each time I entered the kitchen, even though I was sure I hadn't left it that way. I began to feel like I was losing my grip on reality, wondering if I was doing it without remembering. But no matter how many times I checked, the chair was always facing the wrong direction. It wasn't until one evening, when I was cleaning up after dinner, that I saw something I couldn't ignore. The chair was facing away from the table again, but this time, there was a faint impression on the seat, as if someone had been sitting there. The fabric was slightly disturbed, the cushion slightly indented, as though a weight had been placed on it recently. I gasped, my blood running cold. No one had been in the kitchen except me. I couldn't explain what I was seeing. I backed away from the table, feeling a wave of dread wash over me. The room, once familiar and comforting, now felt suffocating, as if the walls were closing in around me. I tried to convince myself that there was a logical explanation. Perhaps the kids had been in the kitchen, and I hadn't noticed. Maybe they had been playing and moved the chair without realizing it. But no matter how hard I tried to rationalize it, something about the situation didn't add up. The chair felt wrong, like something was happening just beyond my understanding. That night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. It was as if someone, or something, was watching me. I heard creaks and faint noises coming from the kitchen, sounds that shouldn't have been there. I tried to ignore them, but the feeling of being watched only intensified. The house felt oppressive, like a heavy weight pressing down on me from all sides. The next day, I decided to take a different approach. I told myself that I would leave the chair turned away from the table for the day, just to see if anything happened. I didn't want to be irrational about it, but I also didn't want to ignore the oddities anymore. As I left the kitchen, I took one last look at the chair, now facing away from the table. I left the room, but the feeling of unease followed me. When I returned hours later, the kitchen was quiet, but the chair had not moved. It was still facing away from the table, just as I had left it. I felt a moment of relief, thinking perhaps I had been too jumpy. But then I saw the cushion on the chair was indented, like someone had been sitting there. The impression was unmistakable. Someone had sat there while I was gone. Panic surged through me. Who could have been in the kitchen without me knowing? I hadn't heard a single sound, not a creak of the floorboards, not a rustle in the air. I was alone in the house. The fear began to grow, crawling up my spine like fingers reaching for me. I couldn't explain what was happening, but I knew it wasn't just my imagination. The next few days, I became obsessed with the chair. I found myself checking it constantly, wondering if it would be turned away from the table again. Each time I saw it facing the right direction, I felt a slight relief, but the unease never fully left me. I began to sleep with the bedroom door closed, knowing that if I left it open, I would hear the creak of the chair at any moment. It wasn't until a week later that I finally gathered the courage to confront the situation. I was determined to get to the bottom of what was happening, to uncover whatever was causing this strange phenomenon. That night, after everyone had gone to bed, I waited in the kitchen, hiding in the shadows, watching the chair. I was silent, still, my heart pounding in my chest. Time passed, the house silent except for the occasional creak of the floorboards. The chair remained in place, facing the table. I thought perhaps I was overreacting, that my mind was simply playing tricks on me. But then, at exactly 2 a.m., I heard it. The faintest scrape of the chair legs on the floor. I barely had time to react before the chair slowly began to turn. It was as if something was forcing it, something unseen, but I could feel the movement in my bones. The chair rotated until it was facing away from the table again. My blood ran cold. There was no one in the kitchen, no one but me, and yet the chair had moved on its own. I ran out of the room, my heart racing, and slammed the door behind me. I sat in the living room, shaking, trying to process what had just happened. I couldn't explain it, couldn't rationalize it. The house felt suffocating, as if the very air around me was thick with something dark, something malevolent. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. The next day, I made arrangements to stay with a friend, leaving the house behind. I couldn't take it anymore. Something was happening in that kitchen, and I didn't want to find out what it was. As I walked out the door, I turned one last time to look at the kitchen. The chair, still facing away from the table, sat in the dim light, as if it were waiting for me to return. And I knew deep down that I would never go back. I couldn't. The house wasn't mine anymore. It belonged to whatever had been moving that chair, whatever had been watching me. And I was done. Story 9. I was sorting through some old books on my bookshelf when my eyes fell on something unusual. A small, rusted key was sitting there, almost hidden behind a row of novels I hadn't touched in years. It wasn't part of any set of keys I owned, nor could I remember ever seeing it before. I picked it up, feeling its cold metal against my fingers, and wondered where it had come from. The key was plain, with no markings or distinguishing features, but it felt heavier than it should have, almost as though it carried some kind of secret within it. I turned the key over in my hand, inspecting every inch of it. There was nothing remarkable about its appearance, yet a strange unease began to settle in my stomach. I couldn't remember putting it there, and there was no logical explanation for its presence. I ran my fingers along the sharp edges of the teeth, trying to imagine what it might open, but nothing came to mind. The more I thought about it, the more I felt as if the key itself were somehow waiting for something. But what? The idea seemed absurd. It was just a key, after all. It couldn't possibly be anything sinister. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that I needed to know what it unlocked. I looked around my apartment, considering possible doors, cabinets, or boxes that might be the right fit, but nothing seemed to match. The key didn't look like it belonged to anything I owned, nor was there anything in my life that required a key I hadn't already opened. I decided to set it aside for the moment, telling myself it was nothing more than an odd coincidence. But that night, as I lay in bed trying to fall asleep, I couldn't stop thinking about the key. It had sat there on the shelf for what felt like days, yet I hadn't noticed it until now. I could still feel its weight in my hand, the strange pull it seemed to have on me. I tried to push the thought from my mind, telling myself it was nothing. I was just tired, overthinking things. But sleep didn't come easily. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the key shiny cold waiting. The next morning, I found myself back at the bookshelf, staring at the key. It was still there, sitting in the same spot, as if it had always been part of the scene. I couldn't ignore it any longer. My curiosity was too strong, and I had to know what it opened. I decided to retrace my steps and look through every drawer and cabinet in my apartment, hoping to find some hidden lock that matched the key. But nothing. Every door and box was either already unlocked or didn't fit the key at all. As I continued searching, a small, almost imperceptible sound reached my ears, something faint, like the rustling of paper or a soft creak of wood. My heart skipped a beat as I turned toward the source of the sound, but the apartment was silent. I checked the windows and the doors, making sure everything was secure, but nothing seemed out of place. The noise had been so subtle that I questioned whether I had imagined it. Still, a lingering unease settled over me. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I heard it again. This time it was more distinct, like a faint tapping, almost as if something was trying to get my attention. The key, still sitting innocuously on the shelf, seemed to beckon me. I walked over to it, and for the first time I felt a sense of urgency, like I needed to figure this out before it was too late. I picked up the key, feeling the familiar coldness, but this time it felt even heavier than before. My pulse quickened as I looked around for any clues as to what it might open. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed something strange. The bookshelf, which had always been firmly anchored to the wall, seemed slightly askew. There was a small gap at the back, barely noticeable, as though something had been hidden behind it. My breath caught in my throat as I gently pushed the bookshelf to the side, revealing a small, wooden door built into the wall. It was old, the wood scratched and worn, and there was a rusted keyhole waiting for the key. My hand trembled as I approached it, the reality of what I was seeing sinking in. I stared at the door for a long moment, my mind racing with possibilities. How had I never noticed this before? How could something so significant have been hidden in plain sight all this time? My hand hovered over the keyhole, the small key pressing against my palm. It was as though the key and the door were meant for each other, and in that instant, I knew I had to unlock it. I slid the key into the lock, my fingers trembling as I turned it. There was a faint click, and the door creaked open, revealing a narrow passageway leading deeper into the wall. The air that rushed out from within was stale and thick, as though the passage had been sealed off for years. I hesitated for a moment, but my curiosity won out. I stepped forward, the darkness of the passage enveloping me as I moved inside. The hallway was tight, barely wide enough for me to squeeze through, but I pressed on. The walls were made of old, cracked stone, and the further I walked, the colder it became. My footsteps echoed in the silence, and every now and then, I thought I heard a faint whisper, just on the edge of hearing. The deeper I went, the more disoriented I became. I couldn't see the end of the hallway, but something was pulling me forward, urging me to keep going. Eventually, the passage opened up into a small room, no larger than a closet. There was nothing in the room but dust and cobwebs, except for a small wooden box sitting in the center of the floor. It was old, just like the door, and it looked like it had been waiting for someone to find it. I approached the box, my heart pounding in my chest, and as I reached down to open it, I realized my hands were shaking uncontrollably. Inside the box was a piece of paper, yellowed with age, and as I unfolded it, I felt a chill run down my spine. The words written on the paper were cryptic, strange symbols that made no sense. At the bottom of the page was a name I didn't recognize, and beneath it, a single line: "Return what was taken, or it will never be enough." I couldn't understand what it meant, but I felt an overwhelming sense of dread settle over me. I suddenly felt as though I was no longer alone in the room. A cold breeze swept through the space, and I looked around, my heart racing. The walls seemed to close in around me, and I realized that whatever was behind this door, whatever secret had been kept hidden for so long, was now awake. With trembling hands, I placed the paper back in the box and turned to leave, but as I stepped toward the door, I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind me. My breath caught at my throat, and I spun around, but there was no one there. I ran back to the passageway, my heart pounding in my chest, and I didn't stop until I had exited through the bookshelf and locked the door behind me. For the first time in days, I felt like I could breathe again. But as I stood there, catching my breath, I realized something chilling when I looked back at the bookshelf. The key was gone. The key that had started it all. The key that had led me to that room was no longer where I had left it. I felt a cold sweat break out on my skin as I realized that the key, the keyhole, and the passageway were not just a coincidence. They were all part of something much bigger than I had ever imagined. And whatever it wasn't done with me yet. Story 10. I walked into my apartment, tired after a long day of work, and kicked my shoes off by the door. It had been a strange day, full of odd occurrences, but I chalked it up to stress. My shoes, which I had left by the door that morning, were now wet. But the thing was, I hadn't worn them outside. I hadn't even moved them. They had been sitting untouched in the corner of the entryway when I left for work, dry as a bone. How could they be wet now? I crouched down and touched the soles, and the moisture was cold, as though the shoes had been soaked in water for hours. My heart rate began to rise, not from fear but from confusion. There was no water near the door. There had been no rain today, and I was certain I hadn't spilled anything. I checked the floor around the shoes for any signs of water, but everything else was dry. The moisture on the shoes didn't seem to be coming from the floor at all. It was as though they had been left outside in the rain and somehow brought back inside, but I couldn't make sense of it. It was impossible. I tried to dismiss the feeling of unease growing inside me. It wasn't anything to worry about, I thought. Maybe I was just tired. Still, I couldn't shake the thought that something wasn't right. I put the shoes aside and went to the kitchen to get a drink of water, trying to clear my mind. But as I reached for the glass, I heard it. The unmistakable sound of footsteps in the hallway outside my apartment. The faintest thud, like someone was walking down the hall. My heart skipped a beat, and I froze. No one had knocked on my door. No one was supposed to be here. I stood there, listening, every muscle in my body tense. The footsteps continued, slow and deliberate, almost as if they were just outside my door. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The noise was getting closer, too close. I wanted to open the door and confront whoever was there, but something told me not to. Something deep inside told me I should stay silent, stay hidden. I waited for what felt like hours, but the footsteps never reached my door. They just stopped, leaving the hallway eerily quiet. I slowly exhaled, relieved, but still unsure of what had just happened. Who was walking out there? I couldn't explain it. There were no other apartments nearby, and I knew I was the only one home. The fear was slowly creeping back in, but I tried to shake it off. It was just my imagination running wild. But then I heard it again, this time from the kitchen. The unmistakable sound of something wet hitting the floor. I turned around, heart racing, and my eyes went straight to the shoes. The wetness was spreading across the floor beneath them, as if the shoes were leaking. But I hadn't moved them. I hadn't touched them since I first saw them wet. And yet there they were, leaving a dark puddle on the floor. I rushed over and knelt down, my hand trembling as I touched the shoes once more. They were still damp, but now the wetness seemed to be growing. The puddle under them was expanding. My mind raced, trying to come up with an explanation. Maybe there was a leak from the ceiling. But that wouldn't explain how my shoes had gotten wet in the first place. Suddenly, the temperature in the room seemed to drop. It wasn't just cold, it was freezing. A chill ran through my body, and I could see my breath in the air. The floor, once warm, felt ice cold beneath my feet. The wetness around my shoes was spreading faster now, reaching the walls and beginning to seep toward the door. I couldn't think. My body was paralyzed with fear. Something wasn't right. Something was wrong with the shoes, with the wetness, with everything. I backed away from the shoes slowly, trying to make sense of what was happening, but the room seemed to close in around me. The air grew thick, like it was pressing down on me. Then the unmistakable sound of footsteps echoed once again, this time from inside the apartment. I turned to look, but there was no one there. No one visible, at least. Yet the footsteps continued moving closer, growing louder. It sounded like someone was walking right behind me. I didn't know what to do. Panic set in. I ran to the door, my hand shaking as I reached for the handle, but it wouldn't open. The door was locked, and the lock wouldn't budge. My mind raced, but I couldn't think of a way out. I was trapped in this room, with the footsteps getting closer and the wetness spreading, inch by inch. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest as I looked back at the shoes. They were no longer just wet. The puddle had turned black, an inky, dark substance that was beginning to curl around the shoes like it had a life of its own. I turned and ran toward the window, desperate for an escape. I pulled at the window frame, but it too wouldn't open. The room seemed to be closing in on me. The walls felt like they were pressing in, suffocating me. I could hear the footsteps now, right behind me, their pace quickening as if whatever it was had caught up to me. My breath was coming in short gasps, and I could barely think straight anymore. Then, just as quickly as it had all started, the room went silent. The footsteps stopped. The wetness on the floor froze. The chill in the air vanished. I stood there, frozen in fear, waiting for anything, to happen. But nothing did. It was as though time had stopped, and I was left standing alone in the middle of the room, trying to make sense of what had just occurred. The shoes were still there, dry now, sitting innocently in the corner. The wetness had disappeared. The room was warm again, and the window finally opened when I tried it. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had just happened, something I couldn't explain. The footsteps, the wet shoes, the chill, it all felt so real, but now everything seemed as if it had never happened. I didn't know what to believe anymore. As I walked toward the door, ready to leave and forget about everything that had just occurred, I glanced back at the shoes one last time, but something caught my eye. The shoes, dry and undisturbed, were facing the door, perfectly aligned as though they had been waiting for me to leave. And then I saw it. Just beneath the sole of one shoe, a faint footprint appeared. Wet. Story 11. Waste. I woke up to the sound of humming, a soft, almost melodic tune that seemed to echo down the hallway. At first I thought I was still dreaming, caught between sleep and wakefulness. But as the minutes ticked by, the humming continued, steady and unnerving. I glanced at the clock. It was 3 a.m. My heart began to race. The house was silent except for that faint, continuous humming. I wasn't sure if I should get up or stay in bed, frozen with fear. The sound didn't stop. I turned toward the door, straining my ears to catch more details. It wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for me to recognize it wasn't just the wind or a random noise. It was like a person humming, but it was too late for anyone to be awake. I listened carefully, trying to determine where the sound was coming from. It was coming from the hallway. I took a deep breath and slowly got out of bed, trying not to make any noise. My feet met the cold floor, sending a jolt of discomfort through me. The humming was still there, persistent, yet it sounded different now, closer somehow. My pulse quickened as I approached the door. I was terrified of what I might find. The idea of someone being in my house, moving around in the middle of the night, sent a chill through my body. I opened the door just a crack and peered into the dark hallway. The house was quiet, almost too quiet. The faint humming still drifted toward me, coming from the far end of the hall, where the stairs led to the basement. I couldn't make out any shape, no figure moving in the darkness. It was as if the sound was coming from the walls themselves, or perhaps from below. I didn't want to go downstairs. My gut told me something wasn't right, that I should lock myself in my room and wait for the morning. But the humming was so strange, so deliberate that I couldn't ignore it. I grabbed a flashlight from the drawer by my bed, trying to steady my trembling hand. Slowly, I stepped out into the hallway. The beam of light from the flashlight flickered slightly, casting long shadows on the walls. As I moved down the hall, the humming grew louder, more distinct. It wasn't just random notes, it was a familiar tune, one I had heard before but couldn't place. My thoughts raced as I tried to figure out what it was. I reached the top of the stairs, the humming now so close that it felt as though someone was right beneath me. I hesitated for a moment, then took a step forward, my feet making a slight creaking sound on the old wooden floor. I shone the flashlight down into the basement, the light cutting through the darkness. The humming was almost constant now, like someone was sitting down there, singing to themselves. But the basement door was shut, and there was no light coming from below. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't explain it. No one had been down there, the house was empty, and I was alone. I reached for the doorknob, my hand cold with fear, and turned it slowly. The door creaked open with a groan, the humming suddenly louder, as if it had been waiting for me to open the door. I stepped down into the basement, the flashlight beam dancing across the walls. But there was nothing. No one. The room was exactly how I had left it, dusty, silent, except for that haunting sound. It didn't make sense. There was no one in the basement, but the humming persisted. I scanned the room again, the flashlight sweeping across the corners and shelves. Then, something caught my eye. At the far side of the room, near an old wooden chair, was a small, forgotten radio. It had been turned on, but I didn't remember leaving it there, and the dial was turned to a station that wasn't even listed on the frequency chart. I walked toward it, my heart pounding in my chest. As I got closer, the humming seemed to change. It became more pronounced, more rhythmic, almost like a song that someone was singing in a low voice. I reached for the radio, my hand shaking as I turned the dial. The humming stopped, and the room was instantly silent. I stared at the radio for a long time, my mind racing. How had it turned on by itself? Who had been in the house? I didn't know, but I knew one thing for sure. The humming wasn't something natural. It wasn't just an odd occurrence, it felt intentional, like someone was trying to get my attention, trying to lure me into the basement. I grabbed the radio, unplugging it and turning off the basement light. I didn't want to be there any longer. The idea of being in the house with that sound still lingering in my mind felt suffocating. I rushed back up the stairs, closing the basement door behind me. The house felt eerily quiet now, too quiet, as if it were holding its breath, waiting for something else to happen. When I returned to my room, I locked the door behind me and pushed the chair under the handle, just in case. The night passed in a blur of sleep deprivation and paranoia. The next morning I woke up exhausted, but the humming had stopped. There was no sign of anything unusual, no strange sounds, no feeling of being watched. But when I checked the basement door, I found something that made my blood run cold. The lock had been undone. Story 12. I had just returned home after a long day of running errands and work. As I stepped into the garage, I immediately noticed a faint smell lingering in the air. It was subtle at first, but unmistakable smoke. It wasn't the kind of thick, burning scent that would make your throat burn or your eyes sting, but it was still there. It hung in the air like a bad memory, just enough to make me uncomfortable, unsure of what to do next. I paused for a moment, trying to figure out where it was coming from. The garage was a bit cluttered, as I had been storing some old boxes and unused furniture. The smoke didn't seem like it had just appeared, but something about it felt off, like it had been there for a while, quietly festering. I walked around the space, checking for anything unusual, anything that might explain the smell, but there was nothing. No signs of a fire, no burnt remnants, nothing that could have caused it. As I moved further in, the smell grew a bit stronger. It was as if the air was thickening, the smoke becoming a more prominent presence. My anxiety started to build, as I realized that I didn't know what could have caused it. My garage wasn't connected to anything that could have been a fire hazard. I didn't use any flammable substances, and there were no nearby neighbors who might have been burning something. I had never noticed this smell before, and now it was making me feel on edge. I opened the garage door, hoping that fresh air would clear out whatever was causing the scent. As the cool breeze rushed in, I took a deep breath, hoping the smell would dissipate, but it didn't. The smoke was still there, clinging to the corners of the garage, lurking in the shadows. My heart started to race as I realized that I couldn't ignore it any longer. Something was wrong. It was as if the smoke wasn't just a scent, it felt like a warning. I checked the electrical outlets and appliances, making sure there were no issues that could be the source of the smell, but everything appeared normal. I was starting to second-guess myself, wondering if I was just overreacting. I knew I had to do something, but I didn't know what. The feeling that something was off persisted, and I couldn't shake the idea that there was something I was missing. As the day turned to night, I decided to stay inside, leaving the garage door open in hopes of letting the air circulate. But even with the door open, the smell didn't go away. I couldn't ignore it any longer. I had to investigate further, even if it meant putting myself in a situation I wasn't sure I wanted to face. Around midnight, unable to sleep, I made my way back to the garage. The silence of the night felt suffocating, as though the world outside was holding its breath. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I approached the door. I could still smell the smoke, though it seemed to be fading slightly. As I stepped inside, I noticed something strange. There were faint scorch marks along the wall. They were small, barely visible, but they were there. My stomach sank as I realized that something had happened here. Something I couldn't explain. The marks seemed fresh, almost as if they had been made recently. I traced the edges with my finger, feeling the warmth still lingering in the wall. A terrible thought crossed my mind. Was there a fire here? Had I somehow missed it? No, it didn't make sense. There was no fire, no smoke billowing out, no damage to the surrounding areas. The marks were subtle but undeniable, like the aftermath of something I wasn't privy to. I ran my hand along the marks, and as I did, I noticed something even stranger. The scent of smoke grew stronger in my nostrils, like a rising tide. The room seemed to close in around me as I realized the marks were spreading. Slowly at first, but then they began to move, crawling along the wall in a way that seemed almost unnatural. I froze, my breath caught in my throat as I stared in disbelief. The marks were no longer just stains on the wall. They had taken on a life of their own. They shifted and expanded, making their way up the garage's wooden beams. I stepped back, heart pounding, unsure of what I was witnessing. The smoke intensified, making my head spin as I tried to make sense of what was happening. I turned around to leave, to escape the growing unease, but the air seemed to have changed. The door, the one I had left wide open just hours earlier, was now shut tight. I tugged at the handle, but it wouldn't budge. The lock had been engaged from the inside, trapping me in. Panic surged through me as I realized I wasn't alone. I wasn't sure who or what was with me, but I could feel its presence closing in. I pounded on the door, desperate to escape, but the walls seemed to grow closer, as if the very structure of the garage was alive, closing in on me. My breath was shallow and my mind raced. Was this a hallucination? Was I losing my grip on reality? The smoke continued to swirl around me, becoming thicker and more suffocating by the second. Just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, the door suddenly flung open. I stumbled out into the night air, gasping for breath. I stood there, trembling, trying to calm myself, but the smell of smoke was still with me. It lingered in my clothes, in my hair, in my very skin. The garage was behind me, dark and silent once more, as though nothing had ever happened. I looked back at the house, unsure of what to do next. My mind was a blur of confusion and fear, unable to make sense of the events that had just unfolded. I wanted to call someone, but I wasn't sure who could help me. Was it a fire, a trick of the mind, or something far more sinister? I took a few steps away from the garage, my pulse still racing. The air outside was crisp, but it did nothing to calm the unease that had settled deep inside me. I needed to get away from the house, to clear my head, but no matter where I went, I couldn't escape the feeling that something had followed me. The smoke, the marks on the walls, the door locking on its own, it all pointed to something that I couldn't explain. And the worst part was that I had no idea what to do about it. As I stood there, trying to regain my composure, I heard a sound. It was faint at first, but unmistakable. A low creak, like the shifting of wood. I turned toward the garage, my heart in my throat. There, in the shadows, the smoke was rising again, curling from the cracks in the door, as if it was beckoning me back. Story 13. It had been a long day, and I was ready to relax. I dropped my bags by the door and walked into my bedroom, eager to lie down and unwind. The room was quiet, the only noise being the soft hum of the air conditioning. I tossed my jacket onto the chair and headed straight for my bed. But as I reached the edge, something caught my eye. A folded receipt sat on my bed, perfectly placed in the middle of the blanket. At first, I thought it was just a mistake, maybe something I had dropped earlier. But then I realized that I hadn't been near my bed all day. I was certain that the receipt wasn't mine, and I couldn't for the life of me figure out how it had gotten there. The room had been empty when I left this morning. No one else had a key to my apartment, and I was the only one who lived here. I picked it up cautiously, unfolding the paper with trembling hands. The receipt was for a small store downtown, a place I didn't recognize. The date and time on the receipt were from just a few hours ago, right after I had left for work. My mind started to race. How could this receipt have ended up on my bed if I wasn't there to receive it? Who had been in my apartment? I scanned the receipt again. It wasn't for anything strange, just some groceries, a few items like bread, eggs, and milk. Nothing out of the ordinary. But the more I thought about it, the more I felt a chill creeping up my spine. It didn't make sense. There was no way I had gone to this store, and I didn't remember buying any of these items. The handwriting on the receipt was familiar, but I couldn't place it. It wasn't mine, but it was unmistakably close. I dropped the receipt onto the bed and stood there for a moment, frozen in place. My mind was trying to rationalize what had just happened. Maybe I had forgotten about someone coming by, but that didn't feel right. I wasn't expecting anyone, and I was sure no one else had entered my apartment. I checked the door again, ensuring it was locked. It was. My thoughts were a jumble of confusion and fear. I walked around the apartment, checking each room for anything out of place, but everything seemed normal. I returned to my bed, sitting down to collect my thoughts. I was beginning to feel a deep sense of unease, as though someone was watching me. But who could it be? And why would they leave a receipt on my bed? The questions kept swirling in my mind, but I had no answers. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been in my apartment. The receipt didn't make sense, and the timing was too perfect. I wondered if I had missed something earlier, something that would explain how the receipt had gotten there. I picked it up again and studied it closely, hoping that something would jump out at me. The more I looked at it, the more unsettling it became. I decided to take action. I grabbed my phone and called the only person I could think of, a friend who had keys to my apartment in case of an emergency. I explained everything: the receipt, the strange feeling, the uncertainty, and asked if they had been by. They hadn't. I felt a wave of relief, but it quickly turned to dread. No one had been in my apartment, yet the receipt was on my bed. I knew I had to check again. I moved toward my desk, scanning the room for anything else that seemed out of place. As I walked past my closet, I stopped. The door was slightly ajar. I was sure I had closed it this morning when I left. My stomach twisted, and I slowly pushed the door open. Nothing appeared out of the ordinary at first, but as I looked closer, I noticed something. There was a faint scent of perfume in the air, a fragrance I didn't recognize. My heart raced. I backed away from the closet, feeling like the walls were closing in. I didn't know what was happening, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. The receipt wasn't just a random piece of paper anymore. It was a message, a sign that someone had been in my space, and I had no idea how or why. I returned to the bed, trying to calm myself. I knew that whatever was going on, I had to stay calm. Panicking wouldn't help. I placed the receipt back down on the bed, staring at it once more. The store name, the date, the items, everything seemed harmless at first glance. But there was an undercurrent of something sinister beneath the surface. Something that made my skin crawl. I couldn't explain how or why, but I knew that whoever had left the receipt had been inside my apartment, and they were still out there somewhere. I wasn't alone, and the feeling of being watched only grew stronger. I stood up and walked toward the window, pulling back the curtain slightly to peer outside. The street was quiet, the lights casting shadows across the sidewalk, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I spent the rest of the evening on edge, constantly checking over my shoulder, feeling as though someone was lurking just out of sight. I tried to focus on anything else, but my thoughts kept drifting back to the receipt. I didn't know what to do next, but I knew I couldn't just let it go. Something was wrong, and I needed to figure out what. As the night went on, I kept hearing small sounds, creaks in the floor, the soft rustling of fabric. Each time I turned around, there was nothing there. The silence was suffocating. I checked my phone again, feeling the urge to call someone, but I hesitated. What would I say? How could I explain this? It sounded absurd, but I couldn't shake the fear that had settled deep within me. Eventually, I couldn't stay in the apartment any longer. I needed a break from the growing sense of paranoia. I grabbed my jacket and keys and decided to take a walk outside. The cool night air helped clear my head a little, and I tried to focus on something else. But as I walked down the street, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, startled by the sudden interruption. It was a message from an unknown number. I hesitated for a moment before opening it. My hands trembled as I read the text. "I know you found the receipt. You're not alone." My breath caught in my throat, and I looked around in a panic. The streets were empty, but I could feel a heavy presence lingering in the air. My heart raced as the realization hit me. Whoever had left the receipt wasn't finished yet. They were still watching, still close, and I had no idea what they wanted from me. I immediately turned around and headed back to my apartment, my mind racing with every step. I wasn't sure what I was walking into, but I knew I had to face whatever was happening. As I reached my front door, I hesitated, taking a deep breath before turning the handle. The apartment was still as quiet as it had been before, but the feeling of being watched was undeniable. I slowly stepped inside, locking the door behind me. I needed to figure out who was behind this, but for now, all I could do was wait. I had no idea how long this would go on or what would happen next, but I knew one thing for sure: whoever was leaving these signs wasn't done yet. Story 14. It was early morning when I first noticed it, the garden hose. It wasn't the usual way I left it after watering the plants the previous evening. Normally, I'd make sure to coil it neatly and leave it in the corner of the yard, out of sight. But today it was stretched out across the grass, trailing across the yard in an unnatural way. I didn't remember leaving it like that. In fact, I couldn't recall even using it that morning. I stood in the doorway, staring at the hose. My mind tried to make sense of it. Maybe the wind had moved it, but there hadn't been any strong winds recently. It wasn't just lying there either. It was fully stretched out, the nozzle pointing directly toward the back gate of the yard. I hesitated for a moment before stepping outside to get a closer look. The ground was still wet from the morning dew, and the hose seemed too heavy to have been blown around by the wind alone. I walked toward the hose, my footsteps careful and deliberate. As I got closer, the air around me seemed to thicken, as if something was off, but I couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. I bent down to pick up the hose, expecting it to be just like any other time I had put it away. But when I touched it, the surface was cold, far colder than I had expected for such an early hour. It felt almost unnaturally cold, like it had been sitting in the shade for hours, despite it being a bright and sunny morning. I pulled it gently, trying to move it back toward its usual place, but it didn't budge. It felt as if something was holding it in place, something that I couldn't see but could definitely feel. The tension in the hose made my heart race. Why would it be so stiff? Was there something caught in it? Something preventing me from moving it? After several more attempts, the hose finally gave way with a faint, unsettling sound, almost like a soft sigh. I stood up, wiping the dampness from my hands. But when I looked at the hose again, my stomach tightened. It wasn't just stretched out anymore. It was slowly creeping, inch by inch, toward the gate. The movement was so subtle, so slow, that it took me a moment to process it. My breath caught in my throat as I stood frozen, watching the hose shift, as if it had a mind of its own. The garden was silent, the usual sounds of morning birds and rustling leaves absent. I took a few cautious steps back, my mind racing. This couldn't be happening. The hose was moving. There was no breeze, no reason for it to shift like that. I glanced around, hoping for some logical explanation, but there was nothing, no sign of animals, no hint of wind. Just the strange, unnatural movement of the hose. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, the hose continuing its slow, deliberate crawl. My heart pounded in my chest, and I was paralyzed by fear. I could see it now. The way the hose seemed to inch its way closer to the gate, as though something on the other side was pulling it. It was impossible. It didn't make any sense, but I couldn't deny what I was seeing. Finally, after what seemed like hours, I snapped out of my stupor. My hands were shaking as I reached for my phone, calling the only person I could think to reach out to in a moment like this. The phone rang several times before anyone answered. I nearly shouted my question when the voice on the other end picked up, demanding to know if they had seen anything strange at their place or had any ideas about what was happening. But when they didn't respond right away, I realized how ridiculous I must have sounded. I had no explanation, and they didn't either. They simply told me to stay inside and not go near the hose. I wasn't sure how that advice was going to help, but I didn't argue. I was too scared to even move. I backed away slowly from the hose, my eyes never leaving it as I stepped back inside my house. The door clicked shut behind me, and I leaned against it, panting as if I had just run a marathon. I tried to convince myself that there must be some logical explanation, that I was just imagining things, but deep down, I knew I wasn't. The hose was moving. I didn't know what to do next. Should I call the police? Was someone outside trying to mess with me? Would they even take me seriously? I looked out the window toward the gate, but there was no sign of anything unusual. The garden was still, the hose no longer in sight. Hours passed before I finally mustered the courage to go outside again. I opened the door cautiously, stepping onto the porch and glancing toward the yard. To my relief, the hose was no longer moving. In fact, it was back in its usual place, coiled neatly by the corner of the fence, as it had been before. But the strange feeling still lingered. I couldn't shake the sense that something wasn't right. I went over to the hose, checking it for any signs of damage or wear, but it looked perfectly fine. No rips, no cuts, no signs of anything strange. I even inspected the area around the gate, but there was nothing to explain what had happened. The ground was dry, the air still, and yet the entire event felt as if it were a bad dream, something that couldn't be real but still felt undeniably terrifying. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Every time I passed the back door, I couldn't help but glance out toward the garden. The hose was where it should be, but I couldn't stop thinking about how it had moved on its own. My mind raced with possibilities, but none of them made any sense. What had really happened? Was I losing my mind? I tried to sleep, but the silence of the house felt suffocating, as if the walls were closing in on me. The sound of my own breathing was too loud, and every creak of the house seemed amplified. I stayed awake for hours, my eyes darting around the room, watching for any sign of movement. But nothing happened. The hose didn't move again, and the night passed uneventfully. The next day, everything seemed back to normal, and I almost convinced myself that I had imagined it. But there was a part of me that couldn't let go of the feeling that something had changed, something I couldn't explain. Maybe it was just a strange coincidence, or maybe it was something more. Either way, I couldn't shake the feeling that I would never look at my garden hose the same way again. Story 15. It was a calm morning when I first noticed the crack. I had been getting ready for the day, making a cup of coffee and checking the mail, when I walked past the front door and saw it. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, a shadow playing on the surface of the glass. But as I stepped closer, my breath caught in my throat. There it was, a jagged crack running from the center of the door down to the bottom. I didn't remember hearing anything, didn't recall anyone coming by. How could this have happened? I stared at the crack for what felt like an eternity, trying to make sense of it. There was no sign of any impact, no object lying on the ground that could have caused it. The glass was perfectly clear except for that one thin line, cutting through the otherwise unblemished surface. My mind raced with possibilities, but nothing seemed to add up. Was it something I had missed the night before? Had someone tried to break in? No, that didn't make sense. The door had been fine just yesterday. I reached out, my fingers brushing lightly against the crack, feeling the coolness of the glass beneath my touch. The crack itself wasn't wide, but it seemed deep enough to worry me. I hadn't heard any strange noises during the night, no knocks, no sounds of something hitting the door. It was like it had appeared out of nowhere. I looked around, trying to find anything that could explain it. The yard was empty, the street outside quiet and peaceful. There was no sign of damage anywhere else. My heart started to race as unease settled in. Why was the glass cracked? Who had done this? I thought back to the night before, trying to recall any unusual events. The evening had been uneventful, just like any other. I hadn't seen anyone near the door or heard anything unusual. My mind kept drifting back to the crack, wondering if it could be a sign of something more, something I couldn't yet understand. The longer I stared at it, the more unsettling it became, as if the crack itself was somehow a warning. I decided to inspect the rest of the door, hoping to find something that could explain the crack. As I ran my hand along the wood frame, I felt nothing unusual. No signs of forced entry, no damage to the door itself. It looked as though nothing had disturbed it, except for that one crack in the glass. I stepped back, my stomach tightening. It didn't make sense. It was almost as if the crack had appeared overnight, as if the door had just started breaking on its own. I felt an odd sense of dread creeping up my spine, a feeling that something was wrong, something that I couldn't quite place. My mind started to wander to darker possibilities. What if someone had been watching me? What if they had been waiting for the right moment to break in? The idea of someone standing outside, quietly waiting until I wasn't looking, sent chills down my arms. But the more I thought about it, the more it seemed like a stretch. The neighborhood was quiet, and I had never experienced anything strange before. Still, the crack felt ominous. I stepped back and made my way to the phone. I needed to call someone. Maybe the neighbors had seen something, or maybe I could get someone to come over and take a look at the door. As I dialed, my eyes kept drifting back to the crack. It seemed almost alive, like it was growing, spreading further across the glass with every passing moment. I blinked and looked again, but nothing had changed. It was still the same crack, but the thought that it might grow unnerved me. The phone rang, but no one answered. I left a message, hoping someone would get back to me soon. I went back to the door and stared at the crack once more. It was subtle, but there was something about it that seemed off, something that didn't sit right with me. As I stood there, I thought I heard a faint sound, almost like a tapping, a soft knock against the glass. I stopped, my heart jumping in my chest. I looked around, but no one was there. I couldn't see anything outside the window. The street was still empty, quiet as ever. I shook my head, telling myself that I was just being paranoid. The crack was probably nothing, just a result of old age or some small accident I hadn't noticed. But even as I told myself that, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Something was off. The more I looked at the crack, the more it seemed to be calling to me, beckoning me to investigate, to find the truth. I reached out again, touching the glass, feeling a sudden rush of coldness that made me pull my hand back quickly. Suddenly, the air around me seemed to grow heavier, and I noticed a faint smell of musty, almost rotten odor coming from the direction of the door. I froze, unable to move, my mind racing. The smell wasn't there before, and I couldn't explain where it had come from. I looked at the crack once again, and this time it seemed to shimmer, as if it were no longer just a crack in the glass, but something deeper, something darker. My breath quickened as I felt the panic rise again, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from it. I stepped back from the door, my legs trembling beneath me. The smell grew stronger, and my stomach turned at the thought of it. It was as if something had been waiting just behind that door, something that I hadn't noticed until now. My thoughts spiraled out of control, but I forced myself to breathe, to calm down. It was just a crack, I kept telling myself. There was no reason to be scared, but deep down I knew something was wrong, and I had to find out what. I grabbed a chair and positioned it near the door, standing on it so I could get a better look at the glass. I pressed my face close to it, my breath fogging up the surface as I peered through the crack. At first I saw nothing but my own reflection, the faint outline of my face in the glass. But then, just as I was about to step down, something moved. It was barely noticeable at first, a shadow, a flicker of movement on the other side of the door. My heart skipped a beat, and I held my breath, staring through the crack, waiting for the shadow to appear again. I didn't move, didn't dare blink. The shadow shifted once more, this time clearer, more defined. It was small, but unmistakable. I could see someone standing just outside the door, their face obscured by the glass, their features dark and distorted. My blood ran cold as I realized that there was someone standing on the other side of the door, watching me. I stumbled backward, falling off the chair, my breath ragged. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the door, my mind struggling to process what I had just seen. The figure outside remained still, its face obscured by the crack in the glass, but I could feel its presence. I couldn't move, couldn't think. The crack had become more than just a crack. It was a doorway to something I didn't understand, something that had been waiting for me. The phone rang again, snapping me out of my trance. I quickly picked it up, but no one was there. Just the sound of heavy breathing on the other end. My blood ran cold as I hung up the phone, my mind racing. The figure outside had vanished. The crack in the glass remained, its ominous presence lingering as I stood there, frozen, waiting for the next movement. Story 16. I came home after a long day at work, eager to relax and unwind. As I stepped into my bedroom, I immediately noticed something strange. My laundry basket, which I had placed near the door earlier that morning, was now much closer to my closet. It wasn't a small shift, it had moved several feet, almost as if someone had taken the time to push it there. My mind raced as I tried to think of any possible explanation. Could I have done it without realizing? Maybe I had been in a hurry and moved it without thinking. But no, I was sure I hadn't touched it. I froze in place, staring at the laundry basket. It was just a basket full of clothes, nothing more. Still, the fact that it had been moved unnerved me. No one else was home. I lived alone, and there were no signs of forced entry. I checked the door locks to make sure they were secure, and everything was as it should be. The only odd thing was the laundry basket. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. Maybe I was just tired, overthinking things. But something didn't feel right. I walked over to the basket, half expecting it to be heavier than before, but it was just as light as it had been earlier that day. The more I looked at the basket, the more my nerves began to fray. There was nothing unusual about the clothes inside. They were all mine, a mix of jeans, shirts, and socks, just like they'd been when I put them in there. Still, the thought of it being moved without any explanation stuck with me. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been in my room, touching my things. But how? The windows were locked, the doors were secure, and there were no signs of anyone breaking in. My mind kept circling back to the same question, who or what had moved it? That night, I tried to ignore the feeling of unease that lingered in the air. I told myself that it was just my imagination playing tricks on me, nothing more. But as I lay in bed, trying to fall asleep, I couldn't help but feel like I wasn't alone in the house. Every creak of the floorboard seemed louder than usual, and the shadows in the corners of the room seemed to grow darker. I tried to brush it off, convincing myself that I was just being paranoid. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. The laundry basket hadn't moved on its own. The next morning, I woke up and went straight to the bedroom to get dressed. As soon as I walked in, my heart dropped. The laundry basket was back in its original spot, right where I had left it the night before. For a moment, I stood there, confused and disoriented. Had I moved it back in my sleep? That seemed unlikely. But the thought of someone else being in my room, touching my things, filled me with dread. I checked the door again, making sure it was locked. I checked the windows, but everything was just as I had left it. I couldn't help but feel like I was losing my mind. The basket wasn't the only strange thing. Over the past few days, little things had been happening that I couldn't explain. Objects in my kitchen seemed to be out of place, and my keys had gone missing only to turn up in random spots around the house. It was as if someone had been moving my things, but there was no one else around. I started questioning my memory, wondering if I was somehow doing these things without realizing it. But the thought didn't sit right with me. I knew something was off, and the laundry basket was just the latest clue. That evening, I decided to take a different approach. I moved the basket myself, just to see if it would move again. I placed it carefully near the closet, just like I had found it earlier that day. Then I sat down in the chair by the window, watching and waiting. Hours passed and nothing happened. No movement, no strange noises, nothing to suggest that anything out of the ordinary was going on. But when I finally decided to get up and check, my blood ran cold. The basket had shifted again. This time it was even closer to the closet, as if it had been deliberately moved with a purpose. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest as I approached the basket. My hand shook as I reached for it, but there was no one around. There was no way I could have done this in my sleep. I wasn't imagining it. The basket was moving on its own, and I didn't know why. I had no explanation, no rational reason for what was happening. I started to wonder if there was something in my house, something unseen, that was playing tricks on me. But how could that be possible? I had lived here for years, and nothing like this had ever happened before. I spent the next few days obsessing over the laundry basket. I started setting up cameras around my room, hoping to catch whatever was causing it to move. I placed the basket in the exact same spot every time, and I checked the footage each morning, hoping to see something that would make sense of it all. But each time there was nothing. The footage showed the room as it always was empty and still, yet the basket would always be in a different spot when I woke up. I was starting to feel like I was losing my grip on reality. How could this be happening? Why was this happening? One night, after another frustrating round of watching the footage and finding nothing, I decided to confront the situation head on. I stood in the middle of my room, staring at the laundry basket, willing it to stay where it was. I spoke aloud, my voice trembling with fear and frustration. "If you're here, if something is moving this basket, show yourself." I waited in silence, my heart racing. Nothing happened, but just as I was about to give up, I felt it. A cold gust of air brushed across my skin, and the basket shifted slightly. I watched in disbelief as it slowly moved toward the closet. The feeling of dread washed over me, but I couldn't tear my eyes away. I was no longer questioning my sanity. This was real. There was something in my house, something that had been moving my things. But what did it want? Why was it targeting me? I was paralyzed with fear, unable to move, unable to think clearly. The air around me grew heavier, and I could feel the presence closing in. My mind raced, trying to find a way to make it stop, but there was no answer. I had no control over what was happening. The laundry basket continued to move, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. The next day I packed my things and left. I couldn't stay in that house any longer. The fear had consumed me, and I didn't feel safe there anymore. I couldn't explain what had been happening, but I knew I had to get away. As I left, I glanced back at the house one last time, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the laundry basket was still there, waiting for me to return. Story 17. I noticed it when I woke up, my eyes blinking against the soft morning light streaming through the curtains. My nightstand drawer was open slightly, just enough for me to notice the gap. I could not remember leaving it open the night before, and the unease that began to creep into my chest was immediate. I glanced around the room as though expecting something out of place, but everything else seemed normal. Still, that drawer was now a focal point, tugging at my attention in a way I couldn't ignore. I lay still for a moment, trying to reason with myself. I could have left it open. Maybe I was in a hurry last night. and didn't close it properly. But the more I thought about it, the less convinced I became. I didn't usually leave my things in disarray, especially something like that. I reached over to close it, but just before my hand touched the handle, something made me hesitate. I wasn't sure why, but I suddenly felt a cold prickle at the back of my neck, like someone was watching me. I turned my head sharply toward the window, but the blinds were drawn tightly. The room was still. Yet, that sense of being observed didn't go away. I reluctantly pulled my hand back and sat up in bed, trying to shake off the growing sense of dread. I got up, the floorboards creaking beneath my feet as I slowly approached the nightstand. The drawer was still slightly ajar, almost mocking me in its stillness. I stood there for a moment, staring at it, unsure of what I was afraid of. Nothing was out of place. No strange sounds, no shadows, but something about the drawer, open just enough to make me question myself, seemed wrong. I pulled it open fully, my hand trembling as I reached for the contents inside. I had nothing to hide in there, just a few personal items, some paperwork, a few pens, and an old book one had not opened in months. But as I sifted through them, my fingers brushed against something that didn't belong. A small piece of paper folded neatly and stuck between the pages of the book. I frowned, wondering if I had missed it before, but the truth was, I would never have left a note in there. I unfolded the paper slowly, my heart beginning to race. The handwriting on the paper was unfamiliar, written in neat, precise letters. It simply read, "You should have closed the drawer." My breath caught in my throat, and a chill ran down my spine. I looked around the room once more, feeling as though the walls were closing in on me. There was no way anyone else had been in here. I was alone. I had been alone the entire night. So why was this note in my nightstand? I stuffed the paper back into the drawer, slamming it shut with more force than I intended. My mind raced as I backed away, feeling dizzy with panic. There was no explanation for it. I had not heard anything during the night. No creaks in the house, no footsteps. I thought I was imagining things, that it was a prank or a joke someone had played on me, but the fear in my chest wouldn't subside. I left the room, telling myself it was nothing, a product of my overactive imagination. But as I went about my day, I could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. The house felt emptier than usual, and every creak of the floorboards echoed unnervingly in my ears. Even the sounds of the neighborhood outside seemed distant, as though the world had grown quiet just for me. I could feel my pulse quickening again, the unease from earlier still gnawing at my insides. That night, as I prepared for bed, I found myself staring at the nightstand, dreading what I might find. The drawer was still closed. I cautiously approached it, but before I could touch it, a thought crossed my mind. What if the note was a warning? What if I was supposed to keep it closed? The idea was absurd, but the thought kept gnawing at me. I resisted the urge to open it again. Instead, I sat at the edge of the bed, trying to settle my racing thoughts. Every part of me wanted to check again, to confirm that everything was still in place. But I couldn't bring myself to. The note had been a sign, hadn't it? I should leave it alone. But sleep didn't come easily that night. I tossed and turned, the silence in the room suffocating. Each small noise outside my window felt amplified. Every shift of my body a reminder that I couldn't relax. And then, just as I was starting to drift off, I heard it. The faintest creak, like something shifting, but it was unmistakable. My eyes snapped open, heart pounding. I couldn't tell if I was hearing things, if the sound was a product of my anxiety, or if something or someone was in the room with me. I lay still, holding my breath, straining to hear. The sound came again, closer now. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, the one thing I could grab to feel a sense of control. But when my hand brushed the drawer, I stopped. The drawer was open again, wide enough for me to see inside. My heart thudded painfully in my chest as I stared at the sight. The note had disappeared. In its place was a small, dark object, something I couldn't quite identify from the angle. I leaned in closer, my stomach churning. It was a ring, tarnished and old, its design intricate but worn with age. And there, lying next to it, was another folded piece of paper. I pulled it out slowly, my hands shaking. This time the note was different. It read, "You didn't listen." The air in the room felt heavier, the silence louder than ever. I looked back at the ring, a creeping realization crawling up my spine. I didn't recognize it. I had never seen it before. But somehow I knew it didn't belong to me. It was as though it had been placed there, just waiting for me to find it. I could feel the weight of it like a curse settling around me. I didn't want to touch the ring. I didn't want to touch anything in the drawer again. But the silence in the room pressed in on me, and I realized I could not ignore it. I had to know. I had to understand what was happening. I reached for the ring, my fingers trembling as I picked it up. The moment I touched it, something cold ran through me, a jolt of electricity that left me breathless. The room shifted, the shadows seeming to stretch unnaturally. I stumbled back, my body shaking. It was as if the room itself had come alive, reacting to the ring in my hand. I dropped it, and as it hit the floor, the silence returned. But it was different now. It was darker, heavier, more oppressive. The drawer slammed shut by itself, and I could hear the faint sound of something breathing just beyond the edges of the room. The air grew colder, and I knew without a doubt that whatever force had been lurking in the corners of my home had found its way inside. I had been warned, I had ignored it, and now I was trapped. Story 18. It was a quiet evening, one of those rare moments when everything seemed to fall into place. I had just settled down after a long day, planning to unwind with a good book and a hot cup of tea. The lights were dim, casting a soft glow over the living room, creating the perfect ambience for a peaceful night in. But then, as I walked into the room, I froze. On the coffee table, right in the center, was a half-eaten snack. At first, I couldn't make sense of it. The snack wasn't anything special, just a few crumbs and remnants of a granola bar, the kind I sometimes nibble on when I'm busy. But I didn't remember opening any snacks that day, let alone leaving half of one on the table. I walked closer, my heart picking up its pace as I scanned the area. There was no sign of anyone having been there, no obvious disturbances in the room. Just that half-eaten snack placed carefully on the table like it belonged there. I hesitated, trying to rationalize it. Maybe I had eaten it earlier and forgotten. But the more I thought about it, the more impossible that seemed. I hadn't eaten anything in the living room all day, and there was something unsettling about how the snack had been placed. Just so, as if someone had been sitting there, enjoying it, and then decided to leave it behind for no reason. I stared at it, the unease slowly growing in my chest. My eyes darted around the room, expecting to find some clue as to how it got there, but nothing seemed out of place. I sat down on the couch, still eyeing the snack. My mind raced with questions. Could it have been one of my friends or family members who had been over earlier? No, they'd all left hours ago, and none of them would have left a half-eaten snack on the table like that. My gaze lingered on the snack, the crumbs now looking almost deliberate, like a message or a clue that I was too blind to see. It was almost as if someone had placed it there on purpose, like they were trying to get my attention. After a long, tense silence, I stood up and moved toward the snack, deciding that I needed to at least clean it up. But as I bent down to pick it up, I noticed something strange. The crumbs weren't just scattered in the usual way, they were arranged in a pattern. Tiny, deliberate marks formed a line leading toward the edge of the table, almost like a trail. I froze, my fingers just inches away from the snack. My mind was racing, trying to process what I was seeing. It couldn't be real. There was no way someone had left a trail of crumbs like that. But as I stood there, looking at the crumbs, I felt it. A sudden shift in the air, as if the room itself had become heavier, denser. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I turned around quickly, expecting to see someone standing behind me. But the room was empty. No one was there. My breath caught in my throat as I realized I was alone. Yet the feeling of being watched crept up on me. The sensation that I wasn't truly alone. That something was hiding in the shadows, waiting. I slowly sat back down on the couch, my eyes locked on the crumbs and the half-eaten snack. It was as if the snack had a magnetic pull, drawing my attention back to it, no matter how hard I tried to focus elsewhere. The unease was overwhelming now, and every noise, every creak of the house felt louder, more pronounced. I glanced toward the windows, half expecting to see someone outside watching me. But the curtains were drawn and everything was quiet. I had to do something. I couldn't just sit here, trapped by this eerie feeling that something wasn't right. I stood up again, this time moving toward the kitchen to grab a napkin and clean the table. My heart raced as I walked past the spot where the snack had been, the crumbs still sitting there in their strange arrangement. I felt a chill as I passed, as though something was trailing me, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. When I returned, I found myself standing in front of the table again, hesitant. The room felt cold, colder than it should have been. I wasn't sure why, but my instincts were screaming at me to leave, to get out of the house and never come back. But I couldn't leave. Not yet. Not until I understood what was happening. I took a deep breath and wiped away the crumbs. I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but as I cleaned, the last of the crumbs seemed to stick to the napkin in an unusual way. They didn't scatter like they should have. It was as if something had a hold on them, an unseen force keeping them in place. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly pulled the napkin away, almost afraid to look at what I might find underneath. When I pulled the napkin away, there was nothing there, just an empty coffee table, bare and spotless. I blinked in confusion. How had that happened? How could the crumbs have just disappeared like that? I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me as I looked at the now clean table, trying to process what had just occurred. I backed away from the table, my mind struggling to find an explanation. There was no logical reason for the snack to appear, no rational explanation for the crumbs disappearing like that. My mind screamed that I was going crazy, that I had to be imagining things. But deep down I knew something was wrong. Something had been in the house, something that I couldn't explain. The rest of the night passed in a blur, but the feeling of being watched never left me. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing in the shadows. But no one was there. I checked the doors and windows, ensuring everything was locked and secure. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt the weight of someone's gaze on me, as though they were waiting for me to fall asleep, to let my guard down. The house, once a place of comfort, now felt like a trap. I couldn't explain the snack or the crumbs, and I didn't want to. But I couldn't forget them either. They were burned into my memory, a constant reminder that something had happened, something I couldn't understand. The next day, I tried to act normal, but the events of the night before haunted me. I found myself checking the coffee table every time I entered the room, half expecting to find another snack, another trail of crumbs waiting for me. But the table remained empty, as if nothing had ever happened. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over, that whatever had left the snack was still out there, still watching, still waiting. That evening I sat in the living room again, trying to ignore the unease that had settled deep within me. But as the hours passed, I couldn't help but glance over at the coffee table. The empty space taunted me, a reminder of the strange events that had unfolded. I stood up and walked over to it, my hands shaking slightly as I hovered near the surface. And that's when I saw it. A single crumb, sitting perfectly in the middle of the table. Story 19. I walked into my room exhausted after a long day, eager to get some rest. As I glanced toward my closet, something immediately caught my eye. The light inside the closet was on. This was odd. I hadn't used the closet light in weeks, maybe even longer. In fact, I rarely ever used it. It was one of those things I had forgotten even existed, tucked away behind my clothes and shoes. I froze for a moment, my gaze fixed on the closet door. It was cracked open, just enough for the light to spill out into the room. My first thought was that I must have left it on earlier, though I couldn't remember doing so. Still, it didn't seem like something I'd forget. I cautiously walked toward the closet, my steps slow and deliberate, almost as if I were preparing for something I couldn't yet see but somehow knew was there. The closer I got, the more the hair on the back of my neck stood up. The light inside the closet hummed softly, almost eerily, as if it were waiting for me. I reached out and slowly turned the knob, my fingers trembling slightly. As soon as the door swung open, the light flickered, casting strange shadows across the clothes hanging inside. Everything appeared normal, nothing seemed out of place, but there was something unsettling about it. I quickly scanned the closet, checking each corner, each shelf, trying to make sense of why the light was on. But there was no reason for it. I didn't even remember turning it on in the first place. It didn't make sense. I wasn't in the habit of leaving lights on, especially in the closet where I rarely went. I felt a wave of unease wash over me as I stood there, staring at the light. I half expected to find something in the closet, something I couldn't explain. Maybe a note, maybe an item that didn't belong to me, maybe a hidden camera. Anything that could explain this strange occurrence. But there was nothing. It was just an ordinary closet with ordinary clothes hanging neatly on their hangers. Yet the light was still on, casting an unsettling glow that seemed to make everything feel a little off. I shut the door, telling myself it was probably nothing, a simple mistake. Maybe I had left the light on in a rush. I tried to brush it off, but as I turned to walk away, I noticed something else. A faint, almost imperceptible smell seemed to be coming from the closet. It wasn't a strong odor, but there was something strange about it, something stale and musky, like something that had been hidden away for a long time. I turned back to the closet, considering whether I should open it again, but the thought of it made my stomach tighten. What if there was something inside? What if the light being on was a sign of something more? I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. It was just a light, just a smell, nothing more. I reminded myself that I was being silly, that there was no reason to be afraid. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I walked over to my bed and sat down, my mind racing with thoughts of what might be going on. Was someone messing with me? Was this some kind of prank? But who would do such a thing, and why? And how had they managed to turn on the light without me noticing? I glanced toward the closet again, and for a split second, I thought I saw something move within the shadows. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly looked away, my mind trying to convince me that I had imagined it. But the feeling of being watched, of being followed, was growing stronger. I was starting to feel paranoid. I stood up, feeling the need to confront whatever was going on. I walked back toward the closet, my breath shallow, and opened the door once more. The light was still on, casting an eerie glow on the clothes hanging inside. This time I stepped closer, inspecting every inch of the closet. There was nothing out of place. No unusual objects, no signs of tampering, nothing to suggest that anyone had been inside. Yet, that lingering feeling of unease wouldn't go away. I slowly reached for the light switch, prepared to turn it off, and put the whole thing behind me. But just as my fingers touched the switch, the light flickered again, this time much more violently, as if something had disturbed the electrical wiring. A loud pop followed by a sudden, deafening silence filled the room. I jumped back, my heart racing. The light went out, plunging the room into darkness. I stood there for a moment, frozen in the quiet, my mind racing to make sense of what had just happened. I turned and walked back to the door, pulling it shut once again. But the silence felt heavier now, more suffocating, and I felt a growing sense of dread take hold of me. There was no logical explanation for any of this. The light turning on, the smell, the strange flickering, it all felt too deliberate, too intentional. I spent the rest of the night lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to convince myself that it was just a series of coincidences. But deep down, I knew better. Something wasn't right. Something was happening, and it felt like it was getting worse. I could still smell that faint, musty odor lingering in the air, and the image of the closet light flickering kept replaying in my mind over and over again. Days passed, but the unease never left. Every time I walked into my room, my eyes would instinctively drift toward the closet. Even though the light hadn't come back on, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was hiding in there. Something watching me, waiting for me to open the door again. I tried to ignore it, tried to convince myself it was all in my head, but the fear continued to gnaw at me. One evening, after a particularly long day, I found myself standing in front of the closet once more. I hadn't meant to, but my feet had carried me there. I stared at the door for a long moment, feeling a sense of dread settle deep in my chest. I told myself to turn around, to walk away, but something kept me rooted to the spot. I reached for the door handle, and as I opened it, a chill ran down my spine. The light inside was on again. It was as if nothing had changed, as though the past few days of fear and confusion had never happened. But this time, something was different. As I stepped into the closet, I felt a cold gust of air, and the smell of the same stale, musky odor was stronger than ever. I looked down at the floor, and that's when I saw it, a small, dark stain, as though something had been spilled. But it wasn't the stain that made my blood run cold. It was the shape of something faint, but unmistakably a handprint. The handprint was small, too small to be mine, and it was perfectly clear against the wood of the floor. I backed away, my heart pounding in my chest. I slammed the door shut, my mind reeling with what I had just seen. I didn't know what to make of it, but I knew I couldn't stay in the room anymore. I had to leave. I had to get out of that apartment, away from the closet, away from whatever was in there. I grabbed my things and hurried out, not caring about anything except putting distance between myself and the fear that had taken hold of me. I never went back to that room, never went near the closet again. The apartment felt different after that, colder, emptier, as though something had followed me, waiting just behind the door. The light stayed off, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was only a matter of time before it came back on, before the closet came for me again. Story 20. I sat in my bedroom, the silence of the night wrapping around me like a blanket. The house was still, except for the occasional creak of the wooden floorboards settling. I had been reading for hours, my mind floating in and out of the words on the page. But as I closed the book and set it aside, I noticed the whispering. At first, I thought it was just the wind, the trees rustling outside, but then the sound became clearer. There were words in the whispers, soft, unintelligible, but unmistakably voices. I froze, listening. The whispers were coming from outside my window, just beyond the thin curtains that barely shielded the room from the night. I leaned forward, my heart beginning to pound. The sound seemed to grow louder, closer, as if someone or something was standing just outside the glass, speaking in low, eerie tones. I couldn't make out the words, but the cadence was unnerving. It was as if they were calling me, trying to draw me in. My breath caught in my throat. I told myself it was just my imagination, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I got up slowly, my feet cold against the hardwood floor, and made my way to the window. The room was darker now, with only the dim glow of the streetlights filtering through the curtains. I stood there, staring out into the night, trying to find the source of the whispering. But all I saw were the shadows of trees swaying gently in the breeze. There was nothing there. No one. But the whispering continued, still faint but unmistakable. I could hear the words now just barely, but they seemed to be calling my name. A chill ran down my spine. I stepped back from the window, my mind racing with thoughts I didn't want to entertain. Was someone playing a prank on me? Or was it just the wind again? But then the whispering stopped, and I felt a sudden oppressive silence fill the room. The stillness was so thick it made my ears ring. I turned around, scanning the room, half expecting someone to be standing behind me. But there was no one. I felt a wave of relief wash over me, but it was quickly replaced by a lingering unease. I tried to shake off the strange feeling and sat back on the bed, but I couldn't ignore the odd sensation that I wasn't alone. I could feel eyes on me, as if something was watching me from the shadows. I glanced back toward the window, and there, against the dim light of the street lamps, I saw something moving, just a flicker of motion, too quick for me to fully comprehend. My heart skipped a beat. Had someone been outside all along? I stood up again, cautiously walking back toward the window. The whispering was gone, but now there was a new sound, light tapping, like fingernails against the glass. It was rhythmic, almost deliberate. I stopped, my breath caught in my throat. The tapping grew louder, closer, until it was almost deafening. It sounded as though someone or something was trying to get my attention. I leaned forward, my face inches from the window, and peered outside. But there was nothing, just darkness. I reached for the curtains, my hand trembling as I drew them open slightly. What I saw made my stomach churn. The window wasn't empty. There, just beyond the glass, was a shadowy figure, its face barely visible but unmistakably there. It was standing still, watching me with an intensity that made my blood run cold. The whispering started again, now louder and clearer, as if the figure was speaking directly to me. I stumbled back, my heart hammering in my chest. Panic surged through me as I scrambled to get away from the window, but my legs felt like jelly. I had to get out of the room. I needed to get away from whatever was out there. I turned to run, but just as I reached the door, a loud bang echoed from the window. The figure's face was now pressed against the glass, its eyes wide and empty, staring into mine. I didn't know how I managed to make it out of the room. My legs moved on their own, carrying me down the hallway, away from the window, away from whatever was lurking outside. But no matter how fast I ran, I couldn't escape the feeling that it was following me, that it was still watching me from the darkness. I found myself in the living room, standing by the front door, breathless and panicked. My hands shook as I reached for the doorknob, but just before I could open it, the whispering returned. It was coming from everywhere now, inside the house, outside, all around me. I could hear it in the walls, in the floors, in the air itself. It was as if the very house was alive with the voices, calling to me, pulling me closer. I closed my eyes, trying to block out the sound, but it only grew louder, more insistent. It was like it was inside my head, urging me to come closer, to step into the darkness. I couldn't take it anymore. I turned and ran, not caring where I was going, just needing to escape the overwhelming sense of dread. I sprinted out the back door, into the yard, not stopping until I was far away from the house. But even then, the whispers followed me. They were in my ears, in my mind, as if they had become a part of me. I turned around, half expecting to see the figure standing behind me, but there was nothing. The house was dark, silent once again. The whispers had stopped. I didn't go back inside that night. I couldn't. Something had changed. The house felt different now, as if it were no longer my home. The whispers, the shadowy figure, they were all real, and they were waiting for me. I didn't know what they wanted, but I knew one thing: they weren't going to leave me alone. They would always be there, just outside my window, just beyond my reach, whispering. Always whispering. Story 21. I noticed the backyard gate was slightly ajar when I stepped outside to grab the mail. The hinges creaked faintly as I approached, the gate barely hanging on its rusted frame. I never left it open, not even by accident. The thought of someone else opening it made my skin crawl. My first instinct was to check around the yard, but there was no sign of anyone. Everything appeared as it should, untouched, silent. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I glanced down at the ground for footprints, disturbed dirt, anything that would explain why the gate had been left open. But the gravel path was undisturbed, and the grass around the gate was still as neat as it had been the day before. I stared at the gate for a long time, wondering if I had forgotten to close it the night before. But I knew I had locked it. I always did. I stepped closer, my heart racing as I peered through the crack. The backyard was quiet, the evening light casting long shadows on the lawn. There was nothing out of place, but I felt this heavy pressure in the air, a sense of being watched. My eyes scanned the yard, looking for any movement, any clue that might explain what had happened. But there was nothing, just the faint rustling of leaves in the breeze. I hesitated, torn between closing the gate and investigating further. The thought of someone being in my yard, even if they hadn't left a trace, unsettled me. I couldn't ignore it, so I decided to go inside and grab my phone. Maybe I was just being paranoid, but it was better to be safe than sorry. When I returned, I locked the gate, trying to push aside the unease building inside me. But the feeling didn't go away. That night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't stop thinking about the gate. My thoughts kept returning to the fact that it had been propped open, as if someone had been there, watching, waiting for something. I tossed and turned, trying to fall asleep, but every creak of the house seemed amplified. Every rustle outside sounded too loud, too deliberate. I stayed awake, listening to the silence. The next morning, I woke up to find the gate open again. This time it was wider than before, almost as if someone had deliberately pushed it further. I ran outside in a panic, checking the yard once again. No sign of anyone, no footsteps in the dirt, no footprints in the grass. I closed the gate, my hand shaking as I locked it firmly. The thought that someone had been there, in my yard, without leaving a trace, gnawed at me. I called a friend, hoping to calm my nerves, but I couldn't stop glancing at the gate as I spoke. My mind kept replaying the scene over and over, trying to make sense of it. But no explanation made sense. No one had been in the yard, no one had entered the gate, but it was open every morning, every night. The next few days passed in a blur of anxiety and unease. The gate continued to open. Every morning I'd find it ajar, just enough for me to notice. I checked the locks, checked the gate, but it didn't matter. It opened again. I began to question my own memory. Was I forgetting something? Had I been leaving it open by mistake? But no, I was certain I was locking it. I knew I was. Then, one evening, I decided to stay up, to wait and see what was happening. I sat by the window, the curtains drawn slightly so I could peek out. The wind was still, the yard silent. Time passed slowly and I started to feel ridiculous. Maybe it was all in my head. Maybe I was just being paranoid. But just as I was about to give up, I saw it. The gate slowly creaked open. No wind, no one visible, just the gate moving as though someone had pushed it from the other side. I felt my heart stop. My mind raced. Who could be doing this? Why? I ran to the door, but when I stepped outside, there was no one there. The gate was open, but the yard was empty. I walked over slowly, my heart still pounding. Then I closed it, locking it tighter than ever before. But when I went back inside, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The entire house felt different, colder, as if the air had shifted. I tried to ignore it, but the nagging sense of being watched wouldn't go away. I couldn't escape the thought that someone or something was out there in my yard, waiting for me to make a mistake. The next day, the gate was open again, but this time I noticed something new. There were fresh scratches on the gatepost, deep enough to be noticeable. It looked like someone had tried to force the gate open, but it had been locked. The scratches were uneven, as if made by fingers long, thin, and almost too deliberate. My stomach dropped as I realized that someone had been trying to get in. I didn't wait any longer. I grabbed my phone and called the police. When they arrived, they checked the yard and found nothing unusual. No signs of forced entry, no footprints, no disturbance. They suggested it might be an animal, or maybe just the wind. But I knew better. Something was wrong. That night, I stayed up again, watching the gate through the window. The house was silent, the only sound the occasional creak of the wood in the walls. And then, just like before, the gate slowly creaked open. My heart skipped a beat. I grabbed my phone, ready to call the police again, but this time I saw something that made me freeze. From the corner of my eye, I saw a figure standing by the gate. A shadow barely visible in the dim light, but there, watching. I blinked, but when I looked again, it was gone. The gate was still open, but there was no one there. I rushed outside, the panic rising in my chest, but the yard was empty. The figure had vanished. I locked the gate once more, but I knew, deep down, that this wouldn't be the last time it happened. There was something out there, something that didn't want me to feel safe in my own home. And no matter how many times I locked that gate, it would always be open again, waiting for me to realize that I wasn't alone. Story 22. I had just finished cleaning up after dinner, feeling the satisfaction of another day winding down. As I went to wash the last dish, I reached for the faucet, expecting to start my usual routine. That's when I noticed the broken pen lying in the bottom of the sink. It was an odd sight, especially considering I didn't recall having used a pen anywhere near the kitchen that day. I paused, staring at it, trying to make sense of how it had ended up there. The pen was a cheap one, the kind you would expect to find in any office supply drawer, with a cracked casing and a dried-up ink stain that seemed to have leaked out when it broke. There was no ink splattered around the sink or on the counters though, just the pen in pieces. It didn't make sense. I lived alone, and no one had been in my house, at least not that I knew of. I hadn't even used a pen earlier in the day, so how could this have appeared in the sink? I thought maybe I had absent-mindedly placed it there earlier, but that idea didn't sit well with me. I was usually pretty methodical in my actions, and leaving a broken pen in the sink was out of character. I checked the kitchen for anything else unusual, but nothing seemed out of place. All the dishes were washed, the counters wiped down, and the trash was taken out. Yet there it was, the pen, staring back at me, as if it had a story to tell. I grabbed a paper towel to pick it up, but as I touched the broken pieces, I noticed something strange. The ink that had leaked out of the pen was still wet, as if it had only just happened. The oddity of the situation began to unsettle me. Why would ink still be wet in a sink that I had used just moments before? Could it have been placed there recently? I couldn't think of a single reason why it would be there. As I turned the pen over in my hands, my thoughts began to race. I wondered if I had forgotten something had I used the pen earlier and then forgotten to throw it away. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that none of this made sense. The kitchen was a place I spent a lot of time in, and I would have noticed something like this. The fact that I didn't was the most unsettling part. A chill ran through me as I wondered if someone had been in my house without me knowing. The thought of someone sneaking around while I wasn't looking made me uneasy. I hadn't heard anything unusual, and I hadn't seen anyone in days. Could someone have broken into my home without leaving a trace? It seemed impossible, but the idea lingered in my mind like a shadow. I decided to inspect the rest of the house, looking for any other signs that someone might have been inside. The door was locked, the windows were shut, and there was no evidence of forced entry. But then I thought about the pen again, its pieces lying in the sink like some kind of puzzle that I couldn't solve. I walked slowly through the house, feeling a strange sense of paranoia creeping over me. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that it wasn't just the pen that was odd. It was the fact that I was having this reaction at all. I had lived in this house for years, and I had always felt safe here. But now, with the broken pen in my hand and the uneasy feeling gnawing at me, everything felt different. The house seemed quieter than usual, the silence stretching out like an endless void. I found myself listening for sounds that weren't there, expecting something to happen, but nothing did. I returned to the kitchen, the broken pen still in my hand. The more I stared at it, the more it felt like it was mocking me. I had no explanation for it, no rational reason why it should be in my sink. Was I going crazy? Was I imagining things? The questions piled up, one after another, until I couldn't keep track of them all. I threw the pen away, trying to push the incident from my mind, but the unease stayed with me. I didn't know if I was being paranoid or if something truly strange had happened. All I knew was that I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, even though there was no one else in the house. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that this wasn't just about a broken pen, it was about the fact that something had changed. Something had slipped under my radar, and now I was left with the unsettling feeling that I was missing something important. The night dragged on, and I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the moment in the kitchen over and over in my mind, trying to make sense of it. But every time I thought I had figured it out, the situation slipped further away, becoming more elusive. I couldn't get rid of the feeling that I was being watched, Even though I was alone in the house, I kept hearing faint noises, creaks in the floorboards, the faint hum of appliances, but each time I checked, there was nothing there. It felt like the house itself was playing tricks on me, like it was alive and aware of my every move. The next day, I went about my routine as usual, trying to forget about the broken pen and the unsettling feelings it had caused. But I couldn't shake the thought that something had changed, that something was lurking just out of sight, waiting for me to notice it. The pen in the sink was still there, a silent reminder that something was off. I kept waiting for it to make sense, for everything to fall into place, but it never did. In the weeks that followed, I noticed more strange occurrences. Small things, doors that I could have sworn were closed were open. Lights that flickered when there was no reason for them to do so, and objects that would be out of place, only for me to find them exactly where I left them moments later. Each time I would try to convince myself that it was just my imagination, but deep down, I knew something was wrong. The feeling that someone or something was watching me never left. It was as if the house had become a living, breathing thing, aware of my every move. I couldn't explain it, but the more I tried to ignore it, the more it seemed to intensify. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I moved out of the house, leaving behind everything I had known, hoping that a change of scenery would help me forget the strange, unsettling feeling that had consumed me. But even now, as I sit in my new home, the memory of the broken pen in the kitchen sink lingers. I still don't know what happened that night, and I don't think I ever will. All I know is that the pen was just the beginning. Whatever had started in that kitchen was far from over. Story 23. I had just finished dinner and was settling in for the night when I noticed something odd. The house felt unusually quiet, almost too quiet, despite the hum of the refrigerator and the distant sound of cars passing outside. I walked to the hallway to check the time, only to be stopped by a faint beeping sound. My heart skipped a beat as I realized the source. It was coming from the security system panel. It was an alarm I'd set religiously every night. But tonight the screen showed something that made my blood run cold. The system had been deactivated. I froze in place, my mind racing. I couldn't believe it. The alarm was supposed to be on 24/7, only turning off when I disarmed it using my code. I was certain I hadn't touched the panel or even entered the code earlier. No one else had access to the system, and yet here it was, blinking in the dark with the security completely off. I stepped closer to the panel, hoping that somehow it was just a malfunction, some random glitch. But the deactivation time on the screen confirmed that someone had intentionally turned it off, and it wasn't me. I quickly checked the front door to make sure it was locked. My heart raced with every step I took, my instincts screaming that something was wrong. I tugged at the handle, and sure enough, it was secure. But my nerves weren't calmed. If anything, they were more on edge. I checked the back door, the windows, every lock in the house, but nothing felt safe. There was no sign of forced entry, no obvious signs that someone had been there. But still, the alarm was off, and that was enough to send a wave of panic through me. I tried calling the security company, my hands trembling as I dialed the number. The line clicked before a calm voice answered, "Hello, this is 24/7 monitoring. How can I help you?" I quickly explained the situation, hoping for some reassurance. But the operator's response only heightened my anxiety. "Our records show that the system was disarmed remotely," she said. "I can see that no one has entered your code from our side, so it must have been done through your system's app or by someone with direct access to the panel." I felt the weight of those words sink in. Someone had been in my house, or at least had access to it. And if they knew the system so well, they might still be close. I asked the operator if there had been any other alerts or attempts to access my system, but she said there was nothing else unusual. My phone buzzed in my hand with the message confirming that the system was disarmed, just like the panel showed. I felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability as I stood there in the quiet house. I immediately began searching through every room. Each creak of the floorboards felt like a loud scream in the silence. My eyes darted around, but there was nothing out of place. I pulled back curtains, checked closets, and even opened drawers, but everything seemed normal, almost too normal. Yet the nagging feeling in my gut told me that something wasn't right. I couldn't shake the sense of being watched, as though someone was waiting for me to let my guard down. I went back to the security panel and stared at it for a while. My thoughts were running in every direction, none of them making sense. I had no idea how someone could have gotten into my system without my knowledge. I had two-factor authentication on the app, a strong password, and a fingerprint lock. So how was this possible? I searched through my phone for any signs of unauthorized logins or unusual activity, but found nothing. It was as if the system had just been turned off by someone who knew exactly what they were doing. I didn't know what else to do. My mind was spinning with possibilities. Was it a hacker? Or maybe someone who had been inside my house without me noticing? The possibilities seemed endless, but none of them were comforting. I checked the locks again and made sure all the windows were secure. I tried to call a friend, but my hands were shaking too much to keep the phone steady. The silence in the house felt oppressive, like the walls themselves were closing in. Just as I was about to give up and call the police, I heard a sound, faint at first, but unmistakable. The soft click of something moving in the next room. My heart raced as I turned toward the noise, my breath catching in my throat. Was it someone? My mind screamed for me to move, but my body refused to listen. I stood there, paralyzed with fear, waiting for the next sound. The seconds felt like hours as I strained to listen. The house was so quiet that even the smallest noise seemed amplified. I slowly made my way toward the sound, my mind filled with dread. With each step, the click came again, followed by a faint rustling sound. It was coming from the living room. I reached the doorway and peered around the corner, my heart hammering in my chest. The living room was empty, but the strange sound persisted. It was coming from behind the couch. Slowly, I walked toward it, my every sense on high alert. I crouched down and peered behind the furniture, my breath shallow. There, lying on the floor, was a small piece of paper. My hand shook as I picked it up. It was a note written in neat, precise handwriting. My eyes skimmed the words, "I know you're awake." The blood drained from my face. I dropped the note as if it had burned me, my mind racing with the implications. Who had written this? And why had they left it for me to find? The room felt colder, and the weight of the situation pressed down on me. It wasn't just about the alarm anymore. Someone was in my space, watching me, and they had been for who knows how long. I bolted from the living room and grabbed my phone again, this time dialing 911. My hands were so unsteady that I had to hold the phone with both hands to keep it from slipping. I gave the operator my address and explained the situation, my voice trembling as I spoke. They told me to stay on the line and stay inside, which only heightened my anxiety. I looked around again, my mind spinning with fear. I knew I wasn't alone, and I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever was watching me wasn't finished yet. The minutes felt like an eternity as I waited for help. I moved from room to room, checking every corner, every shadow. I made sure the locks were secure, but nothing could calm the dread that gnawed at me. What was happening? Who was doing this to me? I had no answers, only questions, and the terrifying realization that I was being watched, and I had no idea when it would end. Finally, I heard the sirens in the distance, and within minutes, police officers arrived at my door. They took my statement and checked the house for any signs of forced entry. They found nothing, no signs of anyone having been inside. The note was taken for evidence, but they couldn't offer much more than reassurance. I felt a little safer knowing they were there, but deep down, I knew the terror wasn't over. Whoever had turned off my alarm, whoever had left the note, was still out there, and I couldn't shake the feeling that they would be back. Story 24. It was late in the evening when I noticed something off about my office. I had been working all day, and like most nights, I'd left my desk in the same condition, a few papers scattered, a coffee cup sitting on the edge, my desk chair facing outward toward the room. It was a routine I had grown so accustomed to that it never crossed my mind to check it. But tonight, something felt different. The air in the room was heavier, and as I stepped inside, I saw the chair, now turned completely around, facing the wall. I froze in the doorway, staring at the back of the chair. It wasn't a small adjustment. The chair had been fully rotated, its back now facing the wall with the seat still facing my desk. I couldn't explain it. It was strange. I hadn't touched it after my last break earlier in the day, and nobody else had been in my room. The door had been closed the entire time, and I certainly hadn't heard any sounds that could have caused the chair to turn by itself. It was as though it had moved on its own. I walked into the room slowly, my gaze never leaving the chair. My heart rate quickened. Why would the chair be facing the wall? And how had it turned so perfectly it wasn't something that could have been accidentally knocked over or moved by a breeze? The room was still, no drafts or movement of any kind. I walked closer to it, unsure of what to expect. Could it have been someone playing a prank on me, though no one else lived with me? As I reached the chair, I touched the seat gently, half expecting it to be cold or damp, but it was just the usual warm temperature. I turned the chair back toward the desk, trying to make sense of what had happened. There was no visible sign of struggle or any indication that something had disturbed the room. Everything was exactly as I left it, except for the chair. But that nagging feeling in the pit of my stomach wouldn't go away. Something wasn't right. I tried to push the thought aside, telling myself it was just a coincidence. Maybe I had moved it earlier and forgotten about it, or maybe it had somehow turned itself while I wasn't paying attention. But deep down, I knew that didn't make sense. I spent hours in that room every day, and I always made sure the chair faced outward, as it was more comfortable for me to sit in. I never left it turned the other way. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I turned off the lights and went to bed, trying to get some sleep, but it was impossible to ignore the unease that lingered. Every time I closed my eyes, I couldn't help but think about that chair. I kept imagining what it would have been like if I had walked in and found someone sitting in it, staring at the wall. That thought made me shudder. I tried to dismiss it as an overactive imagination, but the feeling wouldn't go away. The next morning, I woke up to an empty house. I was still rattled by the night before, but I tried to push through and get some work done. As I walked into my office again, I felt a sense of dread. The moment I looked toward my desk, I saw the chair. It wasn't just facing the wall anymore. It was turned slightly to the side, as if it were waiting for someone to sit in it. I couldn't believe my eyes. This wasn't a trick of the light. The chair had moved again, and it was even further from the desk than the previous night. Panic surged through me as I stood there, unsure of what to do. I wasn't imagining this. The chair had definitely moved. My mind raced, trying to think of any possible explanation, but none came to me. I felt a cold sweat break out along my forehead, and my hands trembled. I was alone in the house. There was no one to explain this, no one who could have been responsible. The only possible answer was that the chair was moving on its own. I walked closer to it, my breath shallow, and I reached out to turn it back toward the desk again. But as my fingers brushed against the chair, I stopped. There was something strange about the way it felt. It wasn't just the usual warm fabric under my fingertips. It was warmer than I expected, almost as if someone had just sat in it, though no one had. I pulled my hand back quickly, my heart racing faster now. I stared at the chair, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It was then that I noticed the faint scuff marks on the floor beneath the chair. I hadn't seen them before. They looked fresh, as if the chair had been moved recently, dragged across the floor. I bent down to look closer, and the marks seemed to lead toward the corner of the room, where the walls met. I couldn't explain it. Why would the chair leave marks like that when it hadn't been moved so aggressively the night before? I backed away from the chair slowly, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread settle over me. I couldn't stay in this room any longer. I grabbed my phone, my hands shaking, and I called my friend, trying to sound calm but failing miserably. When I told them what was happening, they insisted that it was nothing to worry about, that I was probably just tired, or perhaps the chair had just been bumped without me noticing. I tried to believe them, but deep down I knew that wasn't the case. I spent the rest of the day avoiding my office, unsure of what to do. The chair kept nagging at me, its strange movements haunting me. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was in that room with me, something I couldn't see but could feel. It was as if the chair was the only thing left behind to hold whatever presence lingered in the air. That night I locked the door to my office, determined not to let whatever was happening get to me. I didn't want to believe that something sinister was at play, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized how strange the entire situation was. The chair didn't just move, it seemed to be waiting for something, as if it were inviting someone to sit in it. But why? The next morning, I opened the door cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't want to look, didn't want to see what might be waiting for me, but I had to know. I walked into the room slowly, bracing myself. To my relief, the chair was in its usual position, facing my desk. It was as though everything had returned to normal. For a moment, I allowed myself to breathe, thinking that maybe I had been overreacting. But when I turned to sit down, I froze. On the back of the chair was a single, faint impression, as though someone had just been sitting there. It was impossible. I was alone, and no one had come near my desk. The impression was still there, as if someone had left it just for me to find. My blood ran cold, and I knew that I couldn't ignore this any longer. Something was in that room with me, and I was no longer sure I wanted to find out what it was. Story 25. It was a quiet afternoon when I first saw it. I had just returned home from running some errands and was unloading my bags when I noticed the piece of cloth on the porch. At first, I thought it was just a piece of garbage someone had carelessly tossed, but something about it caught my attention. The cloth didn't look like something you'd find lying around in the street or caught in the wind. It was neatly torn, as if someone had deliberately ripped it, and it lay there on my porch as though it had been placed for me to find. I hesitated for a moment, standing on the porch, staring at it. The cloth was an odd shade of dark red, the fabric frayed at the edges. It seemed out of place, like it didn't belong there. I bent down to get a closer look, my fingers brushing the fabric gently. It felt soft, almost too soft, like something that had been well worn. There were no marks on it, no stains, just a strange, unsettling appearance of a piece of cloth that didn't belong. I felt a chill run down my spine as I looked around, but the street was empty. No one was in sight. I didn't know what to make of it. My first instinct was to leave it alone, to go inside and forget about it, but curiosity tugged at me. Why was it there? Who had left it? And why did it feel so out of place? I carefully picked it up, my fingers trembling slightly as I held the cloth in my hand. It was heavier than I expected, as though something was hidden inside. I turned it over, trying to make sense of it, but there was nothing visible. No writing, no markings, just an ordinary piece of cloth, torn, and yet it felt far from ordinary. I glanced around once more, but again there was no one. The neighborhood was quiet, too quiet. I didn't hear the usual sounds of cars passing by or children playing. It felt like the entire world had gone silent, as though the cloth had sucked the sound out of the air. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. Maybe I was just being paranoid, but something about it didn't sit right. It wasn't just the appearance of the cloth. It was the feeling that came with it, the strange sense that something was watching me, waiting for me to make a move. I stood there for a moment, debating whether I should bring it inside or toss it in the trash. But the longer I held it, the more I felt like I couldn't let go. It wasn't just the mystery of it, but the sense that this piece of cloth was meant for me, that it had some sort of purpose, some connection to me that I couldn't understand. I made the decision to take it inside, telling myself I'd inspect it more closely in the comfort of my home. As I turned to head inside, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching me. The sensation was so strong that I almost stopped in my tracks, looking over my shoulder, but no one was there. Once inside, I set the cloth down on the kitchen counter and began to study it more carefully. As I ran my fingers over the fabric, I felt a slight indentation, like something had been pressed into it. I turned it over again, this time noticing a small, almost invisible stitch on one corner. It was a delicate thread, almost too perfect to have been made by hand. The stitch was so fine that I almost missed it, and it made me wonder who could have done something like this. Why would anyone bother leaving a piece of cloth with such detail on my porch? I grabbed a magnifying glass from the drawer and examined the stitch more closely. The thread was a dull black, almost impossible to see unless you were looking for it. As I peered at the fabric, my heart skipped a beat. Hidden beneath the cloth was a small scrap of paper, barely visible against the fabric's texture. It seemed as though the cloth had been wrapped around it, as if it had been intentionally hidden. I carefully pulled the paper out, my fingers shaking as I unfolded it. The paper was old, crinkled and yellowed, but the writing was still legible. The message was short, almost cryptic. "Don't go inside tonight." I stared at the words, my mind racing as I tried to make sense of them. Who could have left this message for me? And why? My pulse quickened, and the air around me suddenly felt thick, heavy, like I was suffocating. The cloth, the message, it all felt so wrong, so unnatural. I couldn't understand why someone would warn me in such a way. It was as if they knew something I didn't, something that was about to happen. I looked around the house, feeling the walls close in on me. The silence was deafening. I thought about the strange sense of being watched earlier, how the air had felt thick with something I couldn't explain. I walked to the window and looked outside, half expecting to see someone standing there, watching me. But the street was still empty, and the houses around me were quiet, just as they had been before. There was no sign of movement, no sign of anyone nearby. And yet the feeling of dread remained, gnawing at the back of my mind. The words on the paper echoed in my head, "Don't go inside tonight." But where else could I go? My home was the only place I felt safe, the only place I could be alone with my thoughts. I didn't want to leave, but the warning hung over me like a dark cloud. What did it mean? And why had someone gone through so much effort to leave me this cloth, this message? I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever it was too late to turn back now. I sat down at the kitchen table, holding the cloth and the message in my hands. The clock on the wall ticked loudly, each passing second making the silence feel even more oppressive. The house was too quiet, too still. My thoughts swirled, and I couldn't stop the flood of questions that kept piling up in my mind. Was someone really watching me? Had someone been inside my house? My gaze kept drifting toward the front door, the place where the cloth had been left. I had locked it when I came inside, but for some reason, I couldn't stop thinking about it, about what might be waiting out there. The clock struck 7 p.m., and the doorbell rang. It was sharp and sudden, breaking the tension in the room like a knife. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. No one ever rang the doorbell at this hour, especially not without warning. I hesitated for a moment, my mind racing. Was this part of it? Was this what the message had warned me about? Or was it just someone, maybe a neighbor, dropping by? I stood up slowly, my legs shaking beneath me as I approached the door. My hand hovered over the doorknob, my breath shallow, my heart thudding in my chest. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to happen, something I wasn't prepared for. My hand trembled as I turned the knob and pulled the door open. No one was there. The porch was empty. The streetlights cast long shadows across the pavement, but there was no sign of anyone. My breath came out in a rush, and I felt a mix of relief and confusion. What was going on? Had I imagined the doorbell? Had it just been the wind or my nerves playing tricks on me? I stepped back inside, locking the door behind me. As I did, I glanced down at the cloth one last time. For a brief moment it seemed to shimmer, almost as if it had come alive. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog in my mind. There was no explanation for any of this, but something told me it wasn't over. The warning on the paper, the strange message, the sensation of being watched, it was all too much. I didn't know what would happen next, but I knew one thing for sure. The night wasn't going to be as quiet as I hoped. Story 26. I had been working late, as usual, with my phone charging on the desk beside me. I often stayed up past midnight, dealing with emails, messages, and catching up on work for clients. My phone had been plugged in for hours, steadily charging, and I had been relying on it to keep me connected and organized. As I sat back in my chair, finishing up some tasks, I glanced over at my phone, expecting it to be fully charged by now. But something immediately caught my eye. The charger had been unplugged. At first, I assumed I had simply bumped the cord while moving around the desk. Maybe it had come loose when I shifted my position or grabbed something from the drawer. But when I checked the cable, I realized it hadn't just come loose, it had been deliberately unplugged. The end of the charger was lying on the desk, disconnected from the phone, and the power cord was hanging loosely from the outlet. My mind immediately started racing, trying to make sense of what had happened. There was no way I could have done this by accident. I was certain I had plugged it in earlier, and that it was charging when I last looked. I stood up from my desk, feeling a slight shiver run through me as I scanned the room. I was the only one in the house, and I had been for hours. No one had entered while I was working, and no one could have touched the charger without me noticing. I checked the door to make sure it was still locked and the windows were secure. Everything was as it should be, but my charger had been unplugged for no reason. I plugged it back in, trying to push the thought from my mind. Maybe it was just a random accident, a fluke. But the more I thought about it, the more unnerved I became. It wasn't the first time something strange had happened in the house, though. Little things had been out of place for weeks now. Objects I had left in one spot would turn up somewhere else, and doors that were closed when I left would be slightly ajar when I returned. I had been dismissing it all as my own forgetfulness, but this felt different. The charger was plugged in for hours, and someone or something had deliberately unplugged it. I didn't know why, but the thought of someone in my space, touching my things without my permission, filled me with a creeping sense of dread. I sat back down and returned to my work, trying to push the incident out of my mind. I didn't want to dwell on it, but the thought of the charger being unplugged kept creeping back in. It wasn't just about the charger, it was about the feeling that I wasn't alone. The room felt different now, colder, more unsettling. I kept glancing over at the phone, half expecting it to be unplugged again. But it stayed where I had left it, charging steadily. Still, the unease lingered in the back of my mind. The next day, I woke up early, eager to get a jump start on the workday. As I walked into the room, I immediately noticed something strange. My phone charger was unplugged again. The same thing had happened. My heart sank in my chest. This couldn't be a coincidence. The charger was right where I had left it, lying on the floor beside the desk, disconnected from the outlet. I hadn't touched it since the night before, and yet it had been unplugged once more. This time I didn't just brush it off. I checked the entire room, making sure there were no signs of anyone else being there. Everything was exactly as it should have been. The windows were still locked, the door was closed, and there were no signs of forced entry. I was alone, and yet my charger had been unplugged again. I picked it up and plugged it back in, my hand shaking slightly as I did so. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was messing with me. Later that day, I decided to try an experiment. I wanted to see if the charger would be unplugged again, so I set up a small camera in the corner of the room, pointing directly at the desk. I left the charger plugged in and the phone charging, then I left the room for a few hours. I checked the footage when I returned, hoping to catch something that would explain the strange behavior. As I watched the video, my breath caught in my throat. Nothing happened at first. The room was empty, still and quiet. But then, around the 2-hour mark, I saw it. The charger slowly started to move, as if an invisible hand had gently tugged it from the phone. I watched in horror as the cord detached from the phone and fell loosely onto the desk. My mind raced as I watched the footage over and over again. There was no explanation for what I had just seen. The room had been empty the entire time. No one had entered, and yet the charger had been unplugged again, this time on camera. I was terrified, not just by the strange occurrence, but by the fact that I had no idea what was causing it. I felt like I was losing my grip on reality. Was I going crazy? Or was something in my house deliberately trying to unsettle me? I didn't know what to do. I had been trying to rationalize it, to find a logical explanation for the events that had been happening. But the more I thought about it, the less sense it made. I began to feel like I was being watched, like something was lingering just out of sight, waiting for the right moment to make its presence known. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was moving my charger had been there for longer than I realized, playing games with me, testing how far it could push me before I cracked. I spent the next few nights at a friend's house, unable to bear being in the room where the charger kept moving on its own. I didn't know what was going on, but I knew I needed a break. When I finally returned home, I decided to leave the charger unplugged. I didn't want to mess with it anymore. I set my phone on the desk, leaving it off the charger for a while, but when I came back to check on it, my phone was charging, the cord plugged in without me having touched it. I felt a chill run down my spine as I looked at the phone. The charger had moved again, but this time it was done so quietly that I hadn't even noticed. The room was still, and yet I could feel something pressing in on me, as if it was only a matter of time before I would find out what was really behind it all. I couldn't ignore it any longer. There was something in my house, something that was playing with me, and I didn't know how to make it stop. But I knew one thing for sure: I would never be able to look at my phone charger the same way again. Story 27. I was running late as usual, rushing through my morning routine in the bathroom. The air was thick with the steam from the shower, and the bathroom lights flickered as they always did, adding to the haze of exhaustion I felt. I bent down to grab my towel, and that's when I saw a hair tie lying on the floor near the door. It wasn't mine. I didn't recognize it, and I certainly hadn't left it there. My heart skipped a beat as I stared at it, trying to convince myself that it was just some random object that had somehow appeared in my bathroom. I stood up slowly, wiping the steam from the mirror in front of me. Everything else in the room seemed perfectly in place. The towels were hung neatly, the bathroom counter was cleared, and there was nothing that should have made me feel uneasy. But that hair tie, it shouldn't have been there. It looked as though someone had been in the room. I quickly pushed the thought away, chalking it up to some careless mistake, maybe my mind playing tricks on me. I bent down to pick it up, my fingers brushing against the soft fabric, and as I touched it, a chill ran through me. It wasn't cold to the touch, but the sensation that followed was one I couldn't explain. It was as if the hair tie had been waiting for me to pick it up like a trigger, and the second I held it, something shifted in the room. I looked around, my eyes scanning every corner of the bathroom. There was no one there, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I stood still for a moment, the hair tie still in my hand, unsure of what to do. Should I throw it away? Leave it where it was? Maybe someone else had been in the house, but I was sure I was alone. I quickly glanced at the door, making sure it was locked, and then I went about my routine, trying to ignore the growing discomfort that had taken hold of me. I placed the hair tie on the counter and finished getting ready, but the strange feeling lingered. The day seemed to drag on, and the unease never fully left me. Every little noise, every creak of the house made me jump. Even the simplest of sounds, the wind outside, the faint hum of the refrigerator, felt louder than usual, almost unnatural. But I didn't want to acknowledge it. I kept telling myself it was just my imagination running wild. After all, I had been under a lot of stress lately, and maybe the exhaustion was making me paranoid. By the time night fell, I had almost forgotten about the hair tie. I had gone about my evening making dinner, watching some TV, and finally getting into bed. But as I turned off the lights and pulled the covers over me, I glanced toward the bathroom door. I hadn't closed it fully, and it stood slightly ajar. A small sliver of light from the hallway spilled into the room, casting long, distorted shadows across the floor. And that's when I saw it again. The hair tie, now sitting neatly on the bathroom floor, in the same spot it had been that morning. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, my mind racing. I hadn't gone back into the bathroom since I left earlier. There was no reason for the hair tie to be back on the floor. It couldn't have just appeared out of nowhere. I hesitated, unsure of what to do. I had no explanation for it, and the thought of going into the bathroom alone made my stomach churn. But I couldn't ignore it. I had to face whatever was happening. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand, the screen lighting up as I unlocked it. I considered calling someone, anyone, but then I realized there was no one who could help. I was alone. I forced myself to stand up, my legs feeling heavy as I walked toward the bathroom. My breath came in short gasps, and I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. I didn't want to go in, but I had to. I needed to know what was going on. As I reached the door, I pushed it open slowly, my eyes scanning the room. The bathroom was exactly as I had left it. Nothing had moved. But the hair tie, it was there, as though someone had placed it down on the floor, just waiting for me to see it. I picked it up again, my hand trembling as I held it. It felt the same as before, but something about it seemed different this time. The air around me felt colder, heavier, and the silence of the house pressed in on me. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching me. The hair tie, though ordinary, had become a symbol of something I couldn't understand, and I felt a wave of dread wash over me. I backed away from the bathroom, my heart racing as I stumbled out of the room. My mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, trying to make sense of it all. There had to be a rational explanation. I was just overthinking things, right? Maybe I had left the hair tied there and forgotten about it. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. Something was wrong. The air in the house had changed, and I couldn't ignore it any longer. I locked the bathroom door behind me, even though it seemed silly. What was I protecting myself from? I wasn't sure. I couldn't focus on anything else. I needed to get some sleep to escape the unease that had taken root in my chest. But as I lay back down in bed, the sound of something shifting in the bathroom caught my attention. It was faint, but unmistakable. My pulse quickened as I held my breath, straining to hear. The sound came again, louder this time, like something scraping against the tile floor. My body froze, my thoughts going into overdrive. I knew there was no one else in the house. I was alone. But that sound, that scraping noise felt real. It was coming from the bathroom, and I couldn't ignore it any longer. I got up from the bed, my feet moving on their own as I walked toward the bathroom. The door was still locked, but I knew something was inside. Something that wasn't supposed to be there. I stood in front of the door, my hand on the knob, my heart pounding in my chest. I hesitated for just a moment before I pushed it open. The bathroom was empty. Nothing had changed. But the hair tie, that same familiar hair tie, was gone. The floor was bare. I scanned the room, every corner, but there was no sign of it. And then, as I stepped back into the hallway, I heard it again. A faint sound, soft but clear, coming from behind me. The bathroom door slammed shut on its own, the force so strong it rattled the walls. I was alone, but I no longer felt safe in my own home. The hair tie, now missing, had been a warning, one that I had ignored, and now the house itself seemed to be watching me. Something was here, something that I couldn't see, but I could feel it. And I wasn't sure how much longer I could stay before it made itself known. Story 28. I had just finished preparing dinner and set the oven timer to bake the dish for exactly 30 minutes. I went about my evening, tidying up the kitchen and getting ready for the rest of my night. The house was quiet, and everything seemed normal, just as it always did after I finished cooking. But then, as I walked past the oven, I heard a faint beeping sound, much louder than usual. It was the timer, but something wasn't right. I glanced at the oven and saw that the timer was set to 1 hour, even though I had only chosen 30 minutes. I froze, staring at the screen as the timer continued to count down. There was no way I could have accidentally set it to an hour. I double-checked everything when I set it, making sure I selected the right time, but now it was wrong. The numbers on the display flashed, and I instinctively reached forward to turn it off, but something stopped me. The air in the room seemed to shift. A strange, almost tangible tension settled in as I stood there, my hand hovering over the oven. I couldn't quite explain it, but it felt like the house had gone eerily still, like something was watching me. I pulled my hand back and watched the timer tick down, each second feeling heavier than the last. I told myself it was nothing, a simple mistake or maybe a malfunction, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I took a deep breath, trying to push the uneasy thoughts out of my mind. Maybe I had simply been distracted and forgotten about the timer after setting it. But as I walked away, I couldn't help but glance back at the oven every few moments. The timer continued to count down, now at 45 minutes, but my thoughts kept wandering to the strange feeling in the room. Why had the timer changed on its own? I couldn't get it out of my head. I tried to distract myself, focusing on other tasks around the house. I washed the dishes and organized the counters, anything to keep my mind occupied. But each time I returned to the kitchen, the oven seemed to beckon me, its timer silently ticking down. The clock on the wall confirmed that time was moving forward, but the timer's sound was the only noise that seemed to matter. The more I tried to ignore it, the more I couldn't. As the timer reached 10 minutes, my anxiety grew. I knew something wasn't right, and my instinct told me to go and check the oven. The unsettling feeling that had settled over me earlier grew stronger. My feet felt heavy as I walked toward the oven, my heart pounding in my chest. What if there was something wrong with it? What if the timer malfunctioned for a reason I couldn't explain? When I reached the oven, I carefully opened the door and peeked inside. The dish I had been baking was cooking perfectly, just as it should be. But there was something off about the warmth in the air, something that felt heavier than usual. I closed the door quickly and looked down at the timer. It read 5 minutes. My hands were clammy, and I had this strong sense that I was being watched from behind. I turned around swiftly, but there was no one there. I stood in front of the oven, feeling an odd combination of relief and dread. Everything seemed fine, yet something about it didn't sit right. I tried to tell myself that it was just my imagination getting the best of me, but I couldn't escape the feeling that something was wrong. The silence in the house seemed to echo louder now, and the sound of the timer became more pronounced. When the timer finally reached 0, I opened the oven to take out the dish. It had been cooked just right, as expected, but there was no satisfaction in it. The strange unease I had felt earlier still lingered, like an unwelcome guest in the room. I turned off the oven and walked away, but the sense of something being out of place stuck with me, gnawing at my thoughts. The next day, I went back into the kitchen to make breakfast. I hadn't thought much about the oven timer incident at first, assuming it was just a glitch. But when I opened the oven to preheat it for breakfast, I noticed something strange. The timer display was lit up again, but this time it was set to 1 hour and 15 minutes. I froze, staring at it. There was no way I had set it. In fact, I hadn't touched the oven at all since the night before. I walked closer, my heart pounding in my chest as the timer continued to count down. I pressed the button to turn it off, but the timer stubbornly refused to reset. It stayed locked in place, counting down the minutes without my input. The more I tried to reset it, the more it seemed to resist. I stood there, my mind racing, as I tried to understand what was happening. The air felt thick with tension, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop. I couldn't explain why the timer kept resetting itself to strange times. I had checked it the night before, and everything was fine. Yet here I was again, staring at the timer that refused to cooperate. In a moment of frustration, I unplugged the oven, hoping that would reset everything. When I plugged it back in, the timer remained unchanged. It was still set to 1 hour and 15 minutes. I backed away from the oven, feeling the panic rise in my chest. It was as if the appliance had a life of its own, like it was deliberately trying to unsettle me. The rest of the day passed in a blur. Every time I entered the kitchen, the oven seemed to draw my attention. The timer remained locked at 1 hour and 15 minutes, and no matter how much I tried to reset it, it never worked. I grew more and more frustrated, yet the strange feeling in my stomach only grew worse. It was as if something unseen was watching, waiting for me to give in to the fear. That night, I couldn't take it anymore. I decided I would call for help, just to make sure the oven was working properly. As I reached for my phone, I heard it. The faintest sound of the timer ticking. I froze, my heart racing. The oven was off, unplugged, but the sound of the timer was unmistakable. It was coming from the kitchen. I slowly crept toward the kitchen, my feet barely making a sound on the floor. The lights were dim, casting long shadows across the room. I entered the kitchen and looked toward the oven, and for a moment, everything seemed still. But then I saw it. The timer display, glowing faintly in the dark. It was set to 2 hours now. I backed away, feeling a cold sweat break out across my skin. The oven was silent still, but the timer was counting down, and I couldn't stop it. It was as if it was controlling me now, pulling me into its strange, relentless rhythm. I didn't know what to do, so I left the kitchen, slamming the door behind me. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I couldn't shake the image of the oven timer ticking away, counting down time in a way I couldn't control. The feeling of being watched never left me. It was as if the house itself had become something else, something sinister, and I had no idea how to escape it. Story 29. I had just returned home after a long day at work, my body tired and aching. I stepped up to my front door and reached for the handle, but as my hand grasped it, I immediately noticed something was off. The door handle was loose. I frowned, twisting it slightly, feeling it wobble unnaturally in my hand. It had been fine earlier in the day, I was sure of it. I tried to push the door open, but it felt heavier than usual, as though something was resisting me on the other side. I shook the handle a few more times, hoping to fix it, but it didn't budge. I felt a growing sense of unease settling in my stomach. Why was the door handle loose? I had lived in this house for years, and I had never experienced anything like this before. I tried to stay calm, but the sensation that something was wrong began to creep over me. My fingers tightened around the handle, and I gave it a harder tug, but it still didn't open. I stepped back, looking at the door as if it were an intruder in my own home. It was an old door, the kind that creaks and groans when you push it open, but I had never thought anything of it. Now, though, it felt different. The loose handle seemed to mock me, like it was hiding something. I had checked all the locks when I left that morning, and everything had been secure. There was no reason for the door to be acting like this. It was just a door, but it felt like more. The fear that had been slowly creeping up on me now took hold. I decided to try again, convinced that maybe I was just tired and overreacting. I pushed against the door, giving the handle another twist. This time it opened a little, but not enough to let me in. There was resistance from the other side, as though someone or something was holding the door closed. My breath hitched in my chest, and I instinctively stepped back, my heart racing. There was no reason for the door to be like this. no reason for it to be stuck. My mind began to spin with thoughts, trying to come up with an explanation. Was someone inside my house? Had someone broken in while I was gone? I quickly glanced around the yard, looking for any sign of movement. The street was quiet, the evening air still and cold. I could hear the faint sound of wind rustling the trees, but nothing else. I pressed my ear against the door, straining to hear anything from the inside, but there was nothing. Just silence. I couldn't stand the suspense any longer. I had to get in. I grabbed the handle again, this time twisting it more forcefully, trying to pull the door open. It creaked loudly, almost as if it were protesting the effort, and then it suddenly gave way. The door swung open just enough for me to step inside, but I hesitated. My instincts screamed at me to turn around and leave, to walk away and forget about it, but something in me pushed forward. I stepped inside the house, my shoes clicking against the floor as I entered. Everything seemed normal at first glance. The living room was empty, the TV was off, and the lights were dim. Nothing was out of place, but that didn't ease the growing sense of dread in the pit of my stomach. The door had never acted like that before. The handle had never been loose, and now, as I looked around the quiet house, I felt as if something was watching me. Something was waiting for me to make the next move. I closed the door behind me, making sure to lock it. I stood there for a moment, breathing heavily, trying to shake off the tension in the air, but it was still there, hanging over me. I turned toward the hallway, glancing toward the stairs leading up to the second floor. I had never felt so uneasy in my own home. I could feel the silence pressing in on me, making every small sound seem louder. I moved cautiously through the house, checking every room. The kitchen was empty, the bathroom door was closed, and nothing seemed amiss. But the feeling that something was wrong lingered. The handle, why had it been loose? Had someone been inside? Or was it just my mind playing tricks on me, feeding on the stress of the day? As I walked back to the living room, I stopped in my tracks. The front door, which I had just closed and locked, was now ajar. A cold chill ran down my spine. I hadn't left it open. I was sure of it. I quickly walked toward the door, my breath quickening. My hand reached for the handle, but I stopped just before I touched it. The thought of opening it again made my heart race with fear. What if someone was out there? What if someone had been inside all along, watching me, waiting for me to let my guard down? I stepped back from the door, my mind racing with possibilities. I wanted to leave, to call someone, but I couldn't. The idea of stepping back outside into the unknown made me feel vulnerable, exposed. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, staring at the door, wondering if I should just bolt it shut and never leave again. The sound of a floorboard creaking from upstairs snapped me back to reality. I froze, straining to hear. Another creak followed by a soft thud. My heart skipped a beat. I grabbed my phone from my pocket, my fingers trembling as I dialed 911. My throat felt dry, my voice shaky as I spoke to the operator. I didn't know what was going on, but I knew something was wrong. I heard the operator ask me questions, but I could barely respond. My attention was fixed on the sound upstairs. It was getting closer. I could hear footsteps now. They were slow, deliberate, like someone was walking through the house with purpose. The operator told me to stay on the line, to stay calm, but it was hard. The steps were coming closer, and I had no idea who or what was making them. I backed away from the door, keeping my eyes fixed on the stairs. I was waiting for whatever was going to happen next. Then, suddenly, the footsteps stopped. Complete silence filled the house. My heart was pounding in my chest. I couldn't hear anything, couldn't see anything, but the tension was unbearable. Minutes passed, maybe more. I stood there, frozen, until I heard the faint sound of the door opening again. My eyes snapped to it. The handle was turning. Slowly, deliberately. I could see the light flickering in the hallway, the shadows growing longer, as if something was standing in the dark, just outside the door. I had no choice but to face whatever was on the other side. The door creaked open, and in the dim light, I saw a figure standing there, silhouetted in the darkness. I couldn't make out any details, couldn't see any features, but I knew one thing for sure: I was no longer alone. Story 30. E. I had always been the type to keep things tidy, to know where everything was. That night, after a long day, I had collapsed into bed, exhausted, not bothering to check under the pillow before I laid my head down. It wasn't something I usually did, but the moment I rolled over the next morning, something felt off. As I moved my pillow to fluff it up, I felt something cold and hard underneath. I lifted it, expecting perhaps a forgotten hairpin or some loose change, but instead there it was, a coin. It wasn't just any coin. The silver had a dull, aged look, as though it had been buried for years. Its surface was smooth, almost too smooth, and when I held it in my hand, a strange chill ran up my arm. I turned it over, trying to make sense of its design, but it was blank. No markings, no symbols, no date, just a flat, featureless coin. It didn't seem like something that could just be found lying around. How did it end up there? I stared at the coin for a moment, trying to make sense of it. Maybe it had fallen out of my pocket the night before, but that didn't explain its strange appearance, or its sudden appearance under my pillow. I tossed it back onto the bed, deciding to ignore it for the time being. I had more important things to focus on, like getting ready for the day, but something about it lingered in my mind, gnawing at me. As I went about my morning routine, the coin's presence haunted my thoughts. What if it meant something? What if it had some significance I wasn't understanding? A sudden unease began to creep over me, making my usual morning routine feel strange, out of place. It was as though the entire day had been altered by that coin, by something I couldn't quite explain. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Everywhere I went, I felt eyes on me, and no matter how many times I checked over my shoulder, there was no one there. I tried to push it aside, attributing the feeling to stress, to being tired. But when I returned to my room later that evening, the coin was still there, resting on my bed, exactly where I had left it. I was sure I hadn't touched it since this morning, and yet there it was. It felt as if it were calling me, like it was inviting me to do something with it. I picked it up again, holding it in my hand and staring at its smooth, blank surface. I couldn't help but feel that there was something sinister about it, something wrong. I tried to push the thoughts away, but they kept returning, louder each time. It wasn't until the following night that things took a darker turn. I had just settled into bed, ready to sleep, when I heard a noise coming from the corner of my room. A soft scuffling sound, like something was moving. My heart skipped a beat. I turned my head slowly, my eyes darting around the room. But there was nothing. Just the familiar shadows of my furniture. The quiet hum of the night. I exhaled, trying to calm myself, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Something was in the room with me. I reached over and grabbed the coin from my nightstand. Holding it in my hand felt oddly comforting, like it was somehow connected to whatever strange presence had been in the room with me. My grip tightened around it, and for a moment, I thought I saw something shift in the shadows. A figure, just beyond the corner of my vision. I blinked, and it was gone. I tossed and turned for hours that night, unable to escape the sense that I was being watched, that something was lurking just out of sight. The coin, now resting on my pillow, seemed to glow faintly in the darkness, as if it were alive, pulsing with some unseen energy. It was as though it was beckoning me, pulling me toward it, urging me to understand what it wanted. By morning I was exhausted, both mentally and physically. I hadn't slept at all. But when I stumbled out of bed and turned toward the nightstand, I saw something that made my stomach drop. The coin was no longer where I had left it. It was on the floor now, just out of reach, as if someone had placed it there after I had gone to sleep. The room was eerily silent, but the air felt thick, heavy with a strange tension. I reached for it, but as soon as my fingers brushed its surface, I felt an icy shock run through me, almost like an electric jolt. I pulled my hand back, staring at the coin, my heart pounding in my chest. Why did it feel so cold? Why did it feel like it was alive? I couldn't keep it anymore. Whatever this coin was, whatever it wanted, I didn't want to be a part of it. I grabbed a plastic bag from the kitchen, carefully placed the coin inside, and sealed it. I thought about throwing it away, but that didn't seem like it would be enough. There was something about it, something I couldn't quite understand, that made me feel like I had to do more than just discard it. I drove to a nearby lake far from home and stood at the water's edge. I hesitated for a moment, staring at the bag containing the coin. It seemed foolish, but I didn't know what else to do. With a deep breath, I threw it into the water, watching as it sank into the depths, disappearing from sight. For a while, nothing happened. The lake was still, the only sound the soft ripple of water. But as I turned to leave, I felt a sudden sharp pain in my chest, as if something had struck me from within. I gasped, clutching my chest, but when I looked around, there was no one. I stumbled back to the car, my mind spinning, trying to make sense of what had just happened. What was that pain? Why did I feel like something was following me? By the time I made it back home, I was shaking, my body drenched in cold sweat. I locked the door behind me, not daring to look out the window. The whispers, which had been silent for so long, began again, faint at first, but growing louder. They seemed to be coming from inside my own mind, urging me to return, to find the coin, to take it back. I don't know how long I'll be able to keep running from it, from whatever it is that the coin awakened, but I'm starting to realize that no matter how far I go, no matter how hard I try to forget, it will always be there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for me to come back. It's not over. It's never over. Story 31. I had just settled onto the couch, ready to relax for the night. I picked up the TV remote, pressing the power button to turn on the screen. But nothing happened. I pressed it again, a bit harder this time, but still nothing. A flicker of annoyance passed through me as I shook the remote, hoping to dislodge any stuck buttons. It was then that I noticed something strange. The batteries were loose inside, not quite fitting as they should. I opened the back of the remote, expecting to see the batteries properly aligned, as they always had been. But when I looked, the batteries were switched around, positive and negative ends facing each other. That wasn't how I had left them. I was certain I had placed them correctly the last time I used the remote. I stared at the batteries for a moment, my mind racing. Had I made a mistake without realizing it? I pulled the batteries out and flipped them to the correct orientation, then placed them back in the remote. I pressed the power button again. The TV turned on without issue. I let out a relieved sigh, pushing aside the odd feeling that settled in my stomach. but something about it didn't sit right with me. The idea that the batteries had somehow switched on their own was unnerving. I couldn't remember anyone touching the remote, and I certainly hadn't used it since the night before. Still, I pushed it out of my mind. It was probably just a strange accident, nothing more. But as I continued watching TV, the thought lingered in the back of my mind. It wasn't the first time I'd noticed small things out of place, things I hadn't done myself, but I never thought much of them before. This time, however, it felt different. Later that evening, I was in the kitchen making a cup of tea when I heard the TV suddenly turn off. I froze, my heart skipping a beat. The remote was nowhere near me and I hadn't touched it. I rushed back into the living room, half expecting to find the TV screen off, and the remote sitting innocently on the coffee table. But when I reached the living room, the TV was on again. I glanced at the remote, which was lying in its usual spot. I stared at it, a strange unease creeping through me. Had I really just heard the TV turn off? Or was it something else? I shook my head, trying to dismiss the thought. It must have been a glitch or a coincidence. I picked up the remote and turned the TV off manually, then set the remote down carefully, making sure it was placed exactly how I had left it. The next day, I went about my usual routine, but the odd occurrences didn't stop. Small things kept happening, things I couldn't explain. Doors that were slightly ajar when I was sure I'd closed them, a light flickering that hadn't before, and that feeling of being watched, even when I was alone. But the most unsettling thing was the remote. It kept acting on its own, turning the TV off and on, as though it had a mind of its own. I decided to keep a closer eye on it. I even tried to test it. I would turn the TV off manually, leave the room, and come back only to find the TV on, remote sitting innocently on the coffee table. It was as though something or someone was using it when I wasn't around. One evening, I was watching the TV again when I noticed something odd on the screen. The image was blurry for a moment, flickering in and out. I tried adjusting the settings, but the issue persisted. It was then that I realized the remote was still in my hand, but I hadn't touched it. I hadn't even pressed any buttons. The flickering continued, the screen distorting, until the image became completely black. And then, in the reflection on the screen, I saw it. A figure standing in the doorway behind me, barely visible in the dim light. I turned around quickly, but there was no one there. My heart pounded in my chest as I stared at the empty doorway, trying to shake off the feeling of dread that had taken hold of me. I grabbed the remote, pressing the power button repeatedly, but the TV wouldn't turn back on. It remained black. I threw the remote on the couch in frustration, feeling a rush of fear and confusion. Why was this happening? Why was the remote behaving like this? I grabbed my phone to call someone, anyone, but just as I was about to dial, the TV flickered back to life. But this time, something was different. The screen wasn't showing what it should have. Instead of the usual channel, there was static, an image of black and white fuzz. And then, faintly, through the static, I thought I saw something moving, something behind the screen, shifting in the dark. I squinted, my heart racing. Suddenly, the image cleared, and I saw a face. It was distorted, a face that didn't belong. It wasn't mine, and it wasn't anyone I recognized. The face on the screen was pale, its eyes wide open in a twisted, hollow stare. I could feel the blood drain from my face as I stared at it, unable to look away. The face grinned at me, and then the screen went black once more. I jumped up from the couch, my heart pounding in my ears. The remote was on the floor now, next to the coffee table, its buttons pressing down as though someone had just used it. I rushed to the TV, trying to turn it off, but it wouldn't respond. The remote had fallen to the floor, and the TV wouldn't turn off or on. I had to get out of the house. The air in the room felt thick, suffocating. It was as though the house itself was closing in around me. I grabbed my things quickly and bolted for the door, not daring to look back. As I stepped outside, I took a deep breath, feeling the cool night air on my face. But just as I was about to walk away, I heard the familiar sound of the TV turning on in the distance, even though I was no longer inside. I never went back. Story 32. I had just returned from a long day of work, feeling drained and ready to relax. The house was quiet, as it always was when I came home. I walked into the dining area, intending to put my things down and sit for a moment to unwind. That's when I noticed that there was a napkin resting on my dining chair. It was odd, because I hadn't used one all day, nor did I recall anyone being in my home. The napkin wasn't neatly folded, as you might expect if it had been left by someone who had just finished a meal. Instead, it was just a crumpled, half-used piece of paper towel, as if someone had discarded it without much thought. I stood there for a moment, staring at it. My mind raced, trying to recall if I had perhaps used it earlier and forgotten about it, but no, everything about this felt wrong. I hadn't eaten anything at the table, nor did I ever leave a napkin behind like this. I walked closer to the chair, still unsure how it had gotten there. The napkin didn't belong to me, nor did it belong to any of the few people I occasionally had over. It was just there. The air in the room felt heavier, like something had shifted. I sat down cautiously, as if sitting on the chair might disturb something I hadn't yet understood. As I sat there, I tried to remember the last time I had sat at the table, and I could recall nothing unusual. It was a routine day. Nothing had felt out of place when I left in the morning. I glanced around the room, checking for anything else that might have been moved, but everything seemed normal, except for that napkin. It didn't belong, and that unsettled me. My thoughts immediately turned to the possibility that someone had been in my house without my knowledge. But the door had been locked, and I hadn't heard any sounds of entry. It seemed unlikely that anyone could have gotten in without leaving any signs of forced entry. I had no reason to believe that someone had visited, yet here was this napkin, sitting on my chair like a clue I couldn't quite decipher. I decided to pick it up and examine it more closely. The napkin felt damp to the touch, though not wet just enough to make me wonder if it had been recently used. As I unfolded it slightly, I saw that there were faint smudges of what looked like ink on it, though they were nearly dried. I didn't recognize the pattern, nor could I remember spilling anything that would explain it. The feeling that something was wrong intensified. What was even stranger was how the napkin had been placed so deliberately on the chair. It wasn't just discarded carelessly, but rather arranged in a way that suggested it had been placed with some intention. The thought that someone had been here while I wasn't looking began to gnaw at me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The room, usually so familiar and safe, now seemed alien. It was as though the napkin was a message, though I couldn't figure out what it was trying to say. I considered the possibility that I was just overreacting. Maybe I had been too focused on the little things, looking for signs of something that wasn't there. But no matter how hard I tried to dismiss it, the unease lingered. I couldn't stop wondering why the napkin was there in the first place. If it was just an accident, why hadn't I noticed it earlier? I didn't even want to imagine that someone had been in my house when I wasn't home. My mind raced with all the potential explanations, none of which made me feel better. I thought about checking the locks on the windows and doors again, but I knew they were secure. I thought about calling someone for reassurance, but I didn't want to seem paranoid. I decided to get up and go to the kitchen to make myself a drink, hoping it would help clear my mind. As I turned away from the table, I felt a strange sense of discomfort in my stomach. It was the feeling that something wasn't right, that something was just out of place. I glanced back at the dining chair before I left the room. The napkin was still there, like it was waiting for me to figure it out. But the longer I stood there, the more I began to question my own thoughts. Could I really be imagining all of this? I went to the kitchen, but the unease didn't fade. I kept thinking about the napkin. Who could have left it there? And why? These questions echoed in my mind like an unanswered riddle. I couldn't shake the sense of being watched, though the house was still empty. No footsteps, no sounds, just the stillness of a home that should have felt familiar. As the hours passed, I found myself unable to stop thinking about the napkin. I kept picturing it on the chair, just as I had left it. It was almost as if it were mocking me, a small detail that shouldn't have mattered but somehow did. I couldn't get the thought out of my head that someone had been here, even if I couldn't prove it. The next morning, I checked the chair again. The napkin was gone. It wasn't on the chair, and it wasn't anywhere else in the room. I searched the house, looking in all the usual spots for something that might explain its disappearance, but there was nothing. It was as though the napkin had vanished overnight. I felt a mix of relief and lingering dread. On one hand, I was glad that it was gone, but on the other, I couldn't stop wondering what had really happened. I wanted to believe it was just a weird coincidence, that I was simply overthinking things. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. There was something about the napkin, the way it had been left on the chair, that didn't add up. I felt like I had missed something, like I had been on the edge of understanding something important. But it slipped away just out of reach. The feeling of being watched didn't go away. Even though the napkin was gone, the unease stayed with me. I couldn't help but feel like something was hiding just beneath the surface, something I hadn't seen yet. It was as though the house itself was holding secrets, and no matter how much I tried to ignore it, they would continue to surface, one small detail at a time. I never figured out who or what had left the napkin. It remained a mystery, like a small, unsettling piece of a puzzle that I could never complete. I continued to live in the house, but the quiet moments were never quite the same. The napkin had left its mark, a reminder that sometimes the most insignificant things can be the most unnerving. The feeling of being watched never fully faded, and I couldn't help but wonder if I had missed something, if the house had more to reveal than I was willing to accept. Story 33. I had just finished my day and was getting ready to settle in for the night. The house was quiet, as it usually was, with the hum of the refrigerator and the soft ticking of the clock. I made my way to the bathroom to freshen up before bed, but as I reached for the door handle, I felt a sudden unease. The door was locked. I tried turning the handle again, thinking it was just stuck, but it refused to budge. A cold shiver ran down my spine. The bathroom door had been unlocked when I first came home, and there was no reason for it to be locked now. I stood there for a moment, trying to rationalize what was happening. Perhaps I had locked it earlier without realizing, or maybe someone had been in there and locked it behind them. But as I reached for my phone to call someone, I stopped myself. No one else was in the house. I was alone. The silence in the house felt oppressive now, as if the air itself had thickened. I shook the handle again, this time more forcefully, but the door remained immovable. My mind raced, trying to think of any logical explanation. It made no sense. I stepped back and looked around, considering my options. The bathroom was at the end of a narrow hallway, with no windows and no other way in. I could feel my heartbeat quicken as I stood there, staring at the door. There was something about this that felt wrong. I wasn't sure if it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but every instinct I had told me that something wasn't right. I tried not to panic, but the anxiety was building up, tightening in my chest. Taking a deep breath, I tried to rationalize the situation. It could be a simple mechanical issue, maybe the latch had stuck. I could get a tool from the kitchen and try to force it open. But then, just as I was about to walk away, I heard it. A faint sound, like something shifting on the other side of the door. My blood ran cold. It wasn't just the sound of the door creaking or settling, it was the unmistakable sound of movement. Someone was on the other side. I froze, not sure whether to speak, scream, or run. I pressed my ear against the door, hoping to hear something, anything that would explain what was happening. But all I could hear was the faint, rhythmic breathing of someone slow and deliberate coming from within. My heart raced as I realized that the door was locked from the inside. If there was someone in there, I had no idea how they had gotten in without me noticing. I quickly stepped back, my mind scrambling to process the situation. This was not just a simple door malfunction, something more sinister was happening. I thought about calling the police but hesitated. The idea of an officer arriving and finding nothing would only make me seem paranoid. I was alone in the house, and whatever was happening was beyond my control. I tried the handle one more time, but this time I wasn't just testing it, I was desperate. The door refused to open, and the sound of breathing behind it grew louder, more distinct. Whoever was inside was aware of my presence. I took a step back, my pulse hammering in my ears. There had to be another way in. Maybe there was a hidden latch I missed, or perhaps I could break the door down. I grabbed a nearby chair and slammed it into the door, hoping to force it open. The wood creaked but didn't give. I tried again, harder this time, but it didn't work. Frustration and fear surged within me, making it difficult to think clearly. I had to get in. Whatever or whoever was on the other side of that door needed to be confronted. The sound of breathing stopped suddenly, and I held my breath, listening intently. For a long, terrifying moment there was nothing but silence. I waited, my heart pounding in my chest, unsure of what to do next. Then, just as I thought it was safe, I heard a faint scratching sound, like fingernails dragging against the wood. My stomach churned as I realized the sound was coming from the inside of the bathroom, right behind the door. It wasn't just a person, it was something more disturbing. I took a step back, my hands shaking. The door was still locked, and whatever was inside seemed to be trying to make itself known. I didn't want to confront whatever it was, I wanted to run, but I knew I couldn't. I couldn't leave my house in this state of unease, especially with whatever was lurking on the other side of the bathroom door. I ran through every possible option in my mind. Could I break a window to get in? No, that would alert whoever or whatever was in there. Could I find something to pry open the door? Maybe. I quickly grabbed a heavy object from the nearby table and approached the door cautiously. I had no idea what I would find behind it, but the thought of being locked out of my own bathroom, with something or someone inside, was unbearable. I positioned the object in my hand and swung it at the door. The impact echoed through the house, and I heard a loud crack as part of the door splintered. I tried again with all my strength, and this time the door gave way. As it creaked open, I braced myself for whatever was on the other side. But when I stepped into the bathroom, it was completely empty. The room was just as I had left it, with nothing out of place. There was no one hiding, no one waiting for me. The bathroom was clean, the floor dry, and the shower curtains still hanging neatly. I blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend what had just happened. There was no logical explanation. I stood in the doorway, staring at the empty room, trying to make sense of it. It didn't make any sense. The door had been locked from the inside. The sounds I heard, the breathing, the scratching, it couldn't have been a figment of my imagination. I had heard it, felt it. Yet now there was no sign of anything unusual. It was as if whatever had been in there had never existed at all. I stood there for a long time, my mind reeling with unanswered questions. Was it a prank? Some kind of trick played on me by my mind? But nothing about it felt like that. It felt real, too real. I slowly backed out of the bathroom and locked the door behind me. As I left the hallway, I glanced back, half expecting to see someone or something standing there, watching me. But there was nothing. The rest of the night passed uneventfully, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I checked the bathroom door several times, making sure it was still locked. But the sounds I had heard, the movement behind the door, stayed with me. It wasn't over, I realized. Whatever had happened wasn't a one-time event. I didn't know what was going on, but I knew one thing for sure: my house, my safe space, was no longer that. And I wasn't sure when or if it would ever feel safe again. Story 34. It was late at night when I first heard it, a soft, almost haunting melody drifting up from the basement. At first, I thought it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. The house was silent, except for the usual creaks and groans of the old wooden floors. But as I sat in my living room, the melody grew clearer, almost like a lullaby, sweet but unsettling. I froze, straining my ears, trying to figure out where it was coming from. It wasn't the kind of sound that should have been coming from a basement, at least not from mine. The basement was just a storage area filled with boxes and old furniture. There were no instruments down there, and I was sure I hadn't heard any music coming from that part of the house before. I stood up slowly, my heart racing, the melody getting louder with each passing second. It wasn't something I could easily dismiss. The sound was persistent, like it had a life of its own. The house was eerily quiet around me, the air thick with tension. I walked over to the door that led to the basement, my steps hesitant. I didn't know why, but I felt a growing sense of dread that seemed to make my stomach churn. Why was the music coming from there? I had never heard it before, and the thought of it coming from my basement, a place I'd barely visited, only made it feel stranger. I stood in front of the door for a moment, my hand hovering over the doorknob, unsure of what to do. But the melody called to me, pulling me toward it. I opened the door slowly, the familiar creak of the hinges making me flinch. As I stepped into the basement, the air felt colder, thicker than usual, and the melody was now clear as day. It echoed through the darkness, and I found myself standing at the top of the stairs, frozen in place. The basement was as I had left it, with boxes piled up along the walls and a few old lamps casting dim shadows. But the melody, it didn't make sense. There were no instruments here, no radio or speakers to explain the sound. I moved closer to the stairs, peering down into the darkness, but I couldn't see anything beyond the faint glow of the lamps. The music seemed to be coming from deeper within, and the more I listened, the more uneasy I became. It wasn't just the tune, there was something wrong with it, something off. It sounded almost like a lullaby, but twisted, as if it were being played on an out-of-tune piano. the notes slightly off, creating a dissonance that was both unsettling and beautiful at the same time. I took a hesitant step down the stairs, the soft creaking of the wooden steps beneath me the only sound besides the melody. The further I went, the stronger the music became, until it filled the entire basement, surrounding me in its strange, eerie beauty. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, each beat echoing in my ears as I made my way further down. I wasn't sure what I was looking for, or why I was even still going down, but something inside me urged me on, as though I had to find the source of the music. The basement seemed to stretch on forever, the darkness wrapping around me like a heavy blanket. I reached the bottom of the stairs and found myself standing in the middle of the room, the music now so loud that it felt as though it were coming from all around me. There was no visible source, no instrument in sight, but I could feel the melody in my bones, vibrating through the floorboards beneath me. I scanned the room, my eyes darting from one shadow to another, but there was nothing out of place. And then I saw a faint light in the far corner of the room. It flickered, barely noticeable, but enough to catch my eye. I moved toward it, each step slow and deliberate, as if I were afraid of what I might find. The melody grew louder as I approached, almost deafening now. When I reached the corner, I could make out a shape in the dim-lighted, dusty old piano, its keys barely visible through the grime and dirt. But it wasn't just any piano. It looked ancient, old beyond measure, like something that didn't belong in my house. I stood there for a moment, just staring at it. The melody was coming from the piano, but there was no one sitting at it, no one playing the keys, and yet the music continued, as if it were being played by invisible hands. I couldn't explain it. I should have turned around and run, but something kept me rooted to the spot. My breath was shallow, and the chill in the air seemed to grow colder with every note that echoed through the basement. I took a step closer to the piano, my feet moving on their own, as though they had a mind of their own. I reached out a trembling hand, and the moment my fingers brushed the dusty surface of the piano, the music stopped. The sudden silence was deafening, and I felt a wave of panic rush over me. My heart raced and my body tensed, as if I had just crossed a threshold I shouldn't have crossed. But then, just as quickly as the silence had arrived, the melody began again, this time louder, more intense, as if it were angry at being interrupted. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over my own feet, and the music seemed to mock me, growing more frantic and discordant. I couldn't take it anymore. I turned and bolted up the stairs, my breath coming in short gasps as I reached the top. But the melody followed me, growing louder and louder, until I was almost outside, out of the basement, and back into the silence of the house. It wasn't until I closed the basement door behind me, slamming it shut, that the music finally stopped. I leaned against the door, my hands shaking as I tried to calm my racing heart. I didn't know what had just happened, but I knew I couldn't go back down there. I didn't care what it was. I didn't care if it was some kind of strange, natural occurrence, or something far worse. The music had stopped, but the feeling of being watched, of something lingering just out of sight, stayed with me. I couldn't shake the sense that something had been waiting for me in the basement, and that it still was. Story 35. I had just finished cooking dinner when I noticed it. The kitchen cabinets, which had always been neatly organized, were no longer the same. At first, I thought I was mistaken, maybe just a little too tired for my day. But as I opened each door, it became undeniable. The cans of food, the jars, the spices, everything was out of place. The once familiar order had been replaced with a chaotic mess. I tried to convince myself that I must have done it in a rush, maybe not paying attention when I last put everything away. but something about it didn't sit right. I stood there for a moment, staring at the disarray, feeling an eerie sense of unease settle over me. I'd always been particular about how I arranged my kitchen, every item in its right spot. But now things were not where they should be. The coffee mugs were stacked haphazardly, not in their usual neat row. The cereal boxes were turned sideways, and some of the tins had been moved from their usual shelf, now resting on the counter. It was as though someone had gone through the kitchen and decided to make it all wrong. My mind raced. I lived alone, and I hadn't had anyone over in days. There was no reason for anyone to be in my kitchen, rearranging my things. I walked over to the counter and picked up a jar of peanut butter. It was out of place, sitting in the middle of the counter, as though someone had used it and forgotten to put it back. But I didn't remember doing that. I had been focused on cooking, and the last time I used a peanut butter, it had been back in its spot on the shelf. My hand shook slightly as I put it back in its proper place, but the strange feeling in my stomach only intensified. I checked the rest of the kitchen, opening each cabinet and drawer. The utensils were scattered, some of them out of their designated spots. My knives, which I always kept in a specific order, were now mixed up, the larger blades placed next to the smaller ones. The drawers were disorganized, their contents spilling out onto the floor. My heart began to race, and I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been here, touching everything. But there were no signs of forced entry. The door was locked, and the windows were all shut tight. No one had come inside. The more I looked around, the more unnerving it became. It wasn't just that the kitchen was messy, it was that everything felt wrong. The way the objects were placed, the way the things that were supposed to be in one spot had been moved, there was a deliberate quality to it, like someone had purposely rearranged the kitchen. My head spun as I tried to come up with an explanation. Could I have done this and just forgotten? No. That didn't make sense. I had been cooking, and I would have noticed if I'd been the one to mess everything up. A sudden chill ran down my spine as I realized something. I wasn't alone. I couldn't see anyone, but the presence was unmistakable. It was as though the air in the kitchen had changed, thickening, becoming heavier with each passing second. I felt as though someone was watching me, standing just behind me, waiting. My skin prickled, and I turned around quickly, expecting to see someone standing there. But there was no one. The kitchen was empty, just like it had been when I walked in. I swallowed hard, my throat dry, and my eyes flicked to the clock on the wall. It was just past 9 p.m. I needed to calm down, to think logically. But nothing about this situation was logical. I went back to the cabinets, opening them one by one, searching for any clue, any hint that could explain what had happened. The more I searched, the more things felt wrong. The dishes in the sink were cleaned and stacked neatly, but the rest of the kitchen was chaos. I checked the fridge, but nothing had been touched. It was as though the intruder had only targeted the cabinets and drawers. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself, but my mind was racing. I had to know who had been in here, who had done this. But there were no footprints on the floor, no fingerprints on the cabinet doors. It didn't make sense. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, and a cold sweat formed on my brow. This wasn't normal. Someone had been in my house, and they had been here recently, because nothing in the kitchen had been disturbed for long. The feeling of being watched only grew stronger, pressing in on me like a weight. I glanced toward the back door, the only other exit from the kitchen. It was locked, just like it always was. But the sense of unease lingered, and the more I tried to convince myself that everything was fine, the more the feeling persisted. I needed to figure out who had done this. I couldn't let it go, couldn't ignore it, because something told me this was only the beginning. I picked up my phone, my hands shaking as I dialed the number of a friend. I needed someone to tell me that I wasn't going crazy, that I wasn't imagining things. But when the phone rang, there was no answer. I tried again and again, but no one picked up. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach, and the air in the room grew colder. A sudden gust of wind rattled the windows, sending a shiver through me. I looked toward the door again, but there was no movement, no sign of anyone. I checked the rest of the house, walking through each room, my eyes darting from one corner to the next. But everything was as it should be except for the kitchen. That was where the chaos was, where the disturbance had occurred. My mind raced, but no matter how much I tried to reason with myself, the reality of the situation settled in. Someone had been inside, someone had been in my kitchen, and they had deliberately made a mess. But why? What was the purpose? I checked the kitchen once more, my heart pounding in my chest. I couldn't understand it. I needed to know what had happened. As I stood in the middle of the room, the silence seemed to press in on me, suffocating me. I looked around, my eyes settling on the cabinet where I kept the silverware. The drawers were still open, the utensils scattered on the floor. But as I walked over to them, I stopped short. Something was different. One of the knives was missing. I stood frozen, my breath catching in my throat. It wasn't just a mess anymore. It was something else. Someone had taken the knife. My heart skipped a beat as I realized that whoever had been in my kitchen wasn't just looking for food. They had taken something dangerous. I felt a cold panic rush through me, and for the first time that night, I truly believed that someone had been in my home, and they weren't finished yet. Story 36. I had just returned from a long day of errands, my mind preoccupied with the endless list of tasks I needed to complete. I stepped out of the car and walked up to my front door, only half paying attention to my surroundings. The weather had been unusually cold for this time of year, and I was eager to get inside and warm up. As I reached the door, something caught my eye on the doormat. It was a footprint, a muddy print, fresh and clearly visible against the light color of the mat. My heart skipped a beat. The footprint was large, unmistakably clear in its shape. I stood frozen for a moment, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The mat was clean when I had left the house that morning, so how had it gotten there? I wasn't expecting any visitors, and no one had been around, at least not that I knew of. The footprint was too clear to be accidental, and the mud seemed to be recent. I hesitated, looking around to see if anyone was nearby. The street was empty, and everything appeared quiet. I knelt down to examine the print more closely. It was like nothing I had ever seen before. The shoe, or whatever had made it, was large, and the tread pattern was unfamiliar to me. It looked as though the person had stepped on the mat intentionally, leaving behind a perfect impression. The shoes didn't look like anything I owned, and they didn't match any of the neighbors' styles. No one had come over recently, and I certainly hadn't invited anyone over today. I was alone, and yet here was this footprint, an unmistakable sign that someone had been on my porch while I was away. I reached for the doorknob to let myself inside, but something made me stop. The feeling of being watched, of someone having been close, weighed on me. I checked the door and the surrounding area, ensuring everything was secure, and I stepped back. The footprint was still there, staring back at me like an ominous message I couldn't yet decode. What was even more unsettling was the fact that it was placed right in the center of the mat, as if it was left deliberately for me to find. I considered calling someone, a friend, maybe a neighbor, just to make sure everything was okay. But something held me back. What could I even say? That I found a footprint on my doormat? That would sound ridiculous, wouldn't it? I couldn't shake the feeling that this was more than just an accident. It felt wrong. My mind started racing as I thought of all the possible explanations, but none of them made sense. I hadn't heard any knocks on the door, hadn't seen anyone approaching the house. So how had this print ended up on my mat? Reluctantly, I stepped inside and closed the door behind me, locking it for extra security. But the thought of the footprint lingered in my mind, gnawing at me. I couldn't help but keep glancing out the window to check if anything else seemed unusual. Nothing. The night was quiet, still, and the streetlights outside cast long shadows across the pavement. But I couldn't ignore the unease that was creeping in. Someone had been here, and they knew I would eventually find their footprint. They wanted me to know. Hours passed, and I tried to go about my evening, but the thought of that footprint kept pulling at me. I couldn't stop wondering who had left it and why. Had someone been watching me? Did they know I was home, or had they just left it out of some twisted curiosity? I couldn't get the image of the muddy print out of my mind. And no matter how much I tried to focus on other things, the feeling of being watched persisted. The next morning I checked the mat again. The footprint was still there, unchanged. I bent down to examine it again, but this time, something caught my attention. There were small, faint scuff marks around the print, as if the person who had left the footprint had been shifting their weight while standing there. It didn't make sense. Why would they have stood there, waiting as if expecting me to notice? My mind spun with possibilities. Maybe it was just a prank, though it didn't feel like one. It didn't feel like something done out of any sense of humor or mischief. It felt deliberate, purposeful. The mud had been left in a way that made it look almost like a message. Someone had been standing there, possibly watching my house, and then left behind this reminder of their presence. I went inside, checking the locks once again, and spent the rest of the day in an uneasy haze. The thought of the footprint lingered. I couldn't shake the idea that someone had been there, that they had been too close. The fact that it hadn't been there the night before, when I had returned, meant that whoever had done it was watching for the right moment. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up, my mind spinning with thoughts of the footprint. I would get up and check the window, the locks, the door. Everything was fine, but the unease refused to leave. It was like I was waiting for something to happen, as if the footprint was only the beginning of something much worse. Days passed, and the footprint remained. It was as though it had become a permanent fixture on the mat. I hadn't mentioned it to anyone, unsure of how to explain it without sounding paranoid or foolish. But every time I stepped out the door, it was there, staring back at me. I started noticing other odd things. Little things like my car being parked slightly out of place or the front porch light flickering. At first, I thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but the more I thought about it, the more I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been inside my space. Had they come back after I had checked the door and the windows? Was I being watched more closely than I had realized? It wasn't until a week later that things began to make sense. I was sitting in the living room, staring out the window, when I noticed a figure standing across the street. It was a man, standing still in the shadows, as if waiting for something. My breath caught in my chest. He didn't move for what seemed like hours, and every time I glanced over, he was still there. That night, I stayed inside, the curtains tightly drawn, watching him from behind the safety of my walls. I knew then that the footprint wasn't just a random occurrence. Someone had been watching me for longer than I realized. They had left the footprint to send a message, to remind me that they knew I was aware. The strange things happening around the house weren't just coincidences. I had become the target of something far more disturbing than I had initially thought. The next day, I called the authorities. As much as I didn't want to admit it, I needed help. I couldn't do this alone. And when the officer arrived, he inspected the footprint and the area around it. After a thorough check, he reassured me that I wasn't imagining things. The footprints were recent, and there were signs of someone being close to my property. The officer promised to keep an eye on things, but I couldn't help but feel a lingering dread. Who had left the footprint? Why had they targeted my home? I didn't know, but I had a sinking feeling that this wasn't over. The person who had left it had been watching me, waiting, and now I had become part of something much bigger. Something I wasn't sure I could escape from. Story 37. It was late in the afternoon when I walked into the living room, ready to settle in for some quiet time. I had just finished a long day of work and was looking forward to reading a few chapters of a novel. The sunlight streamed in through the window, casting warm rays across the room. I glanced at my bookshelf, where I usually kept my favorite books neatly arranged by genre, but something caught my eye. There, lying flat on the shelf, was a book that I didn't recognize. It was different from the others, its cover unfamiliar, its spine slightly creased. I had no memory of placing it there. I stood frozen for a moment, my mind racing. How could this be? I had only just been in this room earlier that day, and every book had been in its usual place. I stepped closer to the bookshelf, reaching for the book. As my fingers brushed against the cover, a strange chill ran through me. It felt as though the air around me had suddenly thickened, the warmth from the sunlight unable to reach me anymore. I picked the book up, flipping it open, but the pages were blank, completely empty. Confusion flooded my thoughts. Why would someone leave a blank book on my shelf? I couldn't remember anyone coming over recently, and I hadn't bought any new books. It was like it had just appeared out of nowhere. I turned the book over in my hands, searching for some clue, some sign that would explain its presence. But there was nothing. Just smooth, blank pages and a cover that was too plain to offer any details. My mind was spinning, trying to come up with an explanation, but nothing made sense. I placed the book back on the shelf, deciding that I must have forgotten where it had come from, or maybe it had been left behind during one of my many cleaning sprees. But as I stepped away, a sudden feeling of unease washed over me. Something about it didn't feel right. The way the book had just appeared, the way it seemed to beckon me without words, it was unsettling. That night I tried to push the strange encounter with the book out of my mind. I tried to focus on other things, but the thought of the book kept creeping back into my thoughts. I found myself glancing at the bookshelf every now and then, as if expecting the book to somehow reveal its secrets. But it remained where I had left it, lying flat on the shelf, just like before. The next morning I decided to do something about it. I was going to investigate. I had to know where this book had come from and why it was here. I stood in front of the bookshelf once again, determined to get to the bottom of it. But as my gaze landed on the shelf, I felt my heart drop. The book was gone. Completely gone. Panic set in as I scanned the room. I rushed to the other shelves, checking each one, but the book wasn't anywhere to be found. I felt my pulse quicken, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. There was no way it could have disappeared on its own. Had someone come in and taken it? No one had been in my house, and I was sure I had left it right there. My breath came faster as I frantically searched every corner of the room, even opening drawers and checking under the couch. But there was no sign of the book. It was like it had never existed. I sank down onto the couch, my head spinning with confusion and fear. How could something like this happen? Was I losing my mind? That evening, I decided to take a break from the search. I tried to calm myself, but as the night grew darker, an overwhelming sense of dread settled over me. The house seemed quieter than usual, the shadows in the corners growing longer with every passing minute. It felt like something was watching me, something I couldn't see. The feeling was so intense that I couldn't shake it. It was as if the book, or whatever force had brought it into my home, was still here, lingering just beyond my awareness. I tried to distract myself by watching TV, but every time I glanced toward the bookshelf, my heart would race. I couldn't stop thinking about the missing book and the eerie sensation that had followed it. Hours passed, and I finally decided to go to bed, hoping that sleep would bring some relief. But as I lay there, the unease never left me. I tossed and turned, unable to escape the thoughts swirling in my mind. Around midnight, I heard a soft sound, a faint creak from the direction of the bookshelf. I froze, my body tensing. Could it be? I held my breath, listening intently. There it was again. The sound of something moving, ever so slightly, just enough to catch my attention. My pulse raced as I slowly got out of bed, my feet barely making a sound as I moved toward the source of the noise. As I stepped into the living room, I noticed something strange. The bookshelf had been disturbed. Books were out of place, some leaning against each other at odd angles, others slightly askew. And there on the shelf was the book. The same book. It was back, lying flat in the exact same spot where it had been before. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I picked the book up again, feeling that same chill that had gripped me the first time. The pages were still blank, still empty, but now a strange sense of urgency filled me. Something wasn't right. This wasn't just some forgotten book. It felt like a warning, a message I couldn't understand. Why had it come back? Why had it been placed in such a deliberate way? I stood there, my hands trembling as I clutched the book. My heart raced, and my mind raced even faster. I couldn't shake the feeling that this book was tied to something much larger than I could comprehend, something I wasn't ready to face. As the minutes passed, I realized I couldn't keep it in my house any longer. I had to get rid of it. I walked toward the door, the book still in my hands, my thoughts a blur. As I opened the door to throw the book away, I paused for just a moment. A fleeting thought ran through my mind. What if I was making a mistake? What if getting rid of the book would only make things worse? But before I could second guess myself, I threw it into the trash can, slamming the lid shut with a finality I had never felt before. The next day, I woke up feeling strangely lighter. The unease that had been hanging over me for days seemed to have dissipated. I didn't think about the book, not once. I went about my day as usual, trying to put the strange events behind me. But as the sun began to set, something caught my eye. There, on the doorstep, was the book, lying flat once again. I stared at it for what felt like an eternity, my mind reeling. The book had come back. It was no longer just a strange occurrence. It was something I couldn't escape. It was as though it had followed me, waiting for me to acknowledge its presence once again. The house, the walls, everything seemed to be closing in on me. The book was a part of my life now, and I wasn't sure how I could ever get rid of it. Every time I tried, it always came back. Every time I thought it was gone, it reappeared in my life like some dark, uninvited guest that refused to leave. I realized that I wasn't in control anymore. The book had its own power, and I was trapped in its web. The question that haunted me, the one I could never quite answer, was this: why me? Story 38. I had just returned home after a long day of work, my mind focused on the small tasks I needed to accomplish before I could relax. As I walked into the kitchen, the familiar sight of the fridge greeted me. It was covered in a mix of magnets, mostly souvenirs from vacations and a few that had been there for years, each one telling a little story. I smiled, briefly admiring how they had become part of the background of my life. But something was off. I took a few steps closer and stopped. The magnets, which had always been arranged in a specific way, were completely different now. They were scattered across the fridge in a pattern that was unfamiliar to me, some of them even stacked on top of one another. I couldn't believe it. I knew exactly how I had left them earlier that morning, arranged neatly, with certain ones grouped together by size or color. But now they were chaotically placed, as if someone had been messing with them. I walked over to the fridge and stood there, staring at the rearranged magnets. My first instinct was to dismiss it as a simple mistake. Maybe I had just forgotten how they looked. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. I was meticulous about little things like that, and I was sure that I hadn't moved them. Still, I couldn't figure out who would have, or why they would even bother. I was the only one in the house, and no one had been over that day. I tried to calm myself, convinced that it must have been a momentary lapse in my memory. But as I touched a few of the magnets to return them to their original positions, a chill ran down my spine. The fridge felt cold, unnaturally so, and the air around me grew heavier. I could almost hear the faint sound of something shifting in the background, though when I looked around, the house was completely still. My heart rate picked up as I quickly rearranged the magnets back into their familiar pattern, trying to shake off the sense of unease creeping over me. But as soon as I finished, the sound returned like something was moving, just beyond my reach. I froze, listening closely. The noise wasn't loud, but it was unmistakable. A soft scraping, like something shifting against the surface of the fridge. I glanced at the magnets once again, and to my horror, they were moving. The ones I had just repositioned were now out of place once more, as if they were subtly sliding around on their own. I stepped back, my breath catching in my throat. I didn't know what was happening, but I felt a deep sense of dread wash over me. My logical mind told me it was impossible. Magnets don't move on their own. There had to be an explanation. But as the magnets continued to shift ever so slightly, I felt a growing sense of panic. I quickly grabbed a nearby chair and placed it in front of the fridge, blocking my view of the magnets, hoping that somehow I could stop them from moving. The house was silent, but the atmosphere felt thick, oppressive. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, even though I knew there was no one else here. The fridge, once a comforting presence in my kitchen, now felt like a strange, looming object. I hesitated for a moment before turning away, my eyes still darting back to the fridge as I tried to think of a rational explanation. I decided to get some fresh air, hoping it would help clear my mind. As I stepped outside and took a deep breath, the unease I had been feeling didn't go away. If anything, it deepened. The silence around me was deafening, and every creak and rustle of the wind made my skin crawl. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, waiting for me to return inside. After a few minutes, I reluctantly went back into the house, feeling as though I was walking into a place that no longer felt like my own. When I opened the door, I expected to find the kitchen exactly as I had left it, but the moment I stepped inside, I knew something had changed. The kitchen light flickered for a brief second, then steadied, but it was enough to send a shiver down my spine. I turned toward the fridge, my heart pounding. There, in the corner of the kitchen, was the chair I had moved in front of the fridge. It was still there, but the magnets, now completely rearranged, were staring back at me in an unsettling way. The pattern was not chaotic anymore, but something about it felt deliberate. I walked closer to the fridge, my hands trembling as I reached out to touch the magnets. They felt cold to the touch, colder than they ever had before. The magnets themselves seemed to have a strange energy to them, almost as if they were charged with some unseen force. I could feel a buzzing sensation in my fingertips as I ran my hand over the surface. It was as if they were alive, reacting to my touch. I quickly pulled my hand back and stumbled away from the fridge, my breath coming in short gasps. The house felt different now, like the walls were closing in around me. The room had grown colder, and the air felt thick, heavy with something I couldn't explain. It was as if the very space itself had become hostile, as though the house was no longer mine. I stood there for a moment, my mind racing. Was I losing my mind? How could I explain what was happening? I had no answers, just an overwhelming sense of fear. The more I looked at the fridge, the more I could feel the unease growing, pulling at the edges of my sanity. I wanted to leave, to run, but something held me there, like an invisible force keeping me rooted in place. Suddenly, the sound of the magnets shifting returned, only this time it wasn't subtle. It was loud, unmistakable, a scraping sound, followed by a faint clicking noise. I turned to look at the fridge, and I swear I saw one of the magnets move on its own. It slid across the surface as if guided by an invisible hand, stopping in a new position. I couldn't take it anymore. I ran to the door and flung it open, not caring what I was leaving behind. I didn't look back as I ran out of the house, my heart pounding in my chest. I could feel the cold, oppressive air of the house chasing me, pushing me to run faster, farther. I didn't stop until I reached the end of the street, out of breath and shaken to my core. That night, I couldn't bring myself to go back inside. The thought of the fridge, with its cold, shifting magnets, haunted me. I stayed in my car, staring at the house from a distance, feeling as though the very walls were watching me. I knew I couldn't stay away forever, but the thought of returning to that place, to the kitchen, made my stomach turn. Eventually, I went back the next morning, cautiously opening the door, half expecting the magnets to be waiting for me. But when I looked at the fridge, it was exactly as it had always been. The magnets were in their usual places, perfectly arranged, as if nothing had ever happened. For a moment, I thought maybe I had imagined it all, the strange rearranging, the cold feeling in the room, the noises. But deep down, I knew I hadn't. Something had changed, and whatever it wasn't finished with me yet. Story 39. I had been sitting in the living room for a few hours, scrolling through my phone, when I noticed something strange. A small piece of candy wrapper was peeking out from under the couch. I frowned, setting my phone down. I hadn't eaten candy in days, and no one else had been in the house. How could it have gotten there? I leaned forward, reaching under the couch to grab the wrapper. It was crinkled, faded, and slightly torn, as if it had been there for a while. But it didn't make sense. No one had been here. I inspected the wrapper more closely. It was a bright, colorful design, one I recognized from my childhood. I hadn't seen one like it in years. The candy was something my mom used to buy, a treat I hadn't had in a long time. I felt a sudden chill run through me. How could it be here? I wasn't even sure the candy was still in production. It seemed like a trivial thing to worry about, but the more I stared at that wrapper, the more uneasy I became. I pushed the thought aside, telling myself it was just a coincidence. But then the questions started piling up. How had it ended up under my couch? No one had been over, and I always made sure to clean the living room thoroughly. I couldn't think of any explanation. I turned around, checking the rest of the room to see if anything else seemed out of place. Everything was just as it should be, the furniture where it always was, nothing moved or disturbed. I stood up and walked over to the window, peering out into the quiet street, trying to clear my head. The world outside seemed normal, peaceful, yet that wrapper was still there, lodged under the couch, as if it had been deliberately placed there. I couldn't shake the nagging feeling in the back of my mind. I had always been alone in this house. The idea of someone sneaking in while I wasn't paying attention was absurd, right? But as I sat back down, I glanced back at the wrapper, now more suspicious than ever. Was it possible someone had been here? I shivered, pushing the thought away. I had to be imagining things. There was no reason to panic over something so small. The evening stretched on, the wrapper still haunting me from under the couch. It seemed like every time I looked at it, I became more convinced that something wasn't right. I could feel my nerves on edge, my mind racing with possibilities. The wrapper didn't belong there, I was sure of it. I had just moved into this house a few months ago, and I had been careful about everything, ensuring all doors and windows were secure, making sure the locks worked properly. And yet there it was, a small piece of evidence sitting under my couch, mocking me. I stood up again and walked over to the couch, this time determined to do something about it. As I crouched down, ready to pull the wrapper out, I noticed something odd. There was a faint scent lingering in the air, something sweet but with a strange undertone. I inhaled, trying to place it, but it was fleeting, just enough to unsettle me further. I pulled the wrapper free, and as I stood up, I saw something else. A small smudge, a barely noticeable fingerprint on the side of the couch, just below the armrest. It wasn't much, but it was enough to make my blood run cold. I hadn't noticed it before, and no one had been here, at least not that I knew of. My pulse quickened as my mind began to spiral. Had someone been in my home? I turned the wrapper over in my hands, my thoughts a blur. It wasn't just a random candy wrapper. It felt like a message, like whoever left it was trying to get my attention. Maybe I was overthinking it, but I couldn't ignore the feeling that something was wrong. I ran my fingers along the edges of the couch, checking for anything else that might give me a clue. My hands trembled as I searched, but all I found was the lingering scent, still faint but persistent. It was like something was watching me, waiting for me to discover it. I sat back down, unable to shake the sense of unease that had taken hold of me. The wrapper had been placed there deliberately. But why? My mind kept circling back to the question, the uncertainty gnawing at me. Who had been here? I wasn't sure if I wanted to know the answer. It wasn't until later that night that things started to get even stranger. I had finally managed to shake off the unsettling feeling enough to try and relax. I turned off the lights and settled into bed, trying to focus on sleep. But every time I closed my eyes, I couldn't stop thinking about the wrapper, the scent, the fingerprint. I could feel my heart racing as I tried to drift off, but my mind kept returning to that one thought: someone had been in my home. I heard a noise then, a faint sound coming from downstairs. It was like a soft shuffle, barely perceptible, but enough to make me freeze in place. My body went rigid, my breath caught in my throat. I strained to listen, but everything else was silent. No more shuffling, no more movement. I told myself it was nothing, just the house settling, maybe a creak from the floorboards. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I couldn't let go of the thought that someone was in the house with me. I stayed still, listening intently, but there was no other sound. After what felt like an eternity, I convinced myself that I was imagining things. I lay back down, trying to calm myself, but I couldn't. The house felt too quiet, too still. I stared at the ceiling, my mind racing, wondering if I should check downstairs, make sure everything was locked up. But I didn't want to move. The thought of getting out of bed, of leaving the safety of my covers, felt terrifying. I couldn't stop imagining someone lurking in the dark, watching me, waiting for me to make a move. Just when I thought I might finally drift off, I heard it again. This time it was clearer. A soft scraping sound, like something being dragged across the floor. My eyes snapped open and I froze, heart pounding in my chest. I listened carefully, and it came again. A slow, deliberate scrape. I couldn't move, couldn't bring myself to get out of bed. The thought of facing whatever it was in the dark filled me with dread. The sound came closer, growing louder. It was coming from the hallway, slowly, steadily dragging across the floor. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The sound stopped just outside my bedroom door, and I held my breath, not daring to make a sound. The door handle rattled faintly, and my heart nearly stopped. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the noise stopped. The door was still. The house was silent again. I waited, every muscle in my body tense, my pulse racing. I couldn't bring myself to open the door, to check what was on the other side. The thought of facing whatever was there, whatever was waiting, terrified me. I stayed in my bed, still and silent, not knowing if it was real or just a product of my racing mind. But I knew one thing for certain. I was no longer alone in the house. Story 40. The moment I stepped into the hallway, I noticed it. The rug, which was always perfectly flat, was bunched up in the middle, as if someone had carelessly dragged it. I didn't remember it being like that when I left the house earlier. My first instinct was to smooth it out, but something about the way it was twisted unnerved me. It didn't feel right, like it was out of place, not just the rug itself, but the entire hallway. I bent down to fix it, my fingers grazing the fibers, and that's when I heard the faintest of noises. It was a soft scuffling, as if something had moved just beyond the corner of my vision. I paused, trying to calm my nerves. It was probably just the house settling, I reasoned. But the longer I stood there, the more unsettled I became. I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was watching me. Shaking off the unease, I straightened the rug and smoothed it out. But as I stood up, a cold chill seemed to sweep through the hallway, making the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I glanced around, but there was no one there. The house was silent, too quiet. I couldn't remember the last time it had felt so still. For a brief moment, I thought I saw something move at the end of the hallway, just a shadow darting quickly out of view. But when I blinked, it was gone. I stepped back, unsure if I should continue down the hallway or retreat to the safety of my room. The silence around me seemed to deepen, pressing in from all sides. I couldn't help but feel that something was out of place. Something was wrong with the house tonight, but I couldn't explain why or how. I took a deep breath and decided to continue forward, moving past the rug and down the hallway toward the living room. But as I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that the air had shifted, that something had changed. My footsteps felt louder than usual, each one echoing in the silence. I turned my head to glance at the rug one more time, only to find it bunched up again. But this time it was more twisted, as if it had been tugged, pulled, or dragged. My stomach dropped. I knelt down to fix it once more, but as I reached for the edges, a faint whisper brushed against my ear. I froze, the sound too soft to fully make out. But it was there. The sensation of someone being just behind me was so strong, I could almost feel their breath on my neck. I whipped around, my heart pounding in my chest, but the hallway was empty. Nothing but shadows and silence. I quickly stood up, backing away from the rug. This time I didn't bother fixing it. I had to leave, I told myself. But as I turned to walk back to the stairs, the floor creaked behind me. A sharp, distinct sound as though someone had just taken a step. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. This was not right. I wasn't alone. I turned back toward the hallway, my pulse racing. I could feel the weight of the silence pressing in, heavy and suffocating. My eyes darted back to the rug, and this time it was completely different. It wasn't just bunched up anymore. It was stretched, its fibers twisted and knotted together in unnatural ways, almost as if something had dragged it across the floor. I backed up toward the stairs, my eyes fixed on the rug. I didn't want to take my eyes off it, afraid that if I did, something would move, something would change. I was about to turn and run when I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind me. Soft, deliberate, slow steps, as though someone was moving closer, just out of sight. I spun around, but the hallway was empty, still as ever. The footsteps stopped as soon as I turned, and I stood there, frozen, trying to make sense of what was happening. The air felt thick, almost suffocating. My mind raced with thoughts of what could be causing this, but nothing made sense. I couldn't explain the footsteps, the rug, or the strange sensation that I was being hunted. Without thinking, I bolted for the stairs, my feet pounding against the hardwood floor. I could hear the footsteps following me, closer now, echoing in time with my own. I rushed up the stairs, heart hammering in my chest, but as I reached the top, I paused. The hallway was quiet again, but the sense of being watched was overwhelming. I turned back toward the stairs, expecting to see something, anything, but the hallway was still. No footsteps, no movement, just silence. But as I stood there, I felt it cold, creeping down my spine, as if something was just behind me. I took a shaky step forward, but as my foot landed, I heard the floor creak beneath me. I froze again, my breath shallow and quick. The rug, I thought. The rug was still down there, bunched up. But this time it wasn't just the rug that bothered me. It was the way the hallway felt empty. Yes, but it wasn't just quiet. It was waiting, watching. The atmosphere felt thick, heavy, like it was holding its breath, waiting for me to make my next move. I slowly started to walk down the hall again, my feet moving cautiously step by step. But the further I walked, the more the shadows seemed to stretch, curling into corners, reaching out toward me. The rug was still there, but now it was just a small detail in the unsettling stillness. I bent down to fix it again, but this time I couldn't bring myself to touch it. The hairs on my arms stood up as I looked at the rug. Something about it was wrong. Something about this entire night was wrong. I stood back up, ready to leave, but the shadows around me seemed to pulse, to breathe, like they were alive, like they were wrapping themselves around me, pulling me in. I spun around to leave, but the hallway door slammed shut on its own, with a force that nearly knocked me off my feet. My heart pounded in my chest, my breath ragged as I tried to figure out what was happening. I was trapped. I was trapped in this house, with whatever had been following me, with whatever had changed the rug and moved the shadows. I ran for the nearest exit, desperate to get out. But as I reached for the door, it wouldn't open. No matter how hard I pulled, no matter how frantic my efforts, the door refused to budge. I felt the weight of the silence again, pressing in on me, and as I turned to look around, I realized something terrifying. I wasn't alone anymore. The footsteps were back, but now they were right behind me. I could feel the presence, something close, just a breath away. My hands trembled as I reached for the door again, but before I could get a grip, the whispering started. Soft at first, then louder. A voice, low and almost mocking, filled the air around me. The voice wasn't mine. It wasn't anyone's I knew. "Leave," it whispered. "You should have left when you had the chance." Story 41. I didn't notice it at first, the small glint of metal blending in with the rumpled sheets. I had been lying in bed scrolling through my phone when I reached over to adjust the pillow. That's when I saw a tiny, sharp safety pin resting innocently on the edge of the bedspread. I frowned, momentarily confused. I didn't remember having a safety pin in the house, let alone on my bed. I picked it up, turning it over in my fingers. It was clean, without any stains or signs of wear. It seemed almost too new, too perfect to be something I had overlooked. My mind raced, trying to recall if I had ever used one recently. But the more I thought about it, the more certain I became that I had never seen this particular safety pin before. I put it on the nightstand and lay back down, my thoughts scattered. Perhaps it was just a coincidence, something that had fallen out of my pocket or from my bag, though I couldn't recall bringing a safety pin anywhere. The idea of it being there on my bed without explanation unsettled me. I tried to shake off the feeling, but it clung to me like a shadow. The next night, I climbed into bed again, feeling more exhausted than usual. I pulled the covers up to my chin, trying to ignore the uneasy feeling that had settled in my stomach. But as I adjusted the blankets, something caught my eye. There it was again, the safety pin. This time it was in the exact same spot, resting near the edge of the bed. I felt a chill run down my spine. I hadn't put it there. I hadn't moved it. It was almost as if it had appeared out of nowhere, appearing again after I had put it away the night before. Panic began to creep into my chest. Who had put it there? And why? I carefully picked it up, feeling a sense of dread wash over me. The pin felt cold, colder than I remembered. I inspected the bed, checking for anything unusual, but nothing seemed out of place. The sheets were the same, the pillows untouched. Everything looked normal, but the presence of that safety pin made everything feel wrong. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. I couldn't. There was no logical explanation for it. I decided to do a quick check around the house. I checked the bathroom, the kitchen, and the living room, looking for anything that could explain the strange appearance of the pin. But everything seemed in order, just as it had been before. There was no sign of anyone coming in, no evidence of forced entry. I even checked the front door, which was locked as it should have been. I felt like I was losing my mind. I tried to convince myself that I was just overreacting, that there was a simple explanation for everything. But the thought of that safety pin appearing again, in the same spot, made my skin crawl. There had to be someone in the house, someone who was leaving it there, but there was no sign of anyone else. The next night, I decided to stay up, determined to catch whoever or whatever was leaving the safety pin. I positioned myself in the corner of the room, where I could see the bed without being noticed. The house was silent, too silent. The usual creaks of the floorboards, the hum of the refrigerator, all of it seemed absent, as if the house itself was holding its breath. Hours passed and still nothing happened. The bed remained empty, the safety pin nowhere in sight. I began to question my sanity. Maybe I had placed the pin there in a moment of forgetfulness. Maybe I had imagined it the first time, and my mind had convinced me it had reappeared. I felt ridiculous. I finally climbed into bed, exhausted, and pulled the covers up, determined to put the bizarre event behind me. But just as I was about to drift off to sleep, I heard it, the faintest sound of something metal clinking against the floor. My heart stopped, and I shot upright, my breath catching in my throat. I turned to look at the bed, and there, on the edge of the blanket, was the safety pin again. This time it wasn't resting innocently, it was lying in a perfect line across the bed, as though it had been placed there deliberately. I felt a cold sweat break out on my skin. Who was doing this? Why? I could no longer ignore the feeling that someone was watching me, someone who knew exactly where to place the pin, someone who knew I would find it. My mind raced through possibilities, but none of them made sense. The house was locked, and I was the only one here. I grabbed the pin again, my hands trembling. This time I held on to it, staring at it, as though somehow it held the key to the mystery. But the more I looked at it, the more it seemed to lose its shape, its significance. It was just a pin, after all. Just a small, everyday object. But the way it had appeared in my bed, the way it had reappeared night after night, it was more than that now. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning I decided to take action. I called a friend, hoping to get some advice, but when I went to pick up the phone, I froze. There, on the nightstand, was the safety pin again. It was placed neatly beside the phone, as though someone had set it there, just for me to find. I felt a wave of nausea hit me as I stared at it. That was the last straw. I couldn't stay there any longer. I packed a bag quickly, grabbed my keys, and ran out of the house. The thought of the safety pin, the feeling of being watched, was too much for me. I didn't care where I went, I just needed to get away from that place. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that, no matter how far I went, the safety pin would find its way back to me. Story 42. I had been working long hours at my desk, going through emails and sorting out some paperwork. It had been a particularly exhausting day, and I was eager to finish up and finally get some rest. As I leaned back in my chair, stretching my stiff muscles, my gaze shifted to the drawer of my desk. It was the one I kept my extra pens, paper clips, and a few other small items in, nothing of particular importance. But that day, something caught my eye. There, just near the corner of the drawer, was a faint pencil mark. It wasn't much, just a small line that looked like someone had absent-mindedly scratched it into the wood. At first, I thought nothing of it. Perhaps I had done it myself without realizing it, maybe from the pressure of writing too hard on a piece of paper. But as I looked closer, I noticed something odd about the mark. It seemed too deliberate for an accidental scratch. I reached down and touched the mark, feeling the slight indentation of the pencil on the surface. It didn't feel like a typical smudge where the graphite would have just rubbed off. This was a precise line, as if it had been made with intent. I quickly pulled open the drawer and began rummaging through its contents, looking for the pencil I might have used. But there was nothing out of place, nothing that explained why this mark would be here. My heart began to race slightly, a feeling of unease creeping over me. I was alone in the house, and I hadn't been near the desk all day until now. How could a pencil mark have appeared without me noticing? It wasn't something I would have missed, especially not something that looked so deliberate. I stared at the mark for a while, my mind swirling with thoughts and possibilities. Maybe it was just a coincidence, I told myself. But then again, maybe it wasn't. I closed the drawer and stood up, my eyes darting around the room. Nothing else seemed out of the ordinary, but there was something about this situation that felt off. The mark was too small to be of any real importance, yet it lingered in my mind. It was a detail, a subtle clue, that made me question what I hadn't noticed. Had someone been in my room without me realizing it? It seemed impossible. There was no sign of forced entry, and I had been in the house all day. I tried to push the thought from my mind, convincing myself that I was overreacting. Maybe it was just a stray mark from a past project, something I had forgotten about. But no matter how I tried to rationalize it, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. It was as if the pencil mark was a small, quiet message, a detail that had been placed there just for me to find. That night, I couldn't sleep. My thoughts kept returning to the pencil mark, replaying the moment over and over in my mind. It wasn't the mark itself that bothered me so much, but the fact that I couldn't explain it. It was like something had happened right under my nose and I had missed it. I kept wondering if I had somehow made the mark without realizing it, but it didn't make sense. I was certain I hadn't used a pencil in the drawer for weeks, if not months. The next morning I decided to investigate further. I opened the drawer again, searching for anything that might explain the mark. I pulled out each item slowly, examining it closely, but found nothing unusual. The mark was still there, the only thing that seemed out of place in an otherwise normal drawer. I even ran my fingers along the surface, trying to see if there was any sign of recent disturbance, but nothing had been moved. It was as if the mark had been there for a long time, waiting for me to notice it. I began to feel the weight of my growing anxiety, a sense that something was off. My hands shook slightly as I closed the drawer again, unsure of what to do next. The whole situation felt surreal, like I was stuck in a loop of my own thoughts, unable to break free. Was I just imagining things? Or had someone else been in my house, tampering with my things without leaving a trace? The idea of someone sneaking around in my home made my skin crawl. I couldn't understand why anyone would leave such an insignificant mark, but at the same time, I couldn't ignore the fact that it was there. It felt personal, as if whoever had done it was trying to leave a message, but in the most subtle way possible. I had no proof of anything, just this strange feeling in the pit of my stomach that something wasn't right. Over the next few days, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I'd catch glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye, but when I turned to look, nothing was there. It was like I was becoming more paranoid by the second. The pencil mark remained in my drawer, but it wasn't just the mark that was bothering me. It was the uncertainty, the nagging thought that someone else had been there. I began to question everything. Had I locked the door? Was the house really as secure as I thought? I couldn't recall a time when I had felt so unsettled in my own space. I had always prided myself on keeping things in order, on knowing every inch of my home. But now, with the pencil mark lingering in my mind, it felt like there was something I was missing, something I had overlooked. I decided to make a change. I installed cameras around the house, hoping to catch any signs of movement when I wasn't there. I checked every window and door lock multiple times a day, just to make sure everything was as it should be. But even with all these precautions, the feeling of unease never fully went away. The pencil mark remained, a constant reminder of something I couldn't explain. As the weeks passed, I began to adjust to the strange feeling that had settled over my home. I went about my daily life, but there was always a sense of vigilance, a nagging awareness that something was off. The pencil mark never disappeared, but it also didn't seem to change. It was like it had become a part of the room, a small, insignificant detail that somehow had the power to control my thoughts. One evening, after a long day, I decided to sit at my desk again. I pulled out a piece of paper and began to write, my mind wandering as I scribbled down thoughts. When I reached for a pen in the drawer, I caught a glimpse of the mark again. This time, something felt different. I wasn't afraid anymore, but rather resigned to the fact that I may never understand what had happened. The mark had become a part of my life, a reminder of that moment when everything shifted, when the familiar had turned unfamiliar. I closed the drawer and sat back in my chair, the room silent around me. The unease had dulled over time, but it hadn't completely faded. In the end, I never discovered who had left the pencil mark, or why. It remained a mystery, like a small crack in the foundation of my otherwise orderly life. I had no answers, just the feeling that sometimes things happen for reasons we may never understand. Story 43. I had just finished my shift and was heading to my car when I noticed something odd. My car, parked in the corner of the lot, had a small object sitting on the dashboard. I paused for a moment, trying to make sense of what it was. It wasn't there when I parked earlier, and I was sure I had checked before I went inside. As I approached, my stomach tightened with an unfamiliar sense of unease. It was a simple paper heart, folded neatly and placed right in the center of the dashboard. I stood frozen for a few moments, staring at the heart. It was made of ordinary paper, nothing special about it, just a simple, red heart, like something a child would make for a Valentine's Day card. But there was no reason for it to be there. No one had access to my car while I was working, and I hadn't seen anyone near it when I left the building. My first instinct was to ignore it, thinking it was some kind of prank or maybe a mistake. But something about the placement of the heart, right on the dashboard where it would be impossible to miss, felt too intentional. I opened the door of my car cautiously and reached for the paper heart. As my fingers brushed against the edge, I felt a chill run through me. It seemed so out of place, so foreign to my routine. I picked it up, turning it over in my hands, half expecting to find a note or some kind of message. But there was nothing. Just a plain, simple heart. My thoughts raced. Was someone playing a joke on me? Was it a message from someone I knew? I couldn't figure it out. The longer I stood there, holding the paper heart, the more unsettled I became. There was no way it was just a random act of kindness or a harmless prank. It didn't feel like that. It felt like someone was watching me, waiting for me to react. I glanced around the parking lot, half expecting to see someone standing off in the distance, observing me. But the lot was empty, and the lights above flickered faintly, casting eerie shadows across the asphalt. I quickly shoved the heart into my bag, trying to shake off the feeling of being watched. The drive home was uneventful, but my mind was consumed with thoughts of the paper heart. Who would do such a thing? What did it mean? As I pulled into my driveway, I glanced at the dashboard, expecting to see it empty, but the sight of that little heart seemed to haunt me. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was meant for me, that it was a sign or a message I wasn't understanding. I went inside, trying to distract myself, but the unease lingered. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the image of the paper heart, so simple yet so out of place. I kept wondering if it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but the feeling of something being wrong wouldn't go away. I decided to take a closer look at the heart the next morning, hoping to find some clue that would make sense of it all. But when I reached into my bag, I found it missing. The heart was gone. Panic crept in as I frantically searched through my bag, checking every pocket and compartment. I thought maybe it had fallen out, but there was no sign of it. It was as if the heart had vanished into thin air. I retraced my steps, thinking maybe I had left it somewhere, but nothing. I hadn't seen it since the night before, and it was now gone without a trace. My heart raced as I realized the implications of it all. I hadn't been imagining things. Someone had left that heart, and now it was gone, as though it never existed. Over the next few days, the sense of dread grew. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. Small things started to happen, objects in my house moved slightly, and strange noises filled the silence of the night. I couldn't explain any of it, but it was as if someone was slowly invading my life, watching from the shadows. My phone rang a few times with unknown numbers, but when I picked up there was only silence on the other end. I tried to convince myself that it was just stress or coincidence. But deep down I knew that the paper heart wasn't just a random event. Someone was trying to send me a message, to communicate something I couldn't yet understand. And the more I thought about it, the more it terrified me. What if it was a warning? Or a signal? I didn't know who was behind it, but the feeling that something wasn't right grew stronger each day. Then, one evening, I returned to my car after work, hoping to find some relief from the mounting anxiety. As I walked toward it, I noticed something different. A small object was sitting on my windshield, placed deliberately under the wiper. My heart skipped a beat. I approached slowly, dreading what I might find. When I reached it, I saw that it was another paper heart, identical to the first one. It was folded the same way, placed in the same spot. My breath caught in my throat. I stood frozen for a moment, trying to make sense of what was happening. It couldn't be a coincidence. Whoever had left the first heart had now returned, leaving another one for me to find. I looked around, scanning the parking lot for any sign of movement, but it was empty. I was alone. My fingers trembled as I picked up the heart, my mind racing with fear and confusion. Why was this happening to me? As I held the heart, I thought about the first one. The way it had made me feel uneasy, like I was being watched. The second one only intensified that feeling. It wasn't just a simple gesture. It was deliberate. Whoever was behind it was trying to get my attention, to make me feel something more than just curiosity. It was a game, and I was the target. But what was the end goal? I shoved the heart into my bag again, but this time I didn't feel any relief. I felt more trapped than ever. The fear was settling in deeper, and I couldn't shake the idea that I was being manipulated. I couldn't let it go. Someone out there knew something I didn't, and they were using these paper hearts to communicate with me, to make me notice them. I didn't know how far this would go or what they wanted, but I had to find out. The next few days passed in a blur of anxiety and unease. Every time I left my house, I checked my car, half expecting to find another heart waiting for me, but none appeared. It was as if the game had stopped, or maybe it was just starting. I didn't know, but the fear lingered, always there in the background, like a shadow I couldn't shake. I didn't know who was behind it, but I knew I wasn't safe. And I wasn't sure how much longer I could stay one step ahead of whatever was coming next. Story 44. It was late in the evening when I first noticed it. The kitchen faucet was turned slightly, just enough for the water to drip, but not enough to make a real sound. I was used to leaving the faucet tightly closed, so I had no idea how it had gotten that way. At first I thought maybe I had left it like that earlier in the day, but something about it felt off. The more I stared at it, the more the feeling of unease settled in. I walked over to the sink, my feet dragging against the cold tile floor, and turned the faucet back to its usual position. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe it had just come loose, or something. But as I moved away, I caught a glimpse of something in the corner of my eye. The faucet wasn't dripping anymore, but I could still feel that strange, almost oppressive feeling in the air. It was as though something was waiting, watching. The house was quiet, and the only sounds I could hear were the distant hum of the refrigerator and the occasional creak of the floorboards. I stood there for a few moments, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Why was I so unsettled? It was just a faucet, after all. But there was something about the way it had been left, just slightly open, that bothered me. It didn't make sense. It didn't feel right. I turned away from the sink and moved to the living room, trying to shake off the feeling. But no matter how hard I tried to distract myself, my mind kept returning to that faucet. How could it have been left like that? I had checked everything before I went to bed, and I was sure I had turned it off completely. The feeling of unease only grew stronger as the night wore on. It was as though I was being haunted by something I couldn't see or understand. After a while, I decided I needed to get some rest. I tried to ignore the nagging thought at the back of my mind, but every time I closed my eyes, I kept seeing the faucet in my mind's eye. It was as if I couldn't escape it, like the faucet had become some kind of symbol for something much darker. I turned over in bed, trying to push the thought away, but it lingered in my thoughts, haunting me. At some point, I must have drifted off to sleep, but I woke up in the middle of the night, startled by the sound of water running. My heart skipped a beat as I bolted upright in bed. The sound was coming from the kitchen, and I could hear it clearly from where I lay. I couldn't believe it. I was certain I had turned the faucet off before going to bed. I was sure of it. I hesitated for a moment, my heart racing in my chest. What was going on? Why was the faucet running? I got out of bed and walked slowly toward the kitchen, every step feeling heavier than the last. As I entered the room, I saw that the faucet was once again slightly turned, water flowing steadily from the spout, the sink filling slowly with water. I froze in place, my mind struggling to comprehend what I was seeing. I walked over to the sink, my hands trembling as I reached for the faucet, but as I touched it, the water suddenly stopped flowing. The sink was silent, but the atmosphere in the room felt thick, as though something was lingering just beyond my sight. I quickly turned the faucet off completely, but my hands wouldn't stop shaking. I couldn't explain it. There was no logical reason for it, yet the feeling of dread that settled over me only grew stronger. I stepped back from the sink, scanning the room for any sign of movement, but everything seemed normal. The kitchen was still, the only light coming from the faint glow of the refrigerator. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, waiting. I turned away from the sink, trying to calm myself, but I couldn't help but feel like I wasn't alone. I stood there for a few moments, trying to gather my thoughts. It had to be some sort of mistake, right? Maybe the faucet was old, and it had somehow loosened during the night. That made sense, didn't it? But no matter how much I tried to rationalize it, I couldn't ignore the fact that this felt wrong. It felt like something was trying to get my attention, like it wanted me to notice. I tried to shrug it off, but as I turned to leave the kitchen, I heard something that made my blood run cold, a soft tapping sound. It came from the faucet. I whipped around, my breath catching in my throat, but the faucet was still, the water off. Yet the tapping continued, faint but unmistakable, like someone was tapping their fingers on the metal. I couldn't understand it. I was alone in the house. There was no reason for this. I walked back toward the sink, my footsteps slow and deliberate. The tapping grew louder as I got closer, and the feeling of being watched became unbearable. I stood there for a moment, my eyes locked on the faucet, waiting for something, anything, to explain what was happening. But nothing happened. The tapping stopped as suddenly as it had started, and the room fell silent once more. I quickly turned the faucet off again, my hands trembling, and backed away from the sink. I couldn't stay in the kitchen anymore. I had to get away. I needed to get out of this room, out of this house. I left the kitchen in a hurry, almost stumbling over my own feet as I rushed back to the living room. I sat on the couch trying to steady my breathing, but my mind was racing. What had just happened? Why was the faucet turning on and off by itself? Why was I hearing strange sounds coming from it? I didn't know what to think anymore. I couldn't explain it, and I didn't want to even try. I just wanted it to stop, to go back to how things were before. The rest of the night passed in a blur. I didn't sleep much, constantly looking over my shoulder, half expecting to hear the sound of water running again. But it never came. The house was silent, almost too silent, as if it were holding its breath. The faucet remained off, and I couldn't bring myself to go back to check on it. The next morning, when the sun rose and the house was bathed in warm light, I tried to put the strange events behind me. Maybe it had all been a bad dream, a product of my overactive imagination. But as I walked into the kitchen, I couldn't help but feel that familiar sense of unease creeping back over me. The faucet was off, but I knew it had been turned on at some point during the night. The thought made my skin crawl. Story 45. I had just finished getting ready for bed when I heard it. The soft click echoed through the quiet of my room, so faint yet unmistakable. I paused, frozen for a moment, wondering if it was just the wind or a sound from the house settling. But there it was again, that distinct click, like the sound of a door slowly closing. I turned slowly toward the bedroom closet, my heart beginning to race. The closet door was slightly ajar, nothing unusual at first glance, but that sound it didn't belong. I told myself it was nothing. It was just the house. Maybe the old door had settled, or the wind had caused something to shift. But as I stood there, staring at the closet, the unease grew. There had been no wind, no draft. It had been a calm night, and I was sure the sound hadn't come from anywhere else in the room. My eyes never left the closet door, and I took a tentative step forward, my breath shallow. The click sounded again, sharper this time, and I flinched, my body tense with dread. I couldn't move. I wasn't sure if it was fear or confusion holding me in place. The click sounded again, followed by a soft rustle. I should have gone to check. I should have moved, but my body refused to cooperate. My mind screamed for me to get up, to run, to lock the door, but my feet felt like they were cemented to the floor. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry, and took another step closer, inching toward the closet. The air in the room seemed to thicken, colder than it had been moments before. As I reached the closet, the rustling noise came again, closer this time, almost like something or someone was moving within. My stomach churned, and my heartbeat pounded in my ears. I wanted to turn and leave, to forget about it and go back to bed, but my curiosity was stronger. What if it was nothing? What if it was just a trick of the mind, something I'd imagined? I slowly reached for the closet door, my hand trembling as I touched the cold wood. The moment my fingers made contact, the click came again, louder now, like something had just been unlocked. My breath caught in my throat, and without thinking, I yanked the door open. The closet was empty. Nothing was inside, just clothes, shoes, and bags hanging neatly as they had been before. I exhaled a shaky breath, relieved that there was nothing hiding in the dark. But just as I started to pull the door shut, I noticed something on the floor, a single, small item. A key. It lay there, in the corner of the closet, barely visible among the scattered shoes. I bent down to pick it up, my fingers brushing against the cool metal. It was old, tarnished, with a worn edge, and I had no idea where it had come from. I didn't own any spare keys to my place, nor did I recall ever having one like this. My mind raced. Who would have put this here, and why? I turned the key over in my hand, my thoughts swirling, when I suddenly heard it again, a faint rustle from deep within the closet. This time I didn't hesitate. I slammed the closet door shut and backed away, my pulse pounding in my throat. My eyes flicked around the room, scanning for anything out of place. The room looked the same as it had moments before. Nothing seemed disturbed, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that something was there, watching. The click, the rustling, the key, all of it felt wrong. It wasn't just the house settling or a trick of the wind. Someone had been in my closet, someone had left that key behind. I didn't know what to do. I considered calling the police, but something held me back. What could I tell them? That I had heard a sound in my closet, that I found a strange key? They would think I was crazy, that I was imagining things. But deep down I knew what I had heard. I knew what had happened. I couldn't let it go. I walked toward the door, but stopped before I could reach the handle. The key was still clutched tightly in my hand, its cold weight a constant reminder that something wasn't right. I hesitated, unsure of whether I should leave the room or confront whatever was lurking in the dark. The air in the room was suffocating, thick with tension. I turned back toward the closet, my gaze fixed on the now closed door. There was no sound now. The rustling had stopped. The click was gone. It was as if whatever had been there had vanished. I waited, holding my breath, listening for anything. But there was nothing. I should have felt safe, relieved even, but all I felt was dread. My hand was still gripping the key, my knuckles white from the pressure. I didn't know why, but I couldn't let it go. I needed to figure out what had opened. I turned, walking back to the door and out of my room. I couldn't stay there, not after what I'd heard. My mind was racing, my body tingling with adrenaline. What was going on? Who had been in my closet? I walked down the hall to the living room, glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing behind me. But there was no one. No one. I went to the small drawer in the kitchen, the one where I kept spare keys, and pulled it open. I scanned the keys inside, looking for anything that resembled the one I held. There was nothing. None of the keys matched. My heart sank. I couldn't explain it. There was no logical reason for this key to exist. It didn't belong to me, and yet there it was. I couldn't stop myself from thinking about it. That key had been in my closet, placed there deliberately. Someone had been in my home. Someone had left it behind. I didn't know who they were or what their intentions were, but I couldn't ignore the nagging feeling that I was being watched, that something was coming, something I wasn't prepared for. As the night wore on, I couldn't shake the unease that had settled deep in my bones. The house was silent, too silent. I went back to my room, locking the door behind me, and sat on the bed, staring at the key in my hand. I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind outside, made my heart race. I had no idea what the key was for, but I knew one thing: it was a sign that someone had been in my life, in my space, and they weren't done yet. Story 46. I had just finished getting ready for bed, having completed my usual evening routine. The air in the bathroom felt cool, and the soft glow of the light above the mirror gave everything a calm, quiet feel. I glanced at the mirror briefly before brushing my teeth, but when I looked back up, I froze. The mirror was smudged. It wasn't the usual mist or streaks from water, but something much more deliberate. It was as if someone had wiped their hand across it in a hurry, leaving a faint but noticeable mark right in the center. My heart started to race as I stared at the smudge. I knew I had cleaned the mirror the day before, and I was certain I hadn't touched it in the meantime. There was no reason for a smudge to appear out of nowhere. My mind started to race, searching for an explanation. Could it have been left by a family member? But no one else had been in the bathroom since I last used it. I checked the door to make sure it was locked, even though I hadn't heard anyone come in. The air in the bathroom grew heavier, and the quietness around me felt unsettling. I reached up to touch the mirror, feeling the cool surface under my fingers. The smudge wasn't from any common source. It didn't feel like it had been made from a fingertip or a casual touch. It felt more deliberate, as though someone had left it intentionally. I couldn't understand why anyone would do that, especially when no one had been in the bathroom other than me. I wiped it off with a cloth, but the feeling of something being off didn't leave. As I cleaned, I kept glancing at the door, my thoughts racing. Who could have done this? And why would they leave such a subtle but unnerving mark? The feeling of being watched crept in, gnawing at me. It wasn't just the smudge that made me uneasy, but the overwhelming sense that something was wrong. I had been alone all evening, and no one had entered the bathroom, so how had it gotten there? The thought that someone might have been in the house, even for just a moment, was enough to make my skin crawl. I finished cleaning the mirror, but I couldn't shake the unease that clung to me like a shadow. That night I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house, every whisper of the wind outside seemed louder than usual. I kept imagining someone lurking just beyond my sight, watching from a dark corner, waiting for the right moment. The mirror kept coming back to me, the smudge a constant reminder that something was out of place. My thoughts spun, and I could feel myself getting more paranoid as the hours ticked by. The next morning I woke up groggy, but the first thing I did was check the bathroom mirror. I almost didn't want to look, afraid I might find something else there, something worse than a smudge. But when I opened the bathroom door and stepped inside, I was relieved to see the mirror was clean. The smudge was gone, and the mirror reflected only my own tired face. I felt a sense of temporary relief, but it didn't last. I couldn't forget the feeling of someone being in my space. Later that day, I tried to go about my routine as usual, but the lingering sense of unease followed me everywhere I went. I kept checking corners of rooms, looking over my shoulder, wondering if someone was hiding just out of sight. The bathroom mirror, now clean, seemed like a distant memory, but the dread it had caused remained. I couldn't explain it away, no matter how hard I tried. The days that followed only seemed to make things worse. I would go to the bathroom, wash my hands, and as I glanced at the mirror, I would feel a strange chill, as if something were just behind me, watching. Sometimes the reflection would seem too still, too empty, and I would quickly turn away, shaking off the feeling that someone was standing just out of frame. Each time I looked at the mirror, I couldn't escape the sense that it was more than just glass and silver. It felt as if it held something that didn't belong there. I started to avoid the bathroom at night. The reflection in the mirror seemed to twist in the dim light, the edges of my face looking somehow different, unfamiliar. The more I thought about it, the more I started to feel like I was being drawn into something I couldn't explain. I couldn't stop imagining the possibility that someone had been in the house, someone who had been watching me through the mirror. What if they had left that smudge as a warning? Or worse, what if they had been in the house, waiting for me to notice? It wasn't long before I began hearing noises at night, faint sounds that would wake me from a restless sleep. Footsteps in the hallway, creaking floorboards, the faintest rustle of something moving. Every time I got up to check, I would find nothing. The house would be empty, and I would return to my room, my heart still pounding in my chest. I couldn't tell if it was my imagination or something more sinister, but the unease only grew. Every night the sounds would return, just as faint but persistent as before. The worst part was that I couldn't shake the feeling that they were coming from the bathroom, from the direction of that mirror. One night, I decided to confront the fear that had been building up inside me. I waited until the house was completely silent, the lights dimmed, and everyone else was asleep. With a deep breath, I stepped into the bathroom, determined to face whatever it was that had been haunting me. The mirror was perfectly still, the surface clear. I stood in front of it, staring at my own reflection, trying to push aside the feeling of being watched. For a moment, everything seemed normal, but then, just as I was about to turn away, I saw it. A faint smudge appeared in the corner of the mirror. It was subtle at first, just a small blur, but then it grew, slowly spreading across the glass. My breath caught in my throat as the mark grew larger, more defined. It wasn't a simple smudge this time, it was something else entirely, something I couldn't explain. I reached up to touch the mirror, but my hand froze inches away from the glass. I could feel a presence behind me, a cold, unsettling weight pressing against my back. I whipped around, but the bathroom was empty. There was no one there, no sound, nothing to explain the cold shiver that ran down my spine. But when I turned back to the mirror, the smudge was gone, leaving no trace of its existence. I didn't know what to think anymore. Had I imagined it? Or was something truly in my space, watching me, leaving behind subtle marks to remind me they were there? I left the bathroom, locking the door behind me. The fear was overwhelming, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being drawn deeper into something I didn't understand. The smudge on the mirror had returned, but this time it felt different. It felt like a warning, a sign that whatever was in the bathroom with me wasn't finished yet. Story 47. It was early morning when I stepped out of the house, feeling the crispness of the air against my skin. I had just finished my morning routine and was about to head to work when something unusual caught my eye. There on the porch steps lay a piece of chalk. It was white, ordinary in appearance, but the fact that it was just there, seemingly out of nowhere, unsettled me. I scanned the surroundings, expecting to see someone in the vicinity, but there was no sign of life. No one in the yard, no one walking by, just the chalk. I picked it up cautiously, holding it between my fingers, trying to make sense of it. I lived in a quiet neighborhood where things like this didn't happen. No one ever left random objects on my porch. Was it some sort of strange prank? But why chalk? It didn't seem like something that would be left behind by mistake. I turned the piece over in my hand, noticing how worn it was, the edges slightly frayed as though it had been used recently. But there was no reason why it would be here. As I stood there, trying to shake off the odd feeling creeping up my spine, I noticed something else. A faint marking on the ground just beside the steps, as if something had been drawn. The chalk had left a faint residue on the concrete. I bent down to get a better look, my eyes tracing the lines. It wasn't a full drawing, just a couple of jagged marks. It looked like a symbol, something I didn't recognize. My heart skipped a beat, and I stood up quickly, scanning the area again, looking for anyone who might be watching from the shadows. There was no one in sight. The street was empty, the morning quiet except for the distant hum of a car engine. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been here recently, that the chalk had been placed deliberately. But why? Why leave it here, and why in such an odd manner? I considered going inside, ignoring it as just another bizarre incident, but the thought of the strange markings stayed with me. I decided to leave the chalk where it was for now and go on with my day. But as the hours passed, the feeling of unease didn't go away. At work, my mind kept wandering back to the porch. I wondered if there was something I missed, some detail I hadn't noticed. The chalk still haunted my thoughts, even as I tried to focus on my tasks. By the time I returned home, the sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the porch. When I stepped outside again, I froze. The chalk was gone. In its place was a small piece of paper, folded neatly. My pulse quickened, and my instincts told me something was off. I hesitated, but curiosity got the better of me. I unfolded the paper carefully, revealing a single sentence written in neat, precise handwriting. "Look behind you." I froze, the blood draining from my face. My mind raced, the words playing over and over in my head. Look behind you. Who had left this note? Why? I turned slowly, my eyes scanning the yard, the porch, the street. The night air felt colder now, the silence heavier. But there was nothing out of place. No one standing behind me, no figures lurking in the shadows, just the empty street and my unease. I stepped back inside, locking the door behind me, my mind a whirlwind of questions. Was this some kind of sick joke? Was someone playing with me? I couldn't ignore the note, though. It felt too real, too deliberate. And the chalk, why had it been left there in the first place? I spent the rest of the evening in a state of anxious anticipation, watching the door, checking the windows, feeling like I was being watched from somewhere just out of view. As the night deepened, my thoughts grew darker. I couldn't explain what had happened, couldn't make sense of the events that had unfolded. And then, around midnight, there was a sound, a knock at the door, soft but distinct. My heart pounded in my chest as I stood frozen, staring at the door. Was it another prank? Or was someone really out there? I moved cautiously toward the door, my hand trembling as I reached for the handle. But before I could open it, I hesitated. Something wasn't right. The air felt thick, charged with an eerie energy. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, my mind racing with possibilities. Was this part of the game? Was I supposed to open the door? I decided to check through the peephole first, my breath shallow as I peered through the small lens. But the view was blocked. There was nothing visible on the other side. The porch light cast shadows, but there were no figures standing in the doorway. No one waiting, just silence. The knock had stopped. I waited for a long moment, but nothing else happened. The night outside was still. No one moved. No sounds came from the street. I stepped back from the door, breathing a little easier, but still uncertain. Was it all just a coincidence, or was something else going on? Over the next few days, things grew even stranger. I began to notice small changes around my home. A picture framed slightly askew. The door left ajar, as if someone had been inside. But there was no sign of forced entry, no clear indication that anyone had been in my house. I checked the locks, double-checked the windows, but every time I turned around, something would feel off. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. And then, one afternoon, I noticed it. Another piece of chalk, lying on the ground near the driveway. It had been left in the same way as before, no sign of anyone nearby, no reason for it to be there. I bent down, feeling my stomach churn with dread, and picked it up. My fingers brushed against the cool surface, and I turned it over. On the ground beneath it, there was another faint marking, barely visible in the fading sunlight. It was the same symbol. The jagged lines. The same drawing I had seen before, only now it was more pronounced. I stood there staring at it, my mind racing. What was this? What did it mean? I couldn't figure it out. But as I stood there, staring at the symbol, I felt a chill run down my spine. Something was happening. Something I couldn't explain. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something move. A shadow. A figure. I whipped around, my heart racing in my chest, but there was nothing there, just the empty street. The quiet air. I couldn't escape it. The chalk. The markings. The feeling of being watched. It was all connected, and I had no idea how to stop it. My world had become a strange, unsettling place, and I wasn't sure I could ever feel safe again. Something had changed, and I wasn't sure I could undo it. Story 48. I woke up that morning, the sun barely peeking through the blinds, casting a faint glow across my room. It was a typical start to the day, calm and peaceful. I stretched, feeling the weight of the blanket slide off me as I got up to open the window for some fresh air. As I walked over, I noticed something odd. The screen on my window was bent, visibly warped in a way that was impossible to miss. I frowned, puzzled, and stepped closer to examine it. The screen was supposed to be perfectly flat with no imperfections. I had checked it just the night before when I closed the window, making sure it was in place. But now it was bent, the edges curling inward as if something heavy had pressed against it from the outside. I ran my fingers along the metal frame, feeling a chill in the air that hadn't been there before. It didn't make sense. I was sure I had locked the window before going to bed. No one had been in my room overnight, and there was no sign of forced entry. I stood there for a moment, trying to piece together an explanation. Could it have been the wind? But there had been no storm or unusual weather, and the window had always held up against gusts before. I decided to open the window fully, trying to see if the screen would go back into place. But it didn't. The bent frame remained stubbornly out of shape, as if something or someone had intentionally caused it to shift. I pulled the screen off the window and looked around outside. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The yard was quiet, the trees swaying gently in the breeze, and no one else was in sight. But the more I stood there, the more uncomfortable I became. The screen didn't look like it had just been bent by accident. It looked like it had been deliberately tampered with. And as I examined the yard again, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone might have been watching me. I decided to bring the screen inside and inspect it more closely, hoping I could figure out how it had been damaged. As I sat at my kitchen table, I stared at the screen, twisting it in my hands, but the more I looked at it, the stranger it seemed. The metal wasn't just bent. It looked as though it had been twisted by a force stronger than anything I could have imagined. And then I noticed something I hadn't seen before, tiny, almost invisible scratches along the edges, like something had scraped against it. A shiver ran down my spine. Who or what would do that? And why? I couldn't come up with an answer, and the uncertainty gnawed at me. The thought of someone being outside my window, touching the screen while I slept, made me feel exposed, vulnerable. I decided to check the rest of the house, looking for anything else that seemed out of place. But as I moved through the rooms, nothing else seemed unusual. Everything appeared as it should be until I reached the living room. The air in the room felt thick, heavy, and I couldn't shake the sense that something had changed. I looked over at the window, and my heart skipped a beat. The blinds were slightly askew, not in the usual way I left them, but in a way that seemed deliberate. I reached out to adjust them, but as my fingers brushed against the slats, I felt a coldness that made me pull my hand back. It wasn't just the temperature of the room, it was the sensation that something was wrong. My gut told me I wasn't alone in the house, and the more I thought about it, the more I began to wonder if someone had been watching me. I rushed to check the other windows, feeling my anxiety grow. Each one was in its normal state, nothing out of the ordinary. But the living room window, the one where the blinds were askew, lingered in my mind. It wasn't just the strange way the blinds had been moved. It was the fact that the feeling of coldness lingered in the air, like something or someone had just been there, waiting. The rest of the day passed uneventfully, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept imagining someone outside my window, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to make their presence known. That night, I kept the blinds closed tightly, hoping that the action would somehow protect me. I couldn't help but think back to the morning and the bent screen. It still didn't make sense, but the fear I felt seemed to have a life of its own. I couldn't escape it. The next morning, I woke up with a sense of dread weighing heavily on my chest. As soon as I opened my eyes, I looked toward the window. The screen was back in place, perfectly aligned as if nothing had happened. I blinked, unsure if I was still dreaming, or if I had somehow imagined the whole thing. But when I touched the screen, I could still feel the slight bend where it had been twisted the day before. It didn't make sense. Had someone come into the house during the night? But how? I got up and checked the rest of the house again, but everything appeared normal. No windows were open, and nothing seemed disturbed. Yet the feeling of unease remained hovering in the back of my mind. Something wasn't right. I couldn't explain it, and that lack of understanding made it even worse. I couldn't figure out how or why it happened, but I couldn't deny what I had seen and felt. Days passed, and life returned to a semblance of normalcy. I tried to shake the feeling of dread that seemed to follow me, but it was always there, lurking in the background. Every time I walked past the window, I couldn't help but glance at the screen, making sure it was still in place. I never found any other signs of someone being in the house, but the sense that something was off never quite left me. Then, one evening, I came home to find the screen bent once more. This time it was worse than before. It wasn't just twisted, it was severely warped, as if someone had used a great deal of force to bend it. My stomach dropped, and I immediately checked the rest of the house, but nothing seemed out of place. The silence of the house was deafening, but the fear that gripped me was undeniable. I couldn't stand it anymore. I grabbed my phone and called 911, my voice trembling as I explained the situation. By the time the police arrived, the house was quiet again. The screen was still bent, but there was no evidence of anyone else being there. They checked the perimeter of the house and found no signs of forced entry. They couldn't offer an explanation, but they assured me they would be keeping an eye on the area. Despite their words, I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was out there, watching me, waiting for the right moment to make themselves known. After the officers left, I couldn't bring myself to sleep in the house that night. I spent the evening sitting in my car, staring at the house from a distance, my mind racing with possibilities. I had no answers, no explanations, but the fear still gripped me. Whatever was going on, it wasn't over. It hadn't finished with me yet. Story 49. I stepped out of the house early one morning, hoping to get a head start on the day. The air was cool, crisp with the remnants of last night's chill. As I walked toward the driveway, I noticed something unusual. The light in my garage was on. It was still early, just after dawn, and no one had been in the garage since the night before. I froze, staring at the soft glow spilling from under the garage door. It wasn't like me to leave the light on, and I was sure I hadn't done it the night before. I took a few hesitant steps toward the garage, my mind racing. The light was on and I couldn't explain why. I never left it on unless I was in there working on something. But the night had been quiet, and I hadn't gone near the garage at all. As I approached, my hand instinctively reached for the door, a slight unease settling in my chest. What if someone had been inside? But no, the garage was always locked, always secure. Still, there was a nagging feeling, a sense of something being wrong. The door creaked slightly as I opened it, the sudden noise seeming to amplify the tension in the air. The garage was as I left it, with no signs of disturbance. The light flickered slightly, casting an eerie glow across the room. but nothing seemed out of place. Nothing looked unusual. Everything was in its spot, tools where they should be, the shelves orderly. It should have reassured me, but instead it made me more uneasy. If no one had been in here, why was the light on? I walked around the garage slowly, checking every corner, my eyes darting from one spot to another. I looked around the workbench, at the old boxes stacked in the corner, even at the floor, but nothing seemed amiss. Yet the feeling wouldn't go away. The light on, the emptiness of the space, it felt wrong, like something wasn't quite right. My skin prickled as I continued my inspection, hoping to find a logical explanation. But nothing came. After a few minutes of searching, I finally made my way back to the door. As I stepped toward it, I turned to give the garage one last look. My eyes fell on a small detail near the back of the garage, something I hadn't noticed before. A small footprint in the dust on the floor, just barely visible. It was fresh, the edges still sharp, and the rest of the garage was untouched. No one had been here before, but someone had been here now. My heart began to race as I examined the footprint. It was just one, but that was enough to send my mind into a frenzy. I hadn't been in the garage since yesterday evening, and there was no reason for anyone else to be there. The thought of someone being in my space without me knowing was unsettling. I tried to push it away, tell myself it was nothing, that it was just a coincidence. But the feeling of being watched lingered in the air, thick and heavy. I backed out of the garage, slamming the door behind me, suddenly feeling exposed in the daylight. I leaned against the door for a moment, taking deep breaths. The footprint, the light on it all added up to one horrifying possibility. Someone had been in my garage. Someone had been in my home. But how? The door was always locked, and I hadn't heard anything last night. How had they gotten in? I made my way back to the house, my mind spinning with unanswered questions. The light in the garage flickered again in the distance, but I couldn't bring myself to go back inside to investigate further. I felt a wave of paranoia wash over me, the walls of my house suddenly feeling too thin, too fragile. I had always considered this a safe space, my sanctuary from the world outside. But now that sense of safety felt shattered, replaced with an overwhelming dread. I spent the rest of the morning trying to push the thoughts out of my head, trying to ignore the unease that gripped me. But it was hard to focus on anything else. Every creak of the floorboards, every shadow that moved in the corner of my eye, felt like a threat. I couldn't stop thinking about the footprint in the garage. It haunted me, gnawed at me. Someone had been in there. Someone had gotten in without me hearing a thing. By the time afternoon came, I found myself back at the garage, standing in front of the door, staring at it. I wasn't sure what I was expecting to find, but something deep inside me told me I had to go back. I needed to see for myself. I took a deep breath, grabbing the handle, and opened the door again. The garage was just as it had been before. The light was still on, flickering faintly in the dimness. I stepped inside, feeling the weight of my own footsteps on the concrete floor. The footprint was still there, just as I remembered it. But there was something else now. Another footprint, this one close to the first. I stood frozen, staring at the new mark in the dust. My breath caught in my throat as I realized the footsteps were leading toward the back of the garage, toward the small door that led to the backyard. My pulse quickened as I glanced over my shoulder. The back door was slightly ajar. I hadn't left it open. I walked cautiously toward the door, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't want to open it, didn't want to face whatever was out there. But the urge to know, to understand, was too strong. I reached for the handle, slowly turning it, trying to ignore the way my hands were shaking. The door creaked open, and I stepped outside, my eyes scanning the yard, looking for any signs of movement. The yard was quiet, the air still, but as I turned to look toward the fence, I saw it. A small object half buried in the grass. It was a piece of fabric, torn and frayed at the edges. I moved closer, my stomach turning as I realized it wasn't just any fabric. It was part of a shirt that wasn't mine. I knelt down, my fingers trembling as I touched the fabric. It was cold, like it had been there for a while, and a chill ran down my spine. I stood up quickly, my mind racing. Who was out here? Why had they left this behind? I couldn't answer these questions, and the silence of the yard made it even worse. I felt exposed, vulnerable, as though someone was watching me from the shadows. I turned back toward the house, the unease settling into a deep dread. I had to lock everything up, make sure all the doors were secure. I couldn't trust anything, not anymore. When I went back inside, I locked the door behind me and bolted the garage door shut. The thought of leaving it open again terrified me. The light was still on in the garage, flickering in the dim light of the afternoon, and I couldn't stop thinking about the footprints, the fabric, the door ajar. Someone had been in my home. I wasn't sure how or why, but the truth was undeniable. I wasn't alone. Story 50. I had just come home from running errands, my feet sore from walking all day. As I kicked off my shoes and set them by the door, something felt off. One of my shoes was heavier than usual, and as I bent down to check, I felt it a crumpled piece of paper tucked into the toe. Surprised, I pulled it out, unfolding the note cautiously, wondering who would have left it there and why. The paper was old, yellowed, and the handwriting was shaky, as if the person had written it in a hurry. The words were simple but chilling. "I'm watching you." I froze, the note feeling like it was burning in my hand. My mind raced. Was this a prank? A joke? But something in the back of my mind told me it wasn't. I had never felt such an overwhelming sense of unease, a feeling like something wasn't right. I stared at the note for a few moments, trying to make sense of it. Who would have done this? I was alone when I got home, and I had locked the door behind me when I entered. There was no way anyone could have slipped in unnoticed. I examined the note again, hoping to find some clue, some hint as to who had written it. But there was nothing. No signature. No other markings, just those 3 words that kept echoing in my head: "I'm watching you." I quickly shoved the note into my pocket and looked around the house. The silence was suffocating. The walls, the floors, the windows, everything felt different, as if they were closing in on me. It was like being under a magnifying glass, and I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was observing me. I paced the living room, trying to calm myself, but every little sound made me jump. The wind outside rattled the windows, and the creak of the floorboards under my feet seemed unnaturally loud. I checked the locks on the doors again, making sure they were secure, even though I knew they had been when I arrived. The note, though its message haunted me. Was someone actually watching me? How long had they been doing it? I debated calling the police, but what would I even say? Someone left a note in my shoe saying they're watching me. It sounded absurd, and I didn't want to seem paranoid. But then again, the feeling of being watched wouldn't go away. It only intensified the longer I stayed in the house. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed darker than usual, and I found myself checking over my shoulder every few seconds, as though expecting someone to be standing there. I decided to leave for a while, maybe go to a friend's house or somewhere I could feel safe. As I grabbed my keys, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. There was a soft rustling noise behind me, followed by the faintest sound of footsteps. I whipped around, my heart pounding, but the room was empty. I rushed to the door and stepped outside, the fresh air hitting my face like a relief. I needed to get out, away from the suffocating feeling inside the house. But just as I reached the driveway, something caught my eye. The note. It was sitting on the passenger seat of my car, folded neatly, as if it had been placed there while I was inside. My stomach turned, and the blood drained from my face. There was no way I could have missed it when I got in the car earlier. I would have noticed if it had been there. But it was there now. I quickly grabbed it and opened it, my hands trembling. The message was the same, but now it included something else. "Tonight, you'll see me." I couldn't breathe. The words burned into my mind and I felt the air grow thick around me. I looked around, but there was no sign of anyone. No one in sight, no movement anywhere. I rushed back inside the house, locking the doors behind me as I did. I sat in the living room, trying to gather my thoughts, but the note kept taunting me. What did it mean? Was someone really out there, waiting for me? The idea that someone knew where I was, what I was doing, sent waves of panic through my chest. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. I pulled it out, expecting it to be a call or a message from a friend, but it was an unknown number. Against my better judgment, I answered it. "Hello," I said, my voice trembling. There was a long pause, and then a voice, soft and cold, whispered through the phone. "I see you." My blood ran cold. I slammed the phone down, my hands shaking violently. I couldn't think, couldn't breathe. The feeling of being watched intensified. I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears, and I felt trapped in my own skin. I paced back and forth, unable to sit still, trying to think of what to do next. Suddenly I heard a noise, a tap at the window. My heart leapt into my throat, and I froze. I couldn't move. The tapping continued, soft and rhythmic, almost like a knock. I cautiously walked toward the window, my breath catching in my throat with each step. When I peered through the curtains, there was nothing there. No one. Just the dark street outside. I exhaled, relieved but still on edge. It was probably nothing. But as I turned away from the window, I froze once more. On the floor, right at the edge of the carpet, was another note. "I'm closer than you think." This time the handwriting was different, cleaner, more deliberate. It wasn't the same as the other notes. My stomach churned and panic flooded my chest. Who was doing this? Who was watching me? I stood frozen for what felt like an eternity, the world around me spinning. My mind raced with questions, each one more terrifying than the last. I couldn't trust the walls, the windows, or even the doors. I was alone, and yet I wasn't. The silence in the house was deafening, the stillness suffocating, and I couldn't shake the thought that no matter where I went, no matter how far I ran, I would never escape the feeling of someone watching me, waiting for the right moment to make themselves known. That night, I stayed awake, watching every shadow, every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of wind. I didn't sleep, not even for a second, because I knew deep down that sooner or later I would see them. And when I did, I didn't know if I would be able to escape,